tonight here in Durham, and I am excited to see this opening poll get going, and we get to watch some Frisbee.
And both teams in their previous two matchups have had kind of a mishmash, if you will, of their rosters. Neither team for either game had their top roster. Both teams come locked and loaded tonight with their best weaponry, and we'll see the show that they're going to put on for us. See a bit of a roller pull here from the Soul. Disc is centered to Magush Johannes, who swings it quickly to Saul Yannick. He goes wide to Henry Fisher. A little bit of a junk look here from Austin. They've now locked in. Terrence Mitchell has the disc. Henry Fisher finding himself in a lot of space, being guarded by Kyle Henke. And Anders Jungst, 2021 Rookie of the Year, with a huge skying grab. He's able to flip it into Jacob Fairfax. Welcome back to the Flyers, Mr. Jungst, and way to get out there early. Way to knock that rust off. Josh, I believe this is his first game since May 7th, and what a first point for the young man.
Yeah, look, he's looking healthy. I'll tell you that much. He was able to elevate, reach the high point of that disc. Unfortunately, a little bit of warning track power there, but he was able to recenter himself and find the early goal for the Flyers. Nice little hold to get the game opened up.
Yeah, and I thought he was in, but turns out that was a pretty good call by our officiating crew. He did land on the line there. He has to settle for flipping it into Jacob Fairfax for the Flyers hold. Josh, you and I like to partake in a little bit of sports betting.
Oh, that we do.
We want to remind everybody before we continue with this conversation that if you do bet, to bet responsibly. I wanted to talk about the lines for this game. Carolina is favored by 2, and the over-under for this one is 41.5. Anything stick out to you from those two lines, Josh?
So when we were speaking on this earlier today as we were watching some film on both these teams, I had mentioned I was thinking the under, but I mean the conditions here scream for offense. So I'm going to predict a high-scoring game on the over, and I think the home team gets it done today in the playoffs. So I'll be taking Carolina -2 and over 41.5. We're going to be in for a barn burner of a game, I think.
Everybody loves overs. No one likes cheering for an under, so let's hope we get that. As we see the Soul have worked themselves almost into the red zone here. We see with the disc there, Jake Radak, he swings it out wide to Kyle Henke. Josh, you talked about some of the main four that the Soul like to run through. These two are part of that group, led by Radak here. He goes wide. That's Switek, another one of that group. He finds Mark Evans on the goal line. The Flyers with a double team. Really nice vision there from Evans to get that out wide. And that's going to be a clean hold for the Soul. That is number 32, Paul Starkel, finding Evan Switek for the goal.
And Evan Switek's one of those guys that he finds the end zone often. He's the top goal scorer on the Soul this season, so I expect him to be involved in the red zone, in the deep space. He's going to be all over the field as he was last time these two teams met.
Both teams filling each other out a little bit here to get started. 2 clean holds, no turnovers yet. Nice to see from the two offenses. Both teams looking confident and fluid with the disc right now. So we see we've got about 10-17 left in the first quarter. Under 2 minutes needed for those first 2 points. Not a lot of pressure from the Flyers there. We talked about the key to start of pressuring the resets. Not a lot there. As we see another roller pull from the Soul. This one managing to get out of bounds, but the Flyers get the disc picked up quickly and off the sideline. And they are moving. Fisher finds Trevor Lynch. Fairfax goes for a deep look. Gets pumped off. Oh, and that looks like a point block to me, Josh. Trevor Lynch getting absolutely stuffed there. Trying to see who that was with the block. As the Soul are off to the races, that was number 15, Mark Henke, with the block.
Thanksgiving a couple months away, but the stuffing did come early.
And now we see a chance at the first break of the game from the Soul D-line. Oh, unfortunate there with the drop. Yannick is unmarked. He's able to air it out to Alex Davis, who finds the aforementioned Trevor Lynch. Fairfax here. A little slippage on the mark there. Jungst with the disc. Finds Yannick on the around. Guccio on the doorstep. Ooh, cheeky little outside-in blade there. Gets past the bidding Mark Hankey, and that is Guccio to Trevor Lynch. He's able to atone for his earlier turnover, and the Flyers, after a little bit of a hiccup, are able to get the hold.
Got to be a little frustrated if you're the soul there. That was a bit of an unforced error on the first break chance of the game. You love taking advantage of those early and often when you can get them against this Flyers offense. They don't turn it a whole lot, especially with the guys that they're putting out there. So that is a bit unlucky.
Yeah, the Flyers actually, Josh, are second in the league in turnovers per game, averaging 13.67. They are stingy with the disc. They do not give it away often. So the Soul going to be kicking themselves for not punishing that early mistake, but hoping that they'll have plenty more. A little bit longer of a point there. We've got what looks like 8:44 on our stadium clock. It's hard to see that in the sun. It's facing the sun right now. It's a little bit of a glare. Flyers go with a rolling pull of their own. We see Siraj Mataraju marking Jake Radak. Radak goes for the big hammer. Oh, and Vinay Valsaraj comes down with it under the pressure from Will Coffin.
Ooh, and he toes the line.
Oh, my goodness. The fanciest of footwork there. Oh, and some disagreement from our two referees. We see head referee there, Jason Pierce, coming over to provide additional perspective. Would love to get another look at this. It was close, Josh. He definitely was towing for a while, but I couldn't tell if his feet came up before he secured the catch. We'll get a good look at it here.
That is about as close as it gets, Mike. I can't tell.
Well, after conferring, the officials have decided that it is a goal. That's going to be an assist for Vinay Valsaraj, and he finds Reese Bowman with the acrobatic footwork for the hold. And this is going to sound a bit counterintuitive, Josh, because it was another clean hold, but that's a little bit better from the Flyers defense. They're going to feel a little more encouraged by that. Forcing that hammer from Radak, who gave Will Coffin a chance at the block there, just didn't get it, and then requiring one of the more impressive catches I've seen in a while to get the hold. A little bit nervy from the Soul. They looked impenetrable on their first 0 point. A little shakier there.
A hold is a hold nonetheless, and they continue with the roll pulls, and I'm wondering why that is, to be honest. It looks like they were able to cover the pull a little better. Maybe they're going to set up some sort of trap here, and we've got about 8:15 left on the clock.
Yeah, so interesting here to see them kind of dial these in, too. The first one didn't roll out of bounds. The second one was too deep for their defense to get set. This one a little bit better, as we see Yannick just throw the towering hammer to get out of that one. But what this does is it throws off the rhythm of the Flyers offense. They're starting out of stagnation here instead of out of flow. I don't necessarily hate that decision from the Soul. Pit call there as Fisher came blitzing through the middle of the field, went through the stack. Saw that one developing, Josh. I didn't think the defender was close enough to warrant the call, but Jason Pierce, our head referee, had good perspective on it from the back. Fairfax wins the under. Fairfax, one of the two Ironmen on this Carolina team. He and Alex Davis are the only two players to have played in all 12 Flyers games this season. Shout out to them for the conditioning and endurance and resolve that they've shown to be a part of every Flyers game this season. As we see Fairfax, his defender slips on a butterfly cut, but great switch from the Austin defense. As Carolina's having to work it methodically down the field. Disastrous for those of us who have the over. A little bit of extra love in there. And it's not going to matter. Guccio gets his second assist, and Trevor Lynch gets his second goal. And the Flyers are able to eventually work it down and get the hold.
Seems like the Flyers are pretty content with either starting from stagnation or with flow. They're remaining calm on offense, and they're running their set. They were able to get into flow just by that big hammer, 45-yard hammer off rip, and then we're flowing from there.
Yeah, and I'll be curious to see if Austin stick with this strategy of roller pulls. It is a little gimmicky. It is something that as the Flyers get multiple looks at it, they're going to figure out and they're going to hone in on it. But it hasn't worked yet. If I were coaching for the Soul, and there's a reason I'm not, Coach Najee does a great job with the Soul, I would put that away for a little bit and then revisit it after a little while. Don't want the Flyers to start getting into a rhythm against it. We see Eric Taylor here with the pull.
And I think that will be their game plan here, Mike. I think they're trying to give the Flyers a bunch of different looks, whether it's junk looks on defense or these roller pulls, and maybe the next time we see it, they're going to boost it 90 yards down the field.
As we see Charlie McCutcheon providing great reset pressure there, but Radak's able to get it against McAllister. That was a fun matchup to watch the last time these teams played in Austin. See if there's any fireworks between them here as we see Switek with the disc. Oh, I think that was no look. Over the top. Radak, he gets his mark to shift, ends up swinging it instead. So we see Switek milking a little bit of extra yardage. And these are big looping swings from the Soul. Flyers doing a nice job of pressuring and taking away the momentum resets. You see Elijah Long got switched onto Radak there. Radak's been so impressive this season for the Soul. One of the top contenders for Rookie of the Year. Really made his presence felt as we see Bowman hammering. That felt a bit unnecessary, Josh. I'm not sure what Bowman was seeing there.
It was a bit early in the stall count to be going over the top like that, and they seemed pretty content just throwing those the swings back and forth, just waiting for something to open up. But now let's see if the Flyers can advance on their first break chance.
As we see Eric Taylor looking to get a big bite of it early, and he finds Ethan Bloodworth going deep. Bloodworth bouncing it out wide to McCutcheon. The Flyers now,
they've got numbers.
Less than 20 yards, fast breaking with numbers on the doorstep here. Can they stay patient and make it count? Stall count rising. Oh, that is a Golty throw if I've ever seen one to Eric Taylor, and he's able to continue out wide to Dylan Hawkins, and that is the first break of the game. Eric Taylor to Dylan Hawkins. Flyers draw first blood.
Yep, and there it is, the first break of the game, like you said. And I absolutely loved the huck off of stagnation there in the transition of offense to defense and defense to offense. It kind of caught the Soul off guard, and then they never really recovered. The Flyers maintained numbers and punched in the break, 1 for 1.
Josh, we talked earlier in the game that the Flyers and the Soul, for that matter, both have had different rosters each time these two teams have played, and this is the first time we've seen both teams at full strength against each other. Dylan Hawkins and Eric Taylor, the two that connected for that break for the Flyers, are two guys that have played O-line previously for the Flyers, not just in general this season, but against this Soul team specifically.
Correct.
Hawkins played on the O-line in their home game, and you see, and Eric Taylor was playing a lot of O-line for them in Austin. I think that experience may be paying off a little bit here, with those two feeling very comfortable with the disc and also having some chemistry with each other as you see them connect for the break there.
Yeah.
So the important thing here, Josh, is that we have fallen off pace for the over.
We're okay. It's early.
It's early, but we need these teams to pick up the tempo a little bit, maybe playing a little tight, the stakes of the playoffs getting to them. As we see a great pull there from Noah Saul. That's Jake Sames catching it, centering it to Radak, who goes back to Sames. We're seeing a little bit of a different group here for the Soul, bringing in some people after the break, not running the same group out there twice in a row. Nice hammer there. I think that was Evans across to Hankey. Hankey continuing it up the line to Broadbeck. Flyers doing a really nice job forcing these big loopy swings again, and the Soul are struggling to find continuation off of those swings. They need to have a second look to be able to gain that yardage back. Right now they're just going back and forth.
The Flyers almost kind of running this sort of wall, this 3-across wall on the handlers, just forcing them, almost daring them to try the deep space with D-Rich and AD back there right now.
A lot of speed behind this Flyers defense, just daring the Soul to take the risky shot. And you know who's never going to be afraid to do that is Radak. He finds Evans, who continues it up the line. Easy as you like it. That's number 43, Joey Wiley with the goal. Evans with the assist.
And that was much better patience from the Soul there. They were able to methodically work down the field. They took what was given to them with the swings, and they were able to find that dice through throw to Evans, and easy goal.
Yeah, a couple of those blades got a little sketchy, but you know, that's a clean hold. You can't ask for any better than that, and it's nice to be able to bounce back from the break, bring in some different legs, and be able to rely on them to successfully right the ship for your team. Big hold there for Austin.
You taking roller pull here, or are we going to see a more traditional pull out of this line for the Soul?
They're calling matchups right now, it looks like, which makes me think it's going to be a traditional pull, just because out of the roller you saw them setting the double team and then a little bit more zone behind it. Nailed it.
Nailed it. Nice.
My God.
Holy cannoli, that thing's floating.
Wait, why haven't you been doing that? Good Lord, that is a 90-yard hanging pull. They're down there for the first throw. That's as impressive a pull as we've seen this season. Johannes choosing to break the mark to Yannick, who finds Fairfax on the continuation. Young's trying to set up a deep cut there. Nice defense from Joey Wiley to shut that down. Fisher back to Yannick. Oh, a huge layout attempt there from Mark Henke. He is flying all over the place for this Soul defense right now. Already has the point block. We've seen him leave his feet a couple times, coming inches away from a block. Love to see that hunger from Mark Henke. We see Youngst with steps. Lynch floats it a bit. Youngst unable to come down with it. And that is a block for Oliver Fay. The rookie out of Marist getting the block. Lynch with his second turnover of the game. And now the Soul with 80+ to go to get their break back.
Yeah, that throw just kind of floated up there a little bit and allowed Oliver Fay to come back in and make a nice play on that disc. He really closed the ground nicely in the red zone there.
It looked a bit like Lynch tried to place that throw instead of just stepping and confidently putting it out into space. And when you do that, you do tend to pop the disc up, and that's what happened there. The Soul making quick work as we see Matthew Armour finding Eric Carter.
Yeah. Flyers are kind of struggling to transition into defense for like the first 60 yards at that point.
Oh, as we see Carter.
Throwaway.
And that's unlucky for Carter. That is his second turnover of the game as well. He had the drop earlier on Austin's first break chance.
Yeah, that's just a stone-cold throwaway. There's nothing you can do about that. Just an unforced error.
As we see Terrence Mitchell cutting across there to get the disc. Trevor Lynch, not a lot of commitment on that deep cut, although we see him blast off a little better there. Gush Johannes pumps it and decides to swing the disc instead. Josh, I don't know about you, but this game feels like it's moving a little slow. These players look a bit sluggish out there, and I don't know if they're just tentative from the stakes of this game or what, but and as I say that, we see Youngst finding Fisher out into space, showing Lynch how he wanted it thrown to him the first time. Puts it on a platter for Henry Fisher. You juxtapose those two throws, Josh. One's a case on how to mess it up, and one is a case of how to execute to perfection.
And that is why one is a goal and one was a turnover. But they revisited that same side of the field, and lucky for the Flyers, they are able to, I believe that was a hold, correct? They were able to maintain that offensive point, not get broken?
Yep, that was a hold. It's hard to keep track sometimes with these longer points, but Flyers are able to get their hold.
Just about 90 seconds left on the clock here in the first quarter, a little under. Not a bad start so far for either team. Flyers up a break, right? They took advantage early. The Soul have had chances, though. They've come close on 2 breaks in a row, and that is something that they talked to us about before the game was once they get to that red zone, they needed to be efficient in the red zone, and unfortunately the Flyers are winning that battle right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Flyers are 1 for 1 on break chances, and Austin right now is 0 for 2. And on that second break chance, as you mentioned, they got all the way to the red zone. They did all the hard work and just couldn't make it count. Let's see if the O-line can lead by example here and show some execution. We see the Flyers looked like a junk for a second. I think Eric Taylor was just mucking up some space downfield. He's reeled in now. Oh, and we see Kyle Henke just drop the disc. Looks like it slipped out. And it looked like the ref was going to try and overturn it, but nice integrity call there from Kyle Henke waving it off. He knows that disc just slipped out of his hands. That is unfortunate. Just sweaty hands, disc slipping out on a fake. We're getting some adjusting of the clock here, putting a little bit more time back up. The stadium board is showing 42 seconds right now. Looks like it's been reset up to 44 or 49. Sorry about that.
My prediction here for the Flyers is they're going to try to possess this disc for as much time as possible to take a break into the end of the first quarter and go up 3 early in this game.
Yeah, that feels like the pragmatic move here. If they can, and we see Hankey atoning for his error, reads the play beautifully, jumps the lane on the Elijah Long pass, and gets the block. Looked like he was going to get ready to lay out. He's athletic enough that he didn't have to. What a block from Hankey.
I mean, he read that pass like a book. He came darting across the middle of the field, said, sorry about dropping that disc, fellas. Let me get it back for you real quick. And now the Soul are almost immediately on. And another block going the other way for the Flyers. Bit of a back-and-forth ping-pong game right now.
This is crazy. I'm struggling to keep up with these plays
and
right now.
And the disc goes up, and is it enough? It is! And the Flyers get the hold with just 3 seconds to go. Excuse me, that was a break. Wow.
My God, what a crazy sequence there. Somehow we still have 5 seconds left on the clock. That was insane. Let's see if we can get another look at a few of those plays here. As we see McCutcheon getting the poach block, reading that strike cut perfectly, and he just takes off the other direction. And I believe that was Will Coffin who put it out there to space for him, giving McCutcheon the goal.
McCutcheon doing his best Roy Kent impersonation. He's there. He's everywhere. Yeah. Wow.
Just incredible point there from McCutcheon. You see him earning a nice little break there as his teammates tell him to keep eating. Really nice work there from McCutcheon. 50 receiving yards all in one big healthy chunk.
What a roller coaster of emotions that 40 seconds was, huh?
My goodness.
And this should be the final pull of this quarter, but as we've seen, crazier things can happen. So let's see if the Soul can get something crazy here. The double team.
Yeah, they're not even going to get it off.
That'll do it.
We're not even going to bother counting that turnover because there was no time on the clock when it happened. My goodness, Josh, my chest hurts a little bit. What an end of quarter there. That was a wild one, my goodness. And the Soul went from being able to tighten this up to a one-point game to instead going in to the break for the first quarter. Down 3, down 2 breaks. Flyers are flying high right now.
Yep.
They've got all the confidence in the world. My goodness.
Yep, we'll see you guys in quarter 2.
Yeah, we're gonna catch our breath here for a moment, and we'll be back with some second quarter action here shortly. Durham County Memorial Stadium here in Durham, North Carolina, where the Carolina Flyers are playing host to the Austin Soul in the South Division final playoff game. I'm Mike Ball, joined here by Josh Verdure, and after a chaotic end to the first quarter, we are back for some second quarter action here.
Yep.
As we see Eric Taylor's towering pull. Is it going to come back in bounds? It's trying.
It did not.
And it will not. And that is going to be.
Where did it go out?
Yeah, that's going to be crazy to see.
Well, while we have a second here, that first quarter could not have gone better for the Carolina Flyers here. They 2 breaks, didn't get broken. They forced 6 turnovers in that quarter as well.
Yeah, Josh, and I think the last time these two teams played, Austin was as crisp as it gets.
Yes.
They only had 9 turnovers in that whole game. Already 6 here in the first quarter. Just a real tough look for the Soul. Not the start that they're wanting.
Yep.
Maybe a little bit of playoff nerves getting to him here. As we see Radak getting double-teamed early. He's able to get it out wide.
Let's see if they can right the ship here, though. It's a fresh quarter, right? They're going to have to start to chip away. So it happens here. It starts right now.
Yeah, and I think it's got to start for Austin with Radak getting going. He was their leader in assists this season with 42. Not on the board at all in that first quarter. The Flyers doing a really good job of pressuring him, making him work hard. As we see Bloodworth getting the block while guarding Radak. Just an unnecessary throw there from Paul Starkle. And a great block for Ethan Bloodworth as we see if the Flyers can open up the quarter with a break. Eric Taylor doing a lot of work right now, getting a lot of touches. Oh, and he airs one out to Elijah Long. Elijah Long able to read it. What an absolute dart from Eric Taylor. That is a visionary throw and an excellent read from Elijah Long, and that is another break for the Flyers.
That throw just knifed through the air in stride. Elijah Long happened to look over the wrong shoulder initially. He was still able to track the disc and get the early break to open up the second quarter. Beautiful start for the Flyers. Unfortunate start for the Soul that desperately needed that hold.
And you see Starkle there with no stall count, just an unnecessary turnover. But great reset pressure from Bloodworth being in Radak's pocket to get that block. And this game's slipping away from Austin early. They really need to start tightening this up. They cannot let this game get much further than this.
Yeah, going down 3 breaks in the first half. I mean, even in the first 14 minutes that we're sitting here right now. It's just not what they – I know it's not what they had drawn up.
Yeah, absolutely not. As we see a roller pull from the Flyers. Have a day, roller pull. Just make your presence felt out here.
That roller pull is a bit of a bold move, Cotton. I'm not quite sure if it's paid off.
Yeah, neither team's really gotten much from it. But, you know, keep the looks varied. Switch it up. You see Radak, big towering swing across there to Eric Broadbeck. Radak unable to get open against Andrew Lee. Great reset pressure there. It's Jake Sames with the disc now on the sideline.
Carry on, I guess. Somebody just got run over.
McCutcheon taking a clean hit there. Football season's right around the corner. Look like Mark Evans getting a little bit of an early start. They love their football in Texas. We joke, of course, that was completely incidental, I believe.
Yeah.
Or accidental. Not the same thing there, Mike.
No, it is not, but I think the people understand what you're saying, and we are men of the people, so.
Looks like the refs are trying to figure it out. Just disastrous start to the quarter here for my over. I keep lamenting it, Josh.
Yeah.
Real tough look so far.
I think what Coach Mike had talked to us before the game, and he had said that they had drafted up a new game plan to try to, like, slow down this Soul offense that can be so overpowered, and it's working. They're flat marking all their handlers and forcing these big swings and taking away that deep space.
Yeah, and everybody is getting a piece of Jake Radak so far to start this game. Really comfortable switching and rolling on him, and we've seen 3 different defenders take him just on this point. Flyers doing a good job changing up the matchups, not letting him get comfortable against anybody. Nice little scoober there from Sames. Evans with the disc here, swings it across to Radak. Evans slips and falls. Radak, stall count getting high. He's running out of options. He's going to have to float one out into space there. He's able to find his receiver. That's Matthew Armour. Armour back to Radak. Radak up the line to Evans. Oh, and it looks like there's a call. What's up here, guys? Let's get some resolution here. Is there a call or not? I will say for our officiating crew tonight, most games have just 4 referees. We do have an additional 5th referee here tonight, trying to make sure we get good perspective on everything. And I think just early on, our crew is working through some communication errors. Okay, so there was a call. I'm guessing it was a pick.
I just didn't quite see where that pick happened, to be honest.
Yeah, neither did I, but nobody seems too upset about it. And the Soul not crying over spilled milk, just tapping it right back in. And that is Wiley up the line to Sames. And they are able to right the ship, getting their first hold of the quarter.
That was a shifty little cut there from Wiley to create that space and get open early, making it real easy for Sames to punch in the goal for the Soul. They needed that.
Yeah.
They need that. Has to be a bit of a sigh of relief to stop the breaks, because that was working on 2. That would have been 3 in a row, dating back to the first quarter. So they got their hold, and now let's see if they can take advantage of some turns and see if they can create some pressure on this Flyers offense and punch it in. We've mentioned they've been close a couple times. Let's see if they can execute.
And that's the second time that the Soul have been able to come out with a bit of a hybrid O-line, switching up their usual group, and that hybrid line gets the job done. Oh, we see our good friend Roller Pole coming back for another here. A lot of distance on this one, probably too much for the defense to cover, and that's exactly what happens. Flyers already get it off the line. Really nice attentive work from Gucho Hannes there. And the Flyers are off and running. Terrence Mitchell makes a great cut. Junks decides to holster. Hits Davis up the line instead. Flyers just 12 yards out here. And Gucho Hannes.
Ooh.
A little bit of twinkle toe action from Mr. Junks, and that is what the Flyers have missed in his absence. Meet him at the front cone. Anders Junks from Gucho Hannes for the quick hold.
Anders Young's doing his best gazelle impersonation at that point, just running up, down, and all around the field, able to get that left toe inside the sideline there for the goal.
That's really nice work, and that's the third assist already for Gucho Hannes. He led the team in completions this year, but not so much so in assists. That came from Eric Taylor. Gucho Hannes typically more of a possession handler for the Flyers, but he's showing some aggression here early, shooting for the end zone. And that was a quick hold for the Flyers. Really nice work. As we see the Flyers kind of huddling up before this D point. Looks a bit like they're setting maybe a junk look. Didn't really take the time. Roller Pole, have a day.
Nice effort from Mr. Official there to be on the spot to get the disc back into play.
Josh, we both watched a lot of film of these two teams, and I think we've seen more rolling poles in the first 1 1/3 quarters than we saw from these two teams all season. I don't remember the Flyers really playing the roller pole quite often, and we've commentated most of their home games.
We watch a lot of Frisbee from this team, and I don't remember them doing roller poles, but maybe, it's just one of them days.
Well, there's clearly something the coaches liked from it, but we're not really seeing it so far. Oh, what a bid from Tim McAllister. Really nice body control to get in front of Switek there and avoid creating any contact. Switek centering it to Radak. Just stifling defense from the Flyers right now. There's just nothing coming easy for the Soul offense.
And I'm just taking a look at their positioning downfield. All the Flyers defenders are underneath of their man, forcing a big shot like that, and it, wow.
What a visionary throw there. We see Reese Bowman with the goal. I believe that was Switek with the assist. It sure was. My goodness, Switek. That's how you break the defense open right there. What a shot.
Man, the wrist action he had on that throw to get it to not float and just die right into his receiver's arm, he really sent that thing about 50 yards cross field.
Yeah, I mean, almost sideline to sideline. This football field's 53 yards wide, I believe, and he gained a few yards to boot there. That's in the club game, Josh, that's a full field huck.
It's a huck.
He just threw it as a swing for the goal.
Almost drew an isosceles triangle out there with the way that Frisbee threw. And another roller pole. It's the theme of the day, Mike. This one looks like they'll be able to cover considering it went 30 yards, but let's see if it slows up this Flyers offense at all.
So we typically see this roller pole later in the game when the trailing team is trying to shorten the game and shorten the field and give themselves chances at a quick comeback. It's a bit early for Austin to be doing that, and they've played some decent defense in the long field. I mean, we saw their one long pole went 90 yards hanging. I'm really confused by this strategy so far. I understand trying something different, but you're just not seeing any results from it yet. And the Flyers are already on the doorstep. Guess who? He's back, Mr. Junks, this time from Yannick with the aggressive head spike, knocking his own hat off. Yannick to Junks, and that is another quick hold for the Flyers.
Now, I'm not a coach, Mike, so I don't claim to know strategy.
Anybody who's listened to
or
us
things.
knows that, Josh.
Yes,
okay.
yes, that's okay. But if it were me, I would want the team to be working the full field. I understand they tried it in the first, and it maybe didn't go according to plan, but you're giving this offense of the Flyers that's really high-powered an opportunity to just make 5-7 throws instead of doubling that when they had the 90-yard pull. And I believe they turned it on that play.
Yeah. Yeah, very confusing. We'll see if Coach Najee and Coach Bruno stick to that strategy. It is early. It feels like we've been watching Frisbee for a while here, Josh, but we are just almost halfway through the second quarter. So plenty of time as we see the Flyers' Will Coffin showing what a non-roller pole looks like. That's a 90-yard bomb of his own. And the Soul starting in their own end zone. You know who's been real quiet in this game so far, Josh, is Kyle Henke. Kyle Henke's third on this team in assists, second in goals, and leads the team in plus-minus. And right now, he is just sitting at a net zero with 1 block and 1 turnover.
Yep.
Hasn't found the scoreboard at all, whether throwing or receiving. He's got to get going if the Soul are going to have any chance in this game.
And we watched him dominate in the Soul game that they played in Austin. So if they want a chance, and there's a big hammer from him right on cue. Ye old announcer's curse visits us again. Kyle Henke with a 40-yard hammer over the defense.
We're going to call that one the announcer's blessing, Josh, because I think we spoke that into existence for the young man. What a shot to Val Siraj. And Val Siraj, I'm not sure if we'll see it here. A little bit of sauce towards the Flyers sideline there, throwing the Texas horns up at him. I know a lot of the Carolina players in their last meeting would throw the horns down, so maybe a little bit of retaliation there. But I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. What a ballsy throw from Henke.
Yeah.
Just incredible confidence there. I mean, what a shot. Not a shot I would even dream of attempting, let alone completing. He made it look easy.
As an average ultimate Frisbee player at best, that is not a throw I would even consider, and I'd probably look to reset. And here we are again, Mike. That's got to be more than 10 roller poles out of the 15 points that we've had.
I don't know if we're quite that high, Josh, but Austin's had 6 or 7 D points. I think 7 D points because of starting the quarter with 1. Oh, and we see a huge layout. And that's Mark Henke again. This man is flying. Oh, and just Butterfingers action there from Fairfax. And Austin now.
Oh, a little roof party.
Oliver Fay, get up. Through the contact. All right, so this is their third break opportunity of the game, Josh. Let's see if they can convert this one. They're already past midfield.
I don't want to say that this is a must score, but it sort of feels like it with the way this Flyers offense has played. They got advantage of an unforced error, and little call?
Oh, a timeout before the throw. I was wondering what that call was. The Soul got away with one there, but the timeout was called. Coach Najee not liking what he was seeing. And this is our first timeout of the game from either side. And they get 2 per half. You don't get to take them with you.
You do not.
Can
confirm.
Kind of surprised that this is the first one that we're seeing. But the Soul want to make the most of their break opportunity here. They've got about 40 yards to go. They're right around midfield here. This is huge, Josh. I mean, you use the timeout. You're getting your O-line out there. If they're going to have a chance here. And just a slight correction for our friends at home. The score is 9-6 Flyers. We've got 5 on there right now. Our production team doing a great job. Has a lot going on over there. We appreciate their work. Quick correction there. Coming out of this timeout. All right, so we spoke we spoke about Radak earlier.
Yep.
Still quiet in this game.
Yep.
Doesn't have a single stat. Hasn't even turned it over. He led the team in turnovers this year. We haven't seen that. He's having a ghost-like performance out there, Josh.
And you got to give credit where credit is due to this Flyers team. They knew that the Soul liked playing through those handlers and trying to find the guys downfield. And they've just done a nice job at kind of mucking it up. And let's see, and they're doing it again by starting with a double team just to get it out of his hands.
Yeah, they've made it very clear that Radak is not going to be who beats them on this Soul team. But the Soul are able to break through that early pressure. Evans has it just 10 yards out. Great reset defense from Weaver on Radak. Forces the swing pass from Evans. Eric Taylor picks it off, and the Flyers are off to the races.
It just looked like he didn't see him and looked right through the defender there because that was just in his chest.
Oh.
Huge bid, trying to get it back for his team.
Switek doing everything he can. And Coach DeNardis not calling a timeout of his own here, letting his D-line go to work. I think he sees the value here of having the Souls offense on the field. And if the Flyers can get the break here, it would be a hold. It would be a hold.
Yep.
Correction
Yep.
there. Feels like a break. It would be a hold. But they're also wearing out this Austin O-line, forcing them to play defense, not letting them get off the field with a timeout call. And
you can already see it. Look at if we're looking at the body language of these players, they're tired.
I feel so sorry for whoever's tracking the completions on this point, Josh. The Flyers have been moving the disc so quickly here. Eric Taylor getting up for the grab.
Oh!
Eric Taylor says, look what I can do. Let me show you a little something. And he throws the horns down afterwards. Just an exhibition in throwing skill here.
Just a cheeky high-release flick. Oh, my. Oh, my.
Flips it up there on a platter. My goodness. What a throw from Eric Taylor. And that's a hold. It feels like a break, though.
That is a hold by the Flyers D-line. That will bring the score to 10-6 with just over 3 minutes to go here in the second.
Eric Taylor just having a hell of a game so far, Josh. That's his third assist to go with the block. I mean, all from the D-line, too. Just incredible work from him so far.
And I think that may lead to why Coach Mike DeNardis is happy to let that D-line stay out there. You got a guy like Eric Taylor who you know can possess the disc and run your offense through your D-line. Probably gives him a lot of confidence to not have to use those timeouts.
And a lot of time going between these 2 points here. If I had to guess, there was another timeout called. I'm wondering who called it. It really only makes sense for Austin to have called it, to try and buy a little bit of time to get their O back out there with some freshness, give them a quick blow. But that also is now going to allow the Flyers to curate the D-line exactly as they want it. We saw them actually making a few substitutions there. We see on the bench there, Alan Laviolette, AUDL all-first team last year for the Flyers, unfortunately dealing with a torn ACL. We hope to see him back on the field in 2023, but here supporting his teammates nonetheless. And we're now seeing another sub for the Flyers, getting it figured out exactly as they want it. Just based on this, Josh, I'd be shocked if they didn't come down in some sort of junk look.
Sure. That similar junk look that they've been running with the 3 across, trying to force those big swings that we've been watching.
It's a good shout. Noah Saul, a little spinning pull there. Gets the distance, but not a lot of hang time. You see Radak with the disc here. Goes out wide to Sames. Sames has been one of the hybrid players coming on after Austin gets broken. It's a hybrid line all over, Josh. We got Matthew Armour who's crossed over, as well as Wiley. He's hanging out in the deep space right now. We see Hankey with the disc. Just gashing yards up there to Armour. And I know he got on the board with that hammer, Josh. I'd still like to see Hankey more involved in this game. You see a nice find there from Radak, big yardage. Hankey cutting out in the lane in isolation.
Oh, a lot of contact there. Yeah, that's going
to Armour taking his yardage before it was even given to him.
He's got absolutely squished by 2 people. Like, my goodness, he was a little squishy there, you know?
And I'm not sure what the officials are trying to figure out. This feels pretty straightforward to me. The man got run over, give him his 10 yards. Maybe they're trying to figure out if he's getting to center the disc or not. To be quite honest with you, Josh, I don't expect it to matter. But I suppose we want to get it right. But would also love to keep this game flowing.
I mean, he was on, what, the 18? And as a
It did look like he was in front of the 20.
Are they bringing it back?
Are they not going to give him the call? some Austin fans not pleased.
And I don't disagree. I mean, my man got run over.
Yeah, that was a lot. Hankey with the disc here. Why throw it 5 yards when you can throw it 50? If I could throw it that well, I would do it too, though. My goodness, another hammer from Hankey as he's able to find Jacob Sames in the back corner of the end zone. Hankey with another assist, starting to get cooking a little bit here.
Yeah, he's finding it the untraditional way, I would say, with these two big hammers. I would say that's 90 yards of hammer on his last 2 assists, which is incredible nonetheless. So the Soul are hanging around. They're still down 3. They are in this game. The big takeaway so far is they just cannot convert their break chances.
Yeah, they're 0 for 3 so far, and this is a Flyers team that is stingy with the disc. I mean, I think they've only got 4 turnovers right now in this first half. I mean, they've stepped up their execution for this playoff game. They're being stingy with it, and Austin's going to have to find some answers if they're going to get back into this game. But just under 2 minutes would be huge if they could even pull back just one break. They abandoned the roller. Going to play a little more defense this time, a little longer defense at least. Fairfax makes a great cut. Oh, and he's got Davis going deep. Fairfax airs it out, and that's going to be as easy as you like it. What a throw from Fairfax. You've got a huge margin for error when you're hucking to Davis, but why use that margin for error when you can just be perfect?
That was on a platter. It was just, he didn't have to adjust his route, his line, nothing. And we're going to see it again here. Fairfax just eyeing it up early and often, putting it out into space for the fastest man in Ultimate, Alex Davis, in stride, no problems, Flyers hold.
Yeah, and that's Davis's first goal of the game. He's the team's leading goal scorer this year. He had 53 on the season coming into tonight. Huge for him to get going there. And we've seen the Flyers O-line take a little bit longer to score than we've seen at times this year. And I think a lot of that is because they hadn't been able to find Davis yet. Sure. But they made it look easy there. I think that was like 4 throws with Fairfax getting most of them on that last one.
And they do like to isolate Davis in their red zone sets. And they've just been scoring at an efficient way. They haven't necessarily needed to use them.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see if Austin can answer with a hold of their own.
Just about 90 seconds to go here in the first half.
Yet to really get their deep game going. We talked about it as one of the keys to the game. A lot of that is from Radak not being able to get involved. You see the big swing across here to Wiley. Wiley appearing to be a permanent fixture now on this O-line. He's kind of played both lines depending on what's needed. He's very open right now. Elijah Long not really staying close.
He has found himself open quite a bit today.
Valsaraj, and he's got Swiatek going, chooses to holster it, not really sure why. Swiatek gets it now, just 10 yards out, and he finds Valsaraj on the nice inside shot. Really nice cutting there from Swiatek to stay with it. Just keep churning after getting looked off. And he's able to get the assist instead, finding Valsaraj for the hold.
And that really was textbook from Swiatek. We saw him get looked off in the deep space where, truthfully, I thought the disc should have been thrown. Mm-hmm. But then he came back for that hard under and was able to still get on the stat sheet with the assist. I mean, that's how you coach someone. That is textbook Frisbee right there from Swiatek.
Yep. Good stuff. 2 quick goals there. We got 34 seconds left here. You know, we talked to Soul coach Stephen Nagy before the game. And one thing he said was going to be really crucial for them was winning the end of quarters.
Yep.
Not allowing the Flyers to create many separations for themselves at the end of the quarters. The Flyers were able to do that, getting the break at the end of the first quarter. Let's see if Austin can maybe pull one back here or at least keep the Flyers from extending it before halftime.
And I just hope it's even half as crazy as the end of the first quarter.
I wonder if the Flyers would try and possess here, but they are gaining yards by the chunk. Happy to take what Austin gives them. So we see Youngst. What a throw from Youngst. My goodness. Anders, the young man is healthy. He is healthy and he is dealing. That is his 3rd assist to go with 2 goals. And the Flyers score in just 21 seconds. My goodness.
Yeah, it appears to me that the Flyers have missed him over the last couple of months. He's a staple in their offense, just the way he's able to run around the field and demand the disc and make throws that not everybody can make.
That one was excellent. I mean, not necessary in the sense that, like, they could have milked the clock a little bit further. It wasn't like an obvious throw to put up. But, I mean, no coach is going to be mad at his player for getting the goal for his team. Coach Denardis certainly wouldn't mind that one.
Right. We've got 13 seconds here for the Soul. Let's see if they can do some magic of their own. It's going to be tough. Flyers got a pretty big line out there, a bunch of athletes and everything. I'm predicting a big shot up towards the end. Is that pole going to be out of bounds?
Looks like it's trying to come back.
Oh. Man, that pole kind of reminded me of a hairstyle. It's like the mullet. It's trying to make a comeback, and it just didn't quite get there.
We've got the roller pole, and that one's the mullet pole.
Yeah.
It's just coining terminology out here, Josh. I love it. As we see Radak with the disc. 13 seconds now. Austin set up a little bit of a dominator to gain some early chunk yardage. Oh, Radak with the turnover. He gets stuffed by Mataraju. Mataraju trying to lead McAllister. Oh, but it looks like Coach Denardis called the timeout.
Did he get it in? We'll see.
The Flyers are certainly celebrating like he did. Oh, my goodness. Just a brutal mistake from Radak there. We've talked about how quiet he's been. Part of that being quiet has been keeping himself out of the turnover column, but
we'll see. I don't know if he called the timeout. He's going over to talk to the officials right now.
No, it's definitely being given. The Soul have already moved on to getting their defense on the field.
Okay.
It has definitely been given. That is brutal from Radak. That is so bad. The worst thing that you have to have there is nobody scores. That is the worst thing that you allow to happen if you're Austin. Potentially giving up a break to end the quarter would be disastrous for their chances of a comeback.
And to confirm with everyone watching, there's going to be 4.6 seconds left on the clock. The Flyers are going to have the disc somewhere around midfield, I believe, somewhere around the 40 or the 50. They're going to have 5 seconds to take advantage of just a huge mental lapse from Radak, and we are going to see if they can draw up something to win the end of this quarter the same way they won the first quarter.
So 4.6 seconds gives you enough time for a completion and then a goal.
I agree.
Or at least a shot to the end zone is what I should say there. Shouldn't be presumptuous with a goal. So that gives you some options, right? You can line the end zone. You can also spread the field short of the end zone. So what it looks like here is it looks like the Soul are going to crowd the end zone and prioritize that. Eric Taylor is going to be on the bottom of your screen. Okay, they're adjusting now, not leaving him wide open. I think this is smart from Austin. You just have to play straight matchup defense.
Yeah, you play defense here. You play defense for 5 seconds. That's it. That's all you have to do.
They are leaving. Okay, they've adjusted. I was going to say they're leaving Terrence Mitchell in a little too much space back there where – let's see what happens here. I won't try and break it down any further. Let's see what happens here. Yannick just trying to get it all in one bite. Not going to happen there. And that's going to be the end of the quarter and the end of the half. Not really sure who to give that block to. We'll just go ahead and give it to the Soul as a team. Or let's say it's number 7, Jake Reinhardt.
There's a chance we have another call on the field. Looking like both teams are making way to their sideline. And that will be halftime officially. Flyers 12, Soul 8. We will see you after halftime here in Durham for some more Frisbee.
Welcome back to Durham, North Carolina, here at Durham County Memorial Stadium, where the Carolina Flyers are playing host to the Austin Soul. We are coming out for the second half here. As you see some stats on your screen there from these two teams. As you see, what do you see here, Josh, that stands out to you?
Big takeaway, man, is honestly it's the break chances and honestly the lack of hucks from the Soul. The Soul are 0 of 3 on break chances, just not taking advantage. And like we said in the beginning, the Flyers have won the deep space game with them only being able to get off one huck. And they are also 9 for 9 in the red zone. Just beautiful start to the game for the Flyers. Probably not how they drew it up for the Soul.
Yeah, it's been a tough one here for Austin as we get ready for the Flyers to come out on offense. The sun is starting to set a little bit here. It's almost below the tree line. Stadium's mostly in shade at this point. It's cooling off a little bit. Conditions are ideal. A gentle, gentle breeze from left to right on your screen. But we are set for what should be an exciting second half here.
Now that's a pull I like to see. It reminds me of like a nice cooked sea bass, if you will. It's my favorite fish. What I don't like is salmon. I'm tired of salmon, and that salmon to me is the roller pole. I'd like to see the Soul come out and really push the disc down the field, force the Flyers to work their way 80, 90 yards up the field.
Well, you can see they don't have a ton of practice with the regular pulls after doing rollers all first half, as this one went sailing out of bounds at midfield.
Yeah, I think I've said it 3 or 4 times now about how I'm kind of tired of the roller poles.
Oh, as we see Yannick go for the one throw hold to Youngst in the pile, and that is Wiley coming down with it. Wiley been playing both ways so far for the Soul, gets the huge block there. And on the first throw of the half, Austin have a break opportunity.
Wiley's been a star today. He's been playing well on both sides of the disc, getting open, and a huge sky in the end zone, little roof party.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he stepped up, right? When it's playoff time, you need role players to step up. Oh, and Swiatek throwing a bit of a fastball there to number 6, Eric Broadbeck, who just can't hang on to it, and that's another missed break opportunity for the Soul, their 4th missed chance of the game.
I mean, that was a laser
of
a throw. That is hard to corral. I don't care who you are.
Yeah. And again, as someone with the over, this is just a disastrous start to the second half for me. But the Flyers are on the doorstep. Gush Johannes here. Oh, Yannick with the filthy, filthy swim move there to get on the inside shoulder of Oliver Fay. Just nothing Fay could do about that one. And that is Gush Johannes to Yannick for the hold.
My goodness. Shake and bake Ricky Bobby. What a swim move inside. Defender, no chance. Absolutely lost. And a nice hold for the Flyers. But again, Mike, another break chance missed for the Soul.
And it's another one that's missed just on a drop, right?
Yep.
Like they had one earlier in the game that was missed just on a straight-up drop. And you just can't beat yourself like that when the stakes are this high. You can't do it. You got to be sharper than that. So let's see if the offense can get on the board early.
Man, that would have been nice for them, though, to open up this second half with a break similar to how they did in Austin, opening up with 3 straight breaks. And looking at that pull, like I said, just a beautifully cooked sea bass at the back of the end zone there.
I think that one was 95 yards.
Yeah.
I mean, that was incredible. You see Hankey getting it on this flat sideline, bounces it quickly to Evans. Hankey checking back for the disc, being guarded by Eric Taylor. Oh, a beautiful strike cut there from Paul Starkle. Yep. He and Hankey with a little bit of quick work. Starkle maybe looking for some free yardage there on the bump, but honestly, you'd probably rather keep the momentum going instead of the stoppage. Radak bouncing it out wide to Swiatek. He's got it 10 yards out. Radak going backwards a little bit. Marshalling this line now. Hasn't gotten on the stat sheet yet this game with a goal or an assist, but he's doing a lot of work this point. Really keeping the offense moving. Bloodworth being real physical with him. Oh, Valsaraj is able to find Swiatek.
Yep.
Swiatek sneaking free in the back of the end zone there for the goal. Valsaraj with the assist. Austin with the hold.
That may have been Radak's best point of the game. He was demanding the disc. He was not letting that Flyers defense control what he was doing, and I think that's what he's going to need to do here in the second half if the Soul want to find their way back into this game. He's their primary handler. He needs to be the guy that commands the disc, demands the disc, and controls their offense.
Yeah, it's, we're still relatively young as a sport, and I think finding new ways to quantify a player's impact on the game. We've talked a lot about Radak's lack of box score stats, your traditional box score stats, goals or assists, but the touches on that point, he was racking them up and making his presence felt. As we see, just unfortunately, Josh, you're getting a helping of salmon on this one.
I didn't want salmon. I said it 4 times, Mike. I said it 4 times. I'm tired of it. You're just not making the offense work the full field.
Well.
I was going to say I've been wrong before and I'll be wrong again, but it looks like we had a foul on the throw there.
Yeah, you see Carter not too upset with that call. I think he might have known deep down that he fouled Yannick a little bit on that one.
Almost another. It looked like he got a little piece of that one too.
It looked like a Madden glitch for that one to get through. I'm not sure how that happened. Gush Johannes and Yannick go to work here. Wow, is that Mark Henke again? He is just no regard for his body, just willing to throw it around and do what's necessary. He's gotten close a few times. You feel like he's due one.
I do like the intensity that the Soul have come out of this second half here with it, and it pays off.
A block for Henke. He's left his feet a few times, and he finally gets rewarded there.
Man, it feels a little bit different for the Soul in this second half. They're coming out kind of guns blazing, throwing their bodies around. They're running hard, and they've generated 2 turns early on this Flyers team.
Look, just a nasty bid there from Mitchell.
Yeah, they're going to stop play for that one. That was just a bit much.
I don't know why Faye is walking towards the middle of the field. He's just going to get 10 yards here. Probably a little disoriented after that contact. Not a great bid from Mitchell.
Seems like everybody's okay, though, and we're going to play on.
Thank goodness. Faye's a healthy boy. He doesn't skip breakfast. As we see him knife one up the line. And there it is for Austin. Finally getting their break. Faye finding Armour up the line. Apparently the 5th time is the charm, Josh. They finally get their break that they've been looking for.
They needed it, and they needed it bad. It had to happen. It was going to happen. They had been close too many times, finally able to punch one in.
That is – I don't like being critical of our hometown team, Josh. That is a disastrous point for the Flyers.
Yes.
They had the disc 20 yards out of the end zone for what felt like a full minute. Never finding yardage. That's a zone where they're typically great in. You saw they were 9 for 9, I believe, in the first half in the red zone. And just Trevor Lynch with his 3rd turnover of the game, forcing that strike cut throw to Yunks when he wasn't open. You just got to be more patient than that. Deserved to be broken, to be quite honest. Is this pull going to stay in?
It is.
Unlucky from our referee. You know what? They're paid to officiate. They're not here for the catches and throws.
I don't know, man. That kind of looked like an easy one. Should have had it.
What I need from them is a little more hustle in getting this disc in because, again, my over is getting cooked from this 25 seconds running off the clock. Yannick goes out wide to Fisher. Fisher, he's got Davis.
So open.
Oh, nice bid there from number 7, Jake Reinhart. A little bit of contact on the fall through. I actually thought he took a pretty decent line at that one, but there was a little bit of contact. So we see Noah Saul is crossed over here. Eric Taylor is crossed over here. Flyers not messing around and letting this get away from them. They're going to right the ship here. So we see Lynch back on. Oh, and he makes it count this time. He bounces back. A little lefty backhand. Great throw there as he's able to find Saul Yannick for Yannick's 2nd goal of the game.
Yep, and the Flyers kind of able to stop that bleeding and get the offense rolling and punching in a hold to not really let that Saul get the break train going the way that they did last time these two teams faced each other.
Really wish the refs would stop the clock's bleeding. Again, my over is just getting obliterated at the moment. Anyways, great hold for the Flyers. That's how you bounce back. Don't let it become a snowball effect here. Get the ship righted early. As we see Flyers, looks like they're coordinating. Maybe a bit of a junk look. They're not even really looking at who Austin has on the field, which makes me feel like some sort of zone or junk look is coming here.
I think it'll be that thing we've been seeing with them. It's worked.
Oh, no. Okay.
I thought I was going to get salmon again. I was going to be a little frustrated, to be honest here, everybody. I don't mean to get frustrated, but there's certain things that I have an opinion on. That just happens to be one of them.
And we called it here, a little bit of a zone look from the Flyers, slowing this game down.
Oh, hello. Whoa! Oh, man.
What a ridiculously sick grab. That's just, I don't know if that's ever going to make a highlight reel, given the fact that it's just gonna end up in the middle of this point. But that is a gnarly grab. I think that was number 4, Reese Bowman.
Doing his best OBJ impersonation.
Hankey with the disc here. Looking towards the end zone. What's the call here?
Looking like a
pick probably. There was a lot of cuts coming to the same space.
Pick in the stack, I believe.
Yep. So it'll be back with Hankey. Happened a while ago. He and I think that was Switek were doing some quick movement. Hankey really committing to the around, but it pops up. McAllister tries to go up.
Just couldn't quite get the positioning on it.
Yep. Bowman sealing him out nicely there. Valsaraj up the line to Evans. I don't know if Radax touched the disc this point, Josh. Mataraju hounding him in the handler space there.
Nice switch from the Flyers there onto him, but that's going to leave the hammer open, and it's a caught for the sole goal by number 23, Kyle Hankey, getting on board there.
Yeah, great shot from Starkle there. Really nice hammer. Found Hankey. Flyers were doing a lot of switching there. It was good in junking up the initial movement, but a little miscommunication allows Hankey to break free. And whether he's throwing them or catching them, it seems the only way Hankey ends up in the box score, Josh, is via hammer right now.
Mataraju got kind of lost off of a nice cut from Radak, forcing the switch, and they took advantage of it by hitting that over-the-top hammer to a wide-open Hankey.
All right, so the Austin D-line getting back out here. See if they can get another break. Pulled one back already this half. They've got a little bit more work to do if they're going to get back in this game. As we see a hanging pulled there. Not a lot of depth on it, though. Yannick with the disc. Pushing Carter off him a little bit. That doesn't feel legal, but he got away with it. Fairfax bouncing it to Yannick. Yannick around to Lynch. Just fronting Yunks downfield was Armour, and Lynch is able to punish it. He's bounced back really nicely. 2 points ago, he had the turnover.
Oh.
All right, Anders. Get on up then, young man. That's some serious bounce for him to get that dunk. But the point I was making before, Trevor Lynch had the throwaway that led to their first break of the game. He has since responded with 2 assists on the last 2 points. You love to see the mental fortitude from him to be able to bounce back and keep his confidence going. And this is a great, great shot to to Youngst, who was being dared to go deep by Armour, and he obliges.
Yeah, that was not surprisingly athletic, but impressively athletic from Youngst there on the celebration. Things you love to see.
Putting on a show for the fans here. And we do, you can see it in the background of that camera shot there. We have a packed house here tonight in Durham. I mean, I'm looking out our window from the announcer's booth right now. We have almost the entire side of this stadium filled out right now. Great to see the Triangle community coming out to support Professional Ultimate. Love to see that support. Love to see good things coming the direction of this league. It's been fun to watch this team grow over the years in this community. Thinking there was an offsides on this pull, given that it landed in bounds, and we're walking up right now.
Yep.
Getting it at midfield. And here's Radak after going the whole entire last point without touching the disc. Taking the centering pass here, making sure he gets his hands involved. Oh,
what a find.
That is an absurd throw from Radak. Holy smokes. Oh, and Hankey with a little bit of sauce of his own, Josh.
Welcome to Flavortown. Woo!
Replicating the high release flick that we saw from Eric Taylor earlier, saying anything you can do, I can do better. Watch me do it myself here. As cool as you like it, so nonchalant. As we see Hankey, he caught the goal on the last point, throws it on this one, finds Switek there. Carolina better watch out. He's starting to get cooking a little bit.
You'll be hard-pressed to find two better throws back-to-back like that in any game.
Yep.
The cross-field knife flick with the inside high-release flick for the goal. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
What a show of skill.
Honestly, from our angle here, I don't know how that throw got off as Josh gets another helping of salmon. I don't know how Radak got that throw off. It looked like another Madden glitch.
Yeah.
It just snuck it under his defender's arm.
Under and then over and then right into the breadbasket.
All right, let's see what the double team's able to do here. They did make an adjustment on it. You see kind of in the bottom left of your screen. That's number 73, Gavin Babbitt. Taking away, in the first half, the Flyers were beating that double team with the big shot across to Fairfax. But Babbitt kind of sitting on that this time, making sure that doesn't happen. And, you know, the roller pole hasn't directly contributed to a turnover yet, but it has slowed down the pace of this Flyers offense on this point.
Sure.
But they've now got it. Just 15
nice double
yards
team.
out. Really good timing on that double team and on the sideline. As we see Junks with the disc here. He has to go around and backwards to Yannick. Yannick to Gushohannes. To Youngst. He's on the doorstep. Can he make it count? That stall was getting up there.
Man, that was about as close to 7 as you could get, but he is able to find Yannick for the goal.
I got to tell you, Josh, when we play club Frisbee and college Frisbee, we're in charge of counting our own stall count. We play to 10. I think I count to 10 faster than that. Got to 7
They
there.
do always say it's a 10-second stall in 6 seconds, I believe.
Yeah. But great find from Youngs there to stay composed. He's able to hit Yannick with the cheeky little lefty backhand. And Youngs is just blowing up the stat sheet right now, Josh. He's sitting at 4 assists and 3 goals with no turnovers, just having an incredible game. And, again, his first game back since May 7th, coming back from a little bit of a knee injury. Glad to have him back just in time for the playoff push for the Flyers as they seek to defend their 2021 championship.
Yep. Being responsible for 7 of your team's 16 points in one way or another is just wonderful.
You see the Soul bringing it in on the sideline. Big around.
Oh!
And that is just a stone-cold doink from number 32, Paul Starkel. Just brutal for the Soul. Valsaraj trying to get it back. Andrew Lee doing a lot of quick work here, going every other for the Flyers. As we see him strike up the line there, nice around from McAllister. There was a timeout called before that. Mike Denarda seeing the opportunity to pull back the break that they gave away earlier this quarter. Big moment here for the Flyers if they can get their lead back up to 5. They've got it 17 yards, let's call it, from the end zone.
These teams have been kind of going back and forth, exchanging holds throughout this half. We did get a break from the Soul, but this would be a way, like you said, Mike, to get it back and kind of extend their lead to 5 with just about 14 and a half minutes to go in the game.
And that's a brutal drop for Austin. Obviously, you know, we're stating the obvious when we say that. Every drop is brutal, right? That's a bad announcer moment on my part there. But turnovers happen in Ultimate. Nobody stays perfect all game. You would just like to see your opponent force you into it, right? You would like to see your opponent take the disc from you, be excellent on defense, make them earn it, make them take it from you. Austin's giving too many gifts tonight. There's at least the third just stone cold drop, unmarked, undefended drop that I can remember.
Yes.
And the margins are too thin in the playoffs. You can't do it. You can't do it at this level.
It's the argument of the forced versus unforced errors. If you can't really get upset when the team is generating turns and making good plays, but if you're out there and you're just not executing at a level that you're used to executing to, I imagine it can be very frustrating for the soul.
And if you're a Flyer or a Flyer fan even, you might argue that, you know, that big blade across is a tough throw to catch. So is it an unforced turn? Maybe not by the clear-cut definition of it, as you see. I mean, we could let you guess at home who caught the goal. It's Anders Youngst just making his presence felt in his comeback. He gets the goal coming from the Alex Davis assist. As you see, the Flyers really loading up a red zone line here, bringing Elijah Long over, getting their smaller, quicker players into big spaces, and it pays off there. Youngst catches his fourth goal of the game.
Yeah, but back to what you were saying, Mike, it's the big blade. Yes, it's hard to catch, but it's a catch you expect these players to make, and it's probably a catch he expects himself to make as well. So right now, yes, the Flyers are playing good defense. They're forcing throws that maybe aren't 100%ers, but at the same time, if you're a Soul fan or a Soul player, you can't help but feel like you're beating yourself a little bit.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. So we see a roller pull from the Flyers here. It'll be interesting to see if they choose to double out of this or if they're just going to try and trap the sideline. No double team here. Just a really what we call wrapped mark from the Flyers here. Sitting on Evans' back hip is McCutcheon. And it forces a tricky throw off the line to Radak. Radak wanting to boost it to somebody, just didn't have the look, but visionary find there to hanky around. Bowman, he's got Swiatek.
Yeah.
Great throw. He threw that with intent. He was committed. He stepped, he threw, he put it on a line, and he puts it right into Swiatek's chest. That's a great throw from Reese Bowman.
If he hesitates even a second there, that's going to get D'd. He was on that hard sideline throwing in that same 5-yard window. You can see he puts a lot of spin on that disc, allowing it to kind of bend into Swiatek. And as we said off the start, I mean, Swiatek is involved in a lot of goals.
He sure is. He sure is. Folks at home, I want to give you a quick update from the DC Breeze New York Empire game in the East. I'm sure some of you are waiting to watch it live. It's on tape delay on FS2 later tonight. So I'm going to announce that score here in 3, 2, 1. At halftime, the Empire are up 10-7 over the Breeze. Come back to this game now. Hopefully you've turned your volume back up if you were trying to mute that. We've got just under 2 minutes left in the quarter here. The Flyers are up 17-13. This game's picked up its pace a little bit here, Josh.
It
the
sure
offenses
has.
are humming a little bit. In case anybody has missed it, I have the over in this game, so I love to see it.
I rode with you, sir. We are at 5 goals apiece this quarter here. With 90 seconds to go, the Flyers are swinging the disc, looking to make some advances upfield as they do.
Skying grab on the under from Fairfax. He's got Mitchell. Oh, and a miscommunication has left Henry Fisher wide open, and Yannick is able to find him, but he floats it. Fisher, the big fish, is able. That big fish was swimming upstream on that one, Josh. That was a huge grab from Henry Fisher.
He sure was.
Yannick, heaven forbid he make it easy on his teammate. But you know what they say, Josh. A highlight catch never came from a perfect throw. He was just setting his teammate up for the big grab there. What a grab from Henry Fisher.
Great play there from Henry Fisher to remain composed, find his positioning, and high point the disc between 2 defenders that are coming in on him. When you're in that position and you are stagnant and you know that there are 2 athletes coming at you, it can be intimidating for some players. Not Henry Fisher. He made a nice play.
And he celebrates by throwing a disc into our massive crowd here. You get a glimpse of it there. Hundreds of fans coming out to see an exciting game of Ultimate here in Durham, North Carolina.
You know what he wrote on that disc, Mike?
What is that, Josh?
Corn dogs, Mike. Corn dogs for all these people here. Gave him a Frisbee with it.
We see Evans unmarked. He puts one out into space for Bowman. There is a lot of help from the Flyers. Oh, Bowman! takes the elevator to the top floor with a no-look lefty scoober. Mr. Bowman put on a show for the fans. My goodness, what a grab. Oh, my gosh. Reese Bowman, what a play.
Pardon me while I pick my jaw up off the floor here in front of us. What a grab, and we get a second look at it. He is triple covered. Yeah! Just snags it, eyes the line, and then now let's take a look at what finishes it off. No look, lefty scoober. Woo! What a play.
Look how aggressive he was in going to get that disc. Just attacked it with so much determination. He knew he was going to be the only one to come down with it. What a grab. And that might be the spark that the Soul needed to get themselves going. It's unfortunate it's coming with just 47 seconds left in the half. But if that doesn't motivate this D-line on the field right now to try and get a break before the end of the quarter, I don't know what will.
And this is another end of quarter situation that let's see if the Soul can finally win one. I would say the Flyers won the first two. Let's see if the Soul can snatch one back here.
Terrence Mitchell with the crossfield shot to Henry Fisher.
Oh!
And a humongous block from Kyle Henke. He is fired up as he should be. And now Austin has the disc with 25 seconds left. And they have called a timeout to get their O-line out on the field. What a huge play from Kyle Henke. You see him kind of fanning his nose a little bit. He knows his stuff stinks after that one, Josh. That was an incredible block.
We have had some exciting end of quarters. Incredible play from Kyle Henke. That was a waist high, full extension bid to catch a piece of the disc to get the turn with 24 seconds left in the third quarter, really carrying that momentum from the play from Reese Bowman just 20 seconds ago on the same end zone. My goodness. Electric is the only word I have for what's going on right now.
And this is massive for Austin, stating the obvious again here. But if they are able to convert here, narrow the gap to 3, having all the momentum in the world would be massive. Again, we talked about this with Radak, though, at the end of the half, right? At the end of the second quarter, where the worst thing that needs to happen here for Austin is no goal.
Correct.
If they even keep Raleigh from extending their lead back up to 5 going into the quarter, where Austin comes out on offense in the fourth quarter, the worst thing that can happen here is time expires.
Sure.
If you're Austin, right? For Raleigh, it's the exact opposite. Raleigh, the best thing that could happen here that you could reasonably expect is just stopping Austin from clawing back. These end of quarter situations are so interesting. Everybody has a different motivation or a different priority.
And we got to hope that's what Coach Najee was telling them is just, if we can't score, don't turn it.
Radak centers it to Evans. Now he's on his own goal line. They've got the full field to go. 22 seconds left now.
They have short stoppage here. Not sure why.
I believe there's a little bit of a clock error. I see head ref Jason Pierce communicating to the booth right now. Doesn't feel like it should be.
So
are we restarting?
It looks like they're going to pick back up from where the D happened on the 20. Just going to give it the old run it back. Let's try again.
That's got to be so frustrating for Austin. I mean, they'd gotten the disc advance.
Yeah,
They'd broken through this initial junk look. Well, they replicate their efforts.
Yep, there they go.
Quite literally the same way. Seth Weaver, real active up there, guarding the handler space. Henke's got. Oh,
nice
that's
grab.
I'm not
Good
sorry.
focus.
That's Bowman.
Oh,
Bowman
he's
has
so
Henke
open.
deep. Reese Bowman.
Wow.
And it's the two guys who sparked this run. Bowman with a visionary throw to Kyle Henke. I didn't know he was back there, Josh.
I didn't see him. I didn't see him at all. I saw that disc go up, and I immediately looked at the deep space, and there Kyle Henke is by himself in his own zip code. Don't know how he got, of all people, to get lost in the defense. And there it is. The Soul win the end of the quarter. There's 4 seconds left.
Yeah,
there's
not
4
won
seconds
yet.
left. But that is huge for them to get another break, pull it to within 3, and momentum. We've talked about it before. It's a big thing. Momentum is huge, and I would say momentum advantage Seoul right now.
You know who has won the end of this quarter, Josh? Us overs betters. That is
Yes.
a great
Yes.
goal. We needed it. We needed it. We're at 33 now, trending real nicely. We love to see it.
We play for the second half, Mike Ball. We play for the second half.
Gushohannes to Taylor. He's going to be able to get one to the end zone. He hangs
It's
it up
up.
there.
Henry Fisher is there.
So is Fairfax.
And it falls harmlessly to the ground.
I don't know who to credit that block to. That's just good team defense from Austin. Everybody getting in there. You see, not everybody's looking to jump, right? You see a couple people boxing out Fisher. See somebody boxing out Fairfax in there.
And it just looks like the Seoul were all over it. There were 3 hands in there on that disc.
Yep.
All right.
My goodness, Josh, my chest is pounding. What an end of quarter. We are really getting some crazy end of quarters.
Yes,
This is
we
good
are.
stuff. This is what the people came to see. We're going to take a quick break, send you to commercial real quick. Stay tuned, folks. Come back and watch an exciting fourth quarter with us here in Durham, North Carolina. Welcome back to Durham, North Carolina, here at Durham County Memorial Stadium, where the Carolina Flyers are hosting the Austin Seoul in the South Division playoff final. I am Mike Ball, joined by Josh Verdure. We are composing ourselves from a crazy end of the third quarter, getting fired up for this fourth quarter. Austin closing the half on a 2-goal run to tighten it from 5-3, and now starting on offense with a chance to close this deficit even further down to just 2. Here we go.
Absolutely massive for them to do that, to come out on offense. They need a hold here. They got to get this to within 2 and start to push some pressure on the Flyers. And if you're the Flyers, you are trying to generate a break early. Get that lead back up, get another break back, and keep it rolling.
Radak again being forced to go backwards with his throws and sideways instead of downfield. He's got space here, though. He has Valsaraj running, chooses not to put it to him.
Yeah, he saw D-Rich in the D space there and made a wise decision, I think.
Radak, big gainer to Hankey. Hankey now with just 9 yards to go. Hankey, old faithful here with the hammer. Hammer and Hankey strikes once again. All this man does is throw hammers for assists. Another dart to Swiatek for the hold.
Swiatek kind of looked like a center fielder playing some baseball, tracking down a pop fly on that one. Dude had all the space in the world, and look at him just tracking it, and it's secured. Nice throw from Hankey. He's fallen in love with that hammer a little bit, but great start to the fourth for the Seoul. Now on a 3-0 run to get this back to within 2.
And Josh, we've been glowing about Youngs for the Flyers. Evan Swiatek also having a remarkable game. That was his 5th goal to go along with 2 assists.
Yep.
And no turnovers. He's been the best player on that Seoul
I agree.
O-line, doing a lot of the work for them as some of their other players feel their way into the game. He's going to be crucial for them down the stretch.
And like we said at the beginning of the game, he's one of those guys that they count on. He is a do-it-all guy for them on offense. They expect him to do great things, and he has delivered with a great performance so far through the first 3 quarters and beginning of the fourth.
Flyers getting it moving. Jacob Fairfax with the disc. Yannick just creating crazy separation on that reset with just one jab. Lynch throws it. There was a foul on the throw. It did look like it.
It looked like he got hit right on the forearm there, and it caused that throw to.
Yep, I think Wiley would have given it as an integrity. He'd already started walking off the yardage. Lynch, he's leading the Flyers right now with 3 turnovers, but he's bounced back after him with some assists. He's got to stay locked in, stay confident in this game. We see Yannick doing what he does. Taking the contact, swinging it over to Gushohannes.
Let the boys play.
You know, that's something I think the league should be exploring. I haven't seen it called at least, but an advantage call, similar to in soccer. If the team is still in motion on their attack when a foul occurs, the referees wait to assign the foul. Oh my gosh.
My goodness.
Fairfax just absolutely broke Jake Reinhardt's ankles. I'm not sure if that was in frame because I was watching the live play, but Jacob Fairfax just snatched a set of ankles on that cut. That was ridiculous.
They need to put a tombstone somewhere around the 25-yard line for that man's ankles because they are gone. It's unfortunately out of frame on that shot, but the reason he had 20 yards of separation was because of that little shimmy he hit. My word, that was nasty.
Yeah, filthy stuff there from Fairfax. Really good stuff. He's been solid for the Flyers tonight. Not really padding the goals and assists, but perfect on his throws, racking up some big yardage, and he's been one of those players too that several high stall situations, it seems like he's the one getting open to provide the release valve for the Flyers offense. Really strong game from him. Veteran on the team, leading by example out here. Seems both teams have gone away from the roller pull, Josh. I hope I didn't just speak it into existence, but Will Coffin has been throwing some monstrous pulls.
I will throw a fit if I see another one.
You see these big looping swings. The Flyers do an excellent job pressuring the easy reset, forcing the big one. Hankey's able to find Evans. Evans is going to continue it up the line to Bowman. Bowman, he's hunting. Oh, and just a stone cold doink, just the pancake. All the crazy catches he's made, and that's the one that he drops. I can't believe it.
Oh, that is the classic when your hands don't quite line up perfectly.
Oh, jeez.
And you flip the disc and just clap it right out of your own hands. Just unlucky.
I don't think we were out of the replay yet, but Starkel just absolutely crushed Andrew Lee. And I think the officials are deciding if they're going to give a card on this or not. That was a crushing hit.
It was. Let's see here.
Yeah, I think they're giving, I don't know the exact terminology, and that's on me, folks, but it's the equivalent of like a flagrant foul. It's 20 yards instead of 10. Apologize for my lack of knowledge on that one, but and it looks like a card was given as well. You see the officials writing it down in their book.
You had a lot of unnecessary contact there. I understand trying to get the disc back for your team, but.
Oh, and we see McCutcheon makes a great cut for the deep look, but gets looked off. Noah Saul finding Coffin. Coffin back to Saul. Timeout called. Coach DeNardis, little bit early, but I think sensing the value of this opportunity here. It'll be curious to see if he wishes he had a timeout later in this quarter. But I actually like the aggression. We saw both teams sit on their timeouts almost too long in the first half. Going ahead and understanding you don't know how many more chances you're going to have. Let's see if you can take advantage of this one. Get that O-line out there.
And now this is an opportunity to where it could be a 2-point swing, right? Like, they, truth be told, it should be 19-17 right now. That should have been a catch in the end zone. So this is an opportunity for the Flyers to, instead of it being 19-17, to go to 20-16, to expand to a 4-point lead. So I think Coach Nardis, like you said, sensed that, realized this is an opportunity to go up 4 with somewhere around 7.5, 8 minutes left, given how these points have gone.
Now, the worst case scenario here is their O-line turns it over. It becomes a 2-point game again, but now the O-line's having to get right back out there to try and get a hold. That is the game you play. That's the accepted risk on a timeout like this.
Correct.
But you can't make decisions based on your O-line getting broken.
Right.
You make decisions based on your O-line scoring. That's what they do. That's what they're good at. You see Kyle Hankey out there on defense. For Austin, Switek's out there as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a hybrid line.
Crossing over a couple of their key guys, wanting to make sure they do everything they can to get this disc back. Yannick,
nice find.
Visionary to Trevor Lynch on this near sideline. Nothing really opening up for Lynch here. He has to go into some traffic, but it's Fairfax with the sure hands who bounces it to Yannick. Yannick happy to dink and dunk it with Gushohannes.
Stuck again on the sideline.
Oh, and Lynch is able to break through.
Nice.
Gushohannes finds Lynch. It was a little murky there for the Flyers for a second, but I think their chaos probably confused the defense just as much as themselves, and Gushohannes is able to find Lynch. Gushohannes with his 5th assist of the game.
And the Soul did a nice job there kind of clogging up that downfield space, making it hard for the Flyers. Little fishy, little risky, made it challenging, and that's really, when you don't get a D, that's all you can ask for. I thought that was a good point out of the timeout by both teams, but lo and behold, the Flyers do get the break and go up 4 and take advantage of that 2-point swing.
Yeah, absolutely, Josh. We're almost a third of the way through this fourth quarter. Carolina has extended their lead back up to 4 after it had been narrowed to 2. So you see Eric Taylor with the pull, big spinning pull. I'm going to be a romantic for a second here, Josh. One of the things that makes Ultimate so great is the flight of the disc and just the different ways it can be thrown and shaped and curved. And watching these big pulls under the Durham night lights is really cool to watch. It reminds you of what makes the sport so special and fun, is watching this disc float through the nighttime air. Just really cool stuff. Back to the action, though, as we see these big looping swings. Starkel with the hammer to Hankey. Hammer Hankey here.
Ooh, little contact there. Push pass. Hello. And I think that's what we're saying. Like, they stopped play right there, and that is so unfortunate for the Soul, because it allows the Flyers defense to get set in a crucial situation in the red zone with 7 minutes to go in a playoff game. You're just stopping the flow of offense, and that kind of sucks. They score, though. Swiatek on the receiving end. My man is married to the game and just loves the end zone. He's been all over the place.
The motor is absurd. I mean, the amount of ground he covers, right? I don't know how often he's even in folks' frame, because he's just running these gasser cuts. He's stretching the field, coming back under. I mean, that cut there, he cut almost the length of the end zone. He is so impressive. The motor is so impressive. Really special stuff from him to step up in this playoff game. He's got the bright lights on him, and he's putting on a performance. Good for him. As you see right there, look at the yardage, just incredible. He's chewing it up right now. Uh-oh, Josh.
It's back.
Oh, no.
It is back.
Oh, jeez.
And now, but I feel like this is a situation where it makes sense
more appropriate. We talked about it before.
The time is ticking. You need to shorten some of these points if you want a chance to get back in the game. So I understand it more now than I did earlier.
As we see Yannick just doing his best to ruin our over by milking time off the clock here. Look at it. He is in no rush. He knows the clock's ticking. You're killing me, Saul. Centers the disc to Youngst. Youngst had Mitchell. A lot of contact on that mark. Playing through it, though. Fairfax taking some contact there, playing through it. Youngst with power position. He chooses to holster, swing it out to Yannick.
Ooh, if that throw went through, he had it.
Just a wild bid from Fay there. Speculative at best, but no contact made.
The Flyers seem content just swinging it between their handlers, waiting for something to open up downfield, and look at them.
They don't give a damn about our over at all, Josh. And Yannick, casual as you like it, flipping it into Davis. You know, Davis gets a lot of love for his speed, and you see it shown off a lot in the full field, in the big spaces, in the open field. But where it's maybe most dangerous is in this end zone set. You've got 53 yards of width for him to just beat his defender in.
Right.
As you saw there, just a straight line beat his defender to the near sideline.
Yep, just looked at him, said, I am faster than you, and I am going to beat you to this space, and just no chance to keep up with him.
Yep, started from the middle of the field, straight line, beat him to it. We're under the halfway point here, Josh. Flyers are up 4, built their lead back up to 4, and are maintaining it now. We see the pull go up here from Coffin. And we haven't seen, you know, other than the Bowman drop there, haven't seen a lot of deep game from Austin in this one. We talked about that in the first half. They only had the one huck. they're going to have to start getting a little more aggressive if they're going to come back here. I mean, they've got to score quickly on these 0 points.
And that's where this junk look from the Flyers, I think it's really taken that away. It's hard to get that up when you're throwing 3 guys in front of you.
Radak with his best chance at getting on the stat sheet, and he does it. Josh, I'll let you guess who scored it.
I'm going to close my eyes. I'm going to point my finger at our stat sheets, and it's going to be Evan Swiatek on the receiving end yet again. Have a game. And Radak finally gets on the stat sheet. He has asserted himself a lot more in this second half than he did in the first half, but finally getting on the stat sheet now, still having an impact on this game.
Yeah, crazy that their season leader in assists needed 42 minutes and 37 seconds to throw an assist in this one. Shocking. Shocking.
And that did appear to be Coach DeNardis' game plan. We've mentioned it a few times now. It's like, don't let him get hot. Everybody else is going to have to beat us, but we're not going to let him dice us up like we're Swiss cheese. And, well, I don't know what that was.
I mean, they're really shortening it here. I mean, we're in the red zone already. Are they even going to double? Looks like they're not even doubling. They're just looking to shorten the point. Look how casual the Flyers are. Now, Josh, to check in on our over. We need 3 goals in 5 minutes and 23 seconds. If we don't get this, it would be one of the worst beats of my gambling career. That's got to be. Yeah. That's reminiscent of Terrence Mitchell's getting point blocked at the end of the game in Austin. With the backhand, the backhand of the flick side is a controversial throw in Ultimate. There's a lot of purists who hate it. And you see the danger of it there. I mean, you are exposing the disc to your defender. Youngst, unable to get free.
Nice defense from
Wiley.
Yeah.
It feels weird to say that Youngst couldn't get free in the end zone set. I don't like it, Josh. I don't like it. Feels like watching mom and dad fight for the first time.
It just kind of makes you uncomfortable. You don't know what to do with your hands.
The Flyers, just the loathing for our over right now. This is going to make me lose my mind.
I really don't like that you put it out into the universe the way that you did.
I don't buy into that.
I do.
I mean, if they choose to hold the disc for 5 minutes.
It would be impressive nonetheless.
I will have words for the Flyers if they do this to me. This is crazy. We're already at 3:45. Yannick taking his time to tap this disc in. Call him in. Call him in. Call him in. Yep, they're calling him in.
And he's in. Youngst on the receiving end again for the Flyers. Just inching closer to putting the nail in the coffin. They're up 4 with 4 minutes to go. It's not done. But each hold makes it just a little bit harder for this Seoul team to generate offense through their defense.
Yeah. 3:34. They're going to have to score quickly here.
Young's really having a welcome back to the Flyers game. Almost 300 total yards, and he's responsible for 9 of their 22. Can't do that math off my head, but it's pretty close to like 46%, I'd say. So he has just been the guy for them on offense, just commanding and demanding everything he can.
Huge hanging pole once again. Radak with the disc. Gaining big yardage here. They've got to go. They've got to go. If they're going to come back here, they've got to get this goal up quickly. Valsaraj had steps.
Oh, and just throw away.
A straight up turf. Oh, and D-Rich. Just an awkward fall. Looked like the turf monster got him. Hope he's okay. He's limping a bit. You see Noah Saul come in the game here. Hope David Richardson is okay. He'll be crucial for the Flyers going forward. got a big old smile on his face. I think he's doing all right.
I'm wondering if he just caught a big cramp right in the calf there and just got taken out by the turf monster.
Eric Taylor puts up the big inside-out flick. It's hanging for Tim McAllister. They're fighting for position. Great block from Wiley. Wiley is having a great game.
And this is where the Soul, they have to go. They have to get aggressive. They have to take chances. They've got 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to make something crazy happen. But every swing, every yard not gained is more time off the clock. They have to take chances. This is your season.
Hankey floating one out there. What a shot.
My goodness.
What a shot to Bowman. Great throw from Hankey. Great grab from Bowman.
That's like the third or fourth cross-field flick that's traveled 52 yards across the field and like 18 yards up the field that we've seen from the Soul tonight. They must be practicing that or something, because that is not an easy throw to execute.
All right. So, 2:23 left, Josh.
Yep.
We are at 41 goals.
Yep. That's my analysis. We know what we need. To remind the people at home, I took the over of 41.5 and Carolina -2. Say it with me, everybody. Yep. You know what we need here for my fellow gamblers, and so the Soul just threw it 3 yards. 3 yards out of the end zone. And I understand it. This is where it makes sense to do this.
Sure.
Shorten the field. But I wouldn't be surprised if we have, who is that out at midfield that could back this all the way up right now? What a call from me.
Fairfax.
They have backed this up and can now possess the disc for as long as they need and have created all of the space necessary.
And you know what? The Flyers have their milk it line out here right now. They've got Elijah Long out here. This is their small ball line. They have no intentions of scoring this goal. We are in trouble, Josh. Oh, they're not even trying to go forward. Oh, this is disaster. We need a turnover here for Austin. As you can see, folks, we've given up on.
That's an advance. That's not.
Oh, he's even milking it backward. They're milking it backward. This is horrible. This is horrible.
Oh, no. That.
If I had to guess, it's a cramp where he's grabbing. I certainly hope it's a cramp. Let me phrase it like that.
Yeah, you don't need to go Tony Romo on us when he called Dak Prescott's injury. But he is walking off under his own power. We've got 80 seconds left. And just to give the people an update on David Richardson, he was just doing a little bit of side shuffling and sprinting and stretching on the sideline. So he does appear to be okay. Let's see if the Flyers try to score or if they're content milking this out for 80 seconds and walking home with a win. And they have successfully gone about 47 yards backwards currently.
Yeah, if Austin – oh, we have a turnover!
And there it is. We have a chance.
We have a turnover, Josh. There is hope. And a quick timeout call from Coach Stephen Nagy.
And that's the dangers of trying to milk it, right? You start to play tentative.
You know, you play with fire, Josh. Sometimes you get burnt.
Yep.
All right, we have life. We have life, folks.
I don't love the idea of trying to milk out the clock. And I understand that it's playoffs and you need to do it to secure a victory, but I think I'm a believer in playing your game. Play your offense.
You know, all jokes aside, you know, we love to have fun with the gambling stuff here. I don't understand. The other team can't score 2 goals at a time.
Right.
So if the goal is there, just score it.
Right.
I don't understand why you milk the clock. Just take the goal.
If there's 45 seconds left, sure, but they started with 3.5 minutes. I mean, that's just a lot of time to do that, and I just think it forces and reinforces some bad habits from time to time.
Sure.
And I like when teams just play their stuff. Run your offense. If that means you run up the score, like this is professionals. This is what you do. If you're going to get beat, you get beat.
Yeah. All right. Well,
we've got 68 seconds.
I'm sure our Austin fans watching at home could care less about our gambling and are more so seeing if their team can pull off a miracle. Yeah. You got to start with one.
Takes one, and then we get rolling. They need to get this break, and they need to do it fast. So let's see if they take a chance, take a shot.
Evans with the disc here. He's got Val Siraj.
Yep. They got to move. Time to go. Nice grab.
Sketchy there. Evans with the big shot across to Radak. You know, he's not afraid to put it.
And he does.
He rips it. It's Bowman versus Taylor.
Nice D.
Taylor with the incredible block.
With that block there, an incredible block from Taylor, punching it out the back of the end zone. There's 45 seconds left on the clock. That will probably do it for the game. A well-fought game from both teams. They're trapped here. Maybe we get something crazy.
They're calling a foul there. I get it from the Austin players, their frustration, where Taylor full-on pivoted into them.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, he was seeking that foul.
I think he initiated that contact. That was not on them. He pivoted through their double team.
I think this is going to do it, Josh.
Yep.
This is crazy.
Just a couple throws to go, and that will secure the win for the Fly.
Oh, we have a turn.
Oh, we have a turn. And then a break from the Soul with 25 seconds to go. Number 32, Paul Starkle on the receiving end. My goodness, what a turn of events. It is not over yet, folks, but what is over is the over-under of 41.5. We've got just under 30 seconds to go. If you're the Soul, what you're going to do here is you're going to put this disc 1 yard in front of your end zone, and you're going to force the Flyers to come all the way down the field. You're going to double them on the sideline, and you're going to pray that you can make a miracle happen. Do you believe in miracles, Mike? I do. This one is a stretch, but it would be a miracle nonetheless.
Look, it would be astounding.
Yeah.
Really astounding.
Yep.
But this is what happens when you mess around. You invite this.
Yes.
Right? Like, you invite this craziness to happen. And honestly, imagine if they'd scored the first one.
Right.
There would be more time for this miracle to happen.
So like I said, beautiful call. They are 1 yard out. They're going to trap this, and they didn't do it.
The mega dump. I think that's all she wrote, Josh.
That is all she wrote. I was surprised to not see the double team there to try to avoid the mega dump. But, I mean, standing 50 yards away from where the disc is pulled in, you're going to need one more throw. That is going to do it.
So, you know, we got a little caught up in the over there, but let's put a bow on this game a little bit here, Josh. The Raleigh Flyers largely look really convincing in this game.
Yeah.
We're never really rattled, never really taken out of their comfort zone. An impressive performance from them. For Austin, a spirited showing. I think
they fought.
I think this might be their first playoff game. For sure, their first time in the South Division final.
Yeah.
For sure, their first time in the South Division final. And they did themselves proud. They did their fans proud. People at home should be enjoying what they saw from their Austin Soul. There's a lot to build on here. I think that they're going to watch this game back and be really frustrated with some of their missed opportunities.
Sure.
But a 2-point loss to the defending league champs on the road is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, they had every opportunity to fold during this game. They're down 5 halfway through the third. They could have stopped there, but they fought tooth and nail to the very end of this game, forcing a turn and even punching one in there at the end. They fought all the way to the end, and it is a spirited effort from them, but the Flyers do secure the victory and advance in this playoffs and keep their defense of the title from last year alive. Taking a look at some post-game stats here, Mike, what kind of jumps out to you off this?
Yeah, so I think the big one that is going to stick out to us there is the break chances, right? Austin going 3 for 8 while Raleigh went 5 for 8. Just Raleigh's slightly better about taking advantage of those opportunities. I think the Hucks picked up really nicely for Austin in the second half. I'm wondering if they'll watch this back and wish they'd started being a little more aggressive a little earlier. I mean, hell, one of those Hucks was the cold drop from Bowman back there.
Should have been 6 of 7.
Could have very easily been 6 of 7. So I think those stats balanced out a lot more in the second half. I think, Austin did win the second half. They
did.
They played a great second half there as you see the Flyers taking a team picture. They're heading to Madison for championship weekend. Much deserved. They've been the best team in the division. Throwing the horns down a little bit. Kick them while they're down, why don't you? Rubbing a little salt in the wound, but you know, sports trash talk is all in good fun. And you know, to the winners go the spoils. If you didn't want to see it, if you're an Austin fan or player, if you didn't want to see the horns down, win the game.
Yeah. Well, Mike, it was a great season with you here.
Yep.
Again in Durham, and we are going to continue to root on these Flyers as they progress through the playoffs, man. I enjoyed every minute of it. It's
been a lot of fun. We appreciate everybody at home for tuning in. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Support your local AUDL teams. Follow along to the AUDL's coverage of the playoffs. That's going to do it for us here. I'm Mike Ball on behalf of Josh Verdure, signing off. Flyers 22.
Welcome to New York, where the undefeated Empire have dominated their overmatched opponents all season long. But the DC Breeze arrive after a convincing playoff win over Philadelphia, and they're determined to give the Empire their toughest test yet. This is the AUDL East Division title game, with a coveted berth to championship weekend hanging in the balance.
Beautiful night for Ultimate here in New York, and significant stakes as the Breeze and Empire clash in an East Division final for the first time ever. DC and New York met in the first round of the playoffs 4 years ago, but tonight a spot at championship weekend is on the line. Austin and Carolina battling in the south, Colorado and Salt Lake later tonight in the west. Chicago and Minnesota meet tomorrow to decide the Central. But right now, it's DC and New York for a spot in next week's festivities in Madison. Good evening, everybody. With Brian Jones, I am Evan Lepler. Brian, the New York Empire undefeated for the second time in their last 3 seasons. Obviously, you coached them in 2019. But this season was different for the Empire. They were thoroughly more dominant than 3 years ago. What stands out most to you?
This team is so hungry. They have a lot of depth, a lot more depth than what was there in 2019, and they're playing at such a high level. They are ready to crush teams. This is going to be a difficult team for them to crush, so it's going to be a different challenge tonight against DC.
Well, this DC Breeze team beat Philly pretty comfortably last week, particularly over the final 3 quarters, and Rowan McDonald and the Breeze kind of walk in here with a quiet confidence about them. They expect to pull off the upset tonight. What's it going to take?
Well, they have a lot of confidence in their offense, partially due to Rowan McDonald, partially due to Johnny Malks and all of their quick movement. So that's game plan A for them in the offense. Defensively, they're ripping out the kitchen sink, they're ripping out the refrigerators, they're throwing everything they've got at New York in this game.
Rowan McDonald had 4 throwaways last week, but after the game he said the only stat that matters is the W, and they got the W by 5 over Philadelphia. So Rowan tries to take his career to a new level and get to the Final Four. Meanwhile, Ryan Oscar has been at the peak of the sport for such a long time. The likely 2022 AUDL MVP has been dynamic in so many ways for New York.
For a person that takes so many risks with a disc, has such pretty hucks, for him to have a 97% completion percentage is incredible. It shows the strength of him, shows the strength of his team. He has big targets downfield. We're going to expect him tonight.
Nearly 3,000 throwing yards, over 3,000 receiving yards, a dynamic receiver, a special thrower, one of the many superstars on this New York team that has unfinished business after a year ago. Their loss in the final, that has driven them all season long. But look, this DC team also ended last year with a loss at the hands of the Flyers. And Ben Yott celebrating his 30th birthday. Jeff Babbitt and all the Empire stars are ready to shine under the bright lights. It's the Breeze and the Empire. Winner to Madison. Opening pull coming up. Got to make sure the eye black is looking sharp and all ready to go. Let's look at our keys to the game numerically first for the DC Breeze, Brian.
Yeah, they have to have 12 or fewer turnovers in this game, we think, for them to have a shot at beating the Empire. And then on their break chances, they've got to go 3 for 4 or better, 75% on those break chances. It's going to be hard to produce those turnovers and get those chances, so the D-line has to convert.
We know the Breeze coaching staff, led by Darryl Stanley, will have some curveballs to throw at this New York Empire offense that has been so efficient all year long. So we talk about keys for New York. The first one, you don't necessarily have to swing at every curveball.
And this is what they're really good at. The handling core of Solomon Rushmeyer-Bailey, Elliot Chartok, and Jack Williams, they can work through stuff if it doesn't look right. They've been doing it all season long. They've been steady, so they don't have to go ahead and take that risky shot. And then Jack Williams, when the chips are down, there's no better player in the world than playoff Jack. So we'll have to see if he breaks it out tonight.
DC is going to begin this game on defense. And it's interesting, Ben Yott celebrating his 30th birthday today. He's played primarily D-line this year, but he's getting the start on offense as we are underway from Focina Field. Solomon Rushmeyer-Bailey centering the disc to Elliot Chartok, who's picked up by David Bloodgood. Finds Jack Williams in the middle of the field. To check some of the defensive matchups, Jeremy Hess is on Jack Williams. It's Bloodgood on Chartok.
Bloodgood really known for just being disciplined. He's kind of the defensive intelligence leader and strategy, and you can kind of expect him. He's not the biggest athlete on the team, but he's going to do a good job of following instructions and playing with discipline.
New York has scored on better than 80% of their offensive possessions this year.
And they're taking their time. Right now, DC is clear. We're not going to let you score deep. We're going to make you just work it over and over again. And they're playing aggressively on the handlers. Delrico Johnson on Solomon Rushmeyer-Bailey. Solomon Rushmeyer-Bailey leading the league in completion percentage for players over 100 attempts.
Ryan Oscar picked up by Jasper Tom on the game's first possession. What do you think about that matchup?
That's a big matchup there. Tom has been playing great defense, and Oscar's usually a cutter, and Tom usually a handler defender. And so DC feels like they have something there where they can push Oscar into the handler space and maybe win.
Curious where David Cranston would end up. He's on John Lithio right now downfield. Reese Bergeron's chasing Ben Yacht, although chasing's an exaggeration because he was standing still at the back of the stack. Now he comes for the under. Yacht has had enough of the dilly-dallying. His shot for Oscar is incomplete. And the Breeze have their first break chance on the opening point of the night after the Empire held the disc for about 100 seconds.
DC playing with incredible discipline in that point, knowing what they were trying to take away, a great plan A, and a great execution on this first point. Now can they score it? This is where they need to convert.
Nope. Jack Williams with a well-timed poach, intercepting the pass from Bloodgood, and Jack Williams has the bookends. Playoff Jack has arrived.
You can see Cranston hands on hips after that point. They know, this DC team knows they need to convert on those precious break chances. And they have a lot of confidence in this O-line. It's the D-line where they're going to have to figure out and build that confidence over the course of this game. They get exactly what they want, which is Yacht hucking to Oscar deep. You usually want the reverse, but after that, a quick turnover lets the Empire survive this first point. And it's like it feels like a matter of time before the Empire get rolling a little bit more. That first point, a really good one, but you kind of have to cash in when you get those opportunities.
Well, what a summer it's been for Jack Williams. Obviously has played in a lot of really big games over the course of his career. This is just another one. But he and Oscar and Yacht are exceptionally focused and hungry. Those are the words that their head coaches Charlie Hoppus and Anthony Nunez keep using. DC on offense for the first time.
And Yacht back playing defense to start things off, going both ways.
John Randolph, Callahan winner out of Brown University. He's on Rowan McDonald, former AUDL MVP.
This DC offense has the ability to get rolling downhill and get a lot of momentum going, and we'll see if they can do that against this staunch Empire defense.
Throwing through a tight window, but Whartonby connects with Monroe. What do you think about Marquez Brownlee on Johnny Malks, pushing him downfield?
I think that's what you want. You want Malks to be more of a cutter. He's so deadly in the handler space, and Marquez has that wingspan to do a great job on the mark. Meeser on Nissen is really interesting.
Why?
Normally, Meeser's going to take the top matchup with Rowan, but John Randolph's been that college teammate with Nissen, so I wonder if there's something there saying they think they can find something with Jabron in that matchup.
Knopf back for Monroe. Johnny Malks. It's kind of the main QB1 for this DCO line. Malks gets it right back. Not forcing it into the end zone. Right on the doorstep. Rowan, he thought he was in, and one official said he was. So McDonald punctuates the Breeze's first O point. Patience, the story of the early offense. DC unsuccessful on a break chance, but they convert on O, and we are even one apiece, just getting started here in New York. Benyat finally getting a point off after playing the first two, the first O point and the first D point for New York. And look, Ultimate has accelerated in its quality these past few years. Teams have become so much stingier with the disc, the level of play in the AUDL. I mean, we've been thinking about how this New York undefeated season compares with the Dallas undefeated season in 2016, and just the quality of play at the highest levels of the league is better. And you're seeing both teams be very cautious early in this game, Brian.
Both offenses are deadly, and they know how to walk it in. They know how to be patient, and you can see why DC has so much confidence coming into this game. Their offense can perform at an incredibly high level.
David Cranston is on Ryan Oscar. AJ Merriman's on Jeff Babbitt. What a season Babbitt's had, playing primarily on offense. Now, you pulled Jeff over for the 2019 championship game to the O-line. That was kind of a sudden move.
He's a great security blanket. I mean, there's just nobody that can be that strong to the disc all the time.
But he's still been thought of through most of his career as an elite top-level defender, which he is. And maybe his throws and offensive abilities have been underrated. Throwing it for Lithio. He lands a step shy of the end zone. Lithio for Charles Weinberg. And one of the under-the-radar key additions for New York this year gets on the board and puts New York back in front.
A better offensive point for this New York Empire team. After the first one, they really had to be super patient. This one, a little bit more flow, just in a better rhythm, being able to dissect this defense, and everybody's still kind of playing this out in the opening matchups, seeing what's going to work. We saw Tom on Oscar to begin with. We saw Cranston on Oscar on the second point. This is a game about slight things at the margin, getting the right matchup, getting the behavior you want out of the other team, and it's only going to work for so long. Both of these teams, you can tell when you watch them on the sidelines, the players are constantly talking on the offensive lines. What do we need to do better? How can we create better space? How can we attack this better? Expect both offensive lines to get into a rhythm at some point tonight.
It is a truly wonderful evening for Ultimate north of New York City in New Rochelle. Nissen centers to Knopf, who delivers forehand for Johnny Mulks. Matt Stevens is on the mark. Monroe to Jeff Wodach. Christian Boxley.
Boxley's had a great season. He's been this player that's been breaking out for several years, but there's a lot more trust in him in the handler space this season.
Knopf to McDonald. Stall count rising, and he throws it to space, and Christian Boxley saw it coming.
This is so tough as a defense, and this is what makes Rowan McDonald special. He's so used to playing this New York team. He's so used to the poaches. You can see the way he rapidly gets through progressions. It's just, is this open? Not there, not there. Okay, let me throw it out to space. And the defense here for New York thinks they have him unlocked, but just a leading throw to Boxley, who's so quick in the end zone.
And Boxley's defender, Ryan Holmes, did not expect this throw to go where it did.
That's because all the space opened up after several decisive cuts. That's great unselfish cutting in the end zone by DC. You get a lot of rapid, really hard cuts in succession. All of a sudden the space clears up, and the defender who thinks they're good no longer is in a great position, and it just looks like an easy score.
DC Breeze had just 8 turnovers last week against Philly. That's the same number of turnovers that New York had in the season opener at DC, which was the season low for the Empire. In fact, it was the lowest turnover total in Empire franchise history. The third time ever that they had just 8 turns in a game. And one of those times, Brian, you remember well, the 2019 championship game against Dallas, when your Empire only had 8 turns in a game that was just a brilliant performance from so many of your championship team.
Yeah, we had to have a great game against that great Dallas team who had awesome defense. Tom, this is such a fun matchup versus Oscar. He's getting Oscar to hesitate a little bit, but Oscar has a size advantage and a really good quickness, so you can see these leading passes. The team is getting comfortable to start throwing.
Bergeron was running stride for stride with Weinberg. One personnel change we should discuss. DC adding Alan Kolick onto their team, and Kolick gets beat to the open side after a quick poach. Solomon Ruschmeyer-Bailey has the score. Alan Kolick gives a different wrinkle and has had so many great moments for DC through the years. Be interested to see if he can make a mark on this game by the end of the night. Timeout midway through the first. The offense is in control. Cool, calm, collected. 3-2 Empire. The DC Breeze 10-2 in the regular season. They lost to New York by 3 on opening night, and then by 4 about 5 weeks later. Darryl Stanley, the intrepid leader of this Breeze team, as he has been since 2017.
Both of these teams are playing excellent defense to start out. It just hasn't come yet because these offenses are so great. And you usually say in this game, great offense, great beats great defense.
There's a first DC hiccup. Wodach's throw sails on his intended target. And the Empire break immediately. Cats to Randolph. That was too easy for New York.
Not what you want from DC, and this is an unforced error. As much as you want to give credit to the power of this defensive line, that's one that DC really wants back. And Wodach looking out to the side, wide open off of a poach, and just floats it too high. And from there, John Randolph seizes the moment. And he's big on celebrating. You can see how excited he gets. He knows how important it is. This is an emotional game. This is about energy. You can't just walk in here and play your C-plus game and sleepwalk through it and expect to go advance the championship weekend against a great opponent. John Randolph bringing that fire early.
Now, what an addition in the midseason John Randolph was for this New York team. I mean, adding a true diamond into this bucket of jewels that they already had. I was chatting with the strength and conditioning coach for the Empire before the game and said, anything I should know from a personal record standpoint in the weight room or anything from a strength and conditioning standpoint? And said John Randolph is blowing everybody away. One of the strongest ultimate athletes he's ever been around. Ooh, nearly a block there for Matt Stevens.
Yeah, some of his teammates call him a regular old ham piston. Just has such strong legs and the ability to chop through everything. A little bit of a change-up here from New York with the second D-line. They try to roller pole, pinned him to the sideline, no double team. Just doing anything you can to make DC feel uncomfortable.
Hand piston makes me think of former DC handler Austin Bartenstein, who was called the hand cannon. Into the end zone, McDonald for Boxley, and DC stabilizes after getting broken for the first time.
Seeing Boxley in the end zone again is just no surprise. He is so deadly there. He really is. This is something where Boxley was known as a great athlete when he came in, and he's still that way, but he was a great athlete in the sense of that you kind of expected him to go deep, catch a lot of deep goals, but this performance throughout the regular season and into the playoffs now in the end zone, this is just so deadly. Almost in a way that Anders Jungst has been used for the Flyers, for Carolina. Boxley is just that end zone threat. A really good finisher for this DC team.
He's got 2 goals already tonight. Boxley, 33 goals in 11 games in the regular season.
Some poaching off the start, trying to just clog things up. And Oscar's been known as a cutter, and to place Tom there, it seems like it's intentional, a part of this DC game plan to put Oscar into the handler space.
Why can't Oscar take advantage of Tom downfield?
He certainly can, but he's been the main thrower for this team, the main deep thrower, and so it's going to be something different.
Bloodgood might have gotten a piece of that around throw, but it still gets to Oscar. Here's Babbitt underneath.
The Empire has made it through every single point so far, but these marks for DC are excellent. You can see that they're at the edge of every single break throw.
Ja coming underneath, can't get there on Babbitt. Jeremy Hess once again on Jack Williams, who throws and goes with Babbitt. Ja switches onto him.
Tom sitting underneath of Osgar, really trying to fight through it, and Osgar hasn't been very involved except for the beginning of this point. And now Jack takes over near the end zone.
Rushmeyer Bailey to a wide open Jeff Babbitt.
He's such a release valve, such a safety blanket, whatever you want to call him. But when you go to bed at night, Jeff Babbitt makes you sleep well. The Empire in control early in this game. They're up 5-3, and the offense continues to roll.
Back here at Focina Field in New Rochelle, the DC Breeze trailing the New York Empire 5-3. Winner of this game advances to the AUDL semifinals, which are scheduled for this Friday night at Breeze-Stevens Field in Madison. It'll be the third time championship weekend has been in Madison, and there's really a chance to have the strongest field of competitors we've ever seen. With one team that's undefeated through the regular season, 3 others that are 11-1.
This Randolph versus Rowan McDonald matchup is so much fun to watch.
Ben Katz has the block on Tyler Monroe.
What a read.
Fortin to Yacht. And Yacht throws his second turnover of the quarter. That's such an impressive throw from Johnny Malks.
Really had to work out of a tough situation.
Goes in the books as like an 8-yard loss. Angling it around the defense to Rowan.
You're not kidding. That was incredible.
Shooting it. Monroe beats Yacht and scores.
When there's a will, there's a way, and Tyler Monroe has a lot of will. He never stops churning. He just has an incredible motor. And this is an incredible game so far. A lot of great offensive precision, but a lot of great defense. Really close here for New York. They get the turnover with Katz, a sensational D. And then from there, some tired legs. These are the tough possessions here, and Yacht tries to force it in. Too tight of a window. And forcing them to huck Tyler Monroe. You can see he never gives up on the play.
And Jerry Knopf, not a guy that looks to attack the end zone all that much with his throws. He had just 3 assists in 9 games this year. But he only had 1 throwaway and 184 passes, but 99% completion rate.
I think we're going to see a lot of players play a little bit outside of their roles normally, just because these defenses are going to force people to do things that is not their primary role. You see it right now with Tom on Oscar trying to force him out. Cranston's going to be there on this matchup now, and Tom is shifting at the end of the quarter, double team with 20 seconds to go. Really important.
At the end of the night, we're going to look back at all 4 end-of-quarter situations. Can New York double its lead, or will DC have the disc down by just 1 at the start of the second? Lithia with 6 seconds goes across the field. Osgar shy of the end zone with 3. Osgar throws it high. It's tipped, and it will land out the back. And that's a win for the Breeze. They'll be down 1 after 1, but a strong defensive close to that first quarter from the DC crew.
Really good first step forward. Great defense in this quarter. Right in a tight battle, and you've got to find a way to win these situations, and DC gets the first one.
1 down, 3 to go. Intense playoff ultimate. Empire have a 1-goal lead. DC starts on offense in the second. Back here at Focina Field, great crowd on hand, and we remind you that Tiege Hanley is the official skincare of the AUDL. You can visit tiege.com/AUDL for 30% off the first order of your subscription. The 2022 East Division Championship game has New York leading by 1 after 1. This division belonged to the Toronto Rush since its inception until the New York Empire went to Toronto. They were 0-17 all time against the Rush heading into that 2018 final. And the Empire, of course, the week before they won the Monsoon. Brian, you and I called that game in DC. But it has belonged to the Empire since. Of course, last year there was the Atlantic Division, kind of the mixture of the South and the East together. DC was the regular season champ in that division last year, but lost a playoff game at the hands of the eventual champs, the Flyers. The Empire hoping to see the Flyers again. If all the 1 seeds take care of business across the league this weekend, it'll be New York and Carolina on Friday night under the lights in Madison. Benyat launches the pull. DC on offense here to begin quarter number 2.
Randolph still coming down on Rowan McDonald, which there's a good spot for him playing handler defense when Rowan's back there, but you see Rowan sprint downfield. He hasn't been doing that much this season. He's really been the QB1 alongside Johnny Malks at times. Randolph trying to make life difficult for him.
Rowan's throw was off the mark. Not sure if he was trying to get it to Nissen or Malks. Quickly countering to the other end. And it's the veteran Mike Drost in the end zone with the second break of the day for New York.
Lightning quick. Your fortune can really change in this game, especially when you get a dynamic thrower like Marquez. The tight defense pays off. Marquez gets a big paw in there. And then why not? Mike Drost, normally known for getting blocks, but knows how to come down, and a crowd with the disc as well. Rowan getting pretty close, but not the start to the second quarter that DC would want.
So Marquez Brownlee, who had 3 blocks at championship weekend for the Empire last year, a big game player. Of course, you can't forget the layout he had on the decisive break where you seize control in 2019 against Dallas, that sensational layout on the reset and then the inside break throw. The D and the dime for Marquez to put the Empire up by 2 again.
And then you see the second D-line here coming out for New York, which is good. You get fresh legs in there, keep everybody ready to go.
Benyat stays on the field for the Empire. He's going to play a lot of points tonight, you would think.
Yeah, he's 30 years young. It doesn't matter. He's ready to go. He is such a competitor. I mean, everybody on this field is right now. This DC offense has looked good at times. They've had some mistakes, some execution errors, and right here, getting close.
Whartonby may have been clipped unintentionally by Antoine Davis. Grabbed at the hamstring in the back of the leg for a moment. Appears to be okay, though. Another reset error from the Breeze as Monroe's reset knocked down by Ryan Holmes. He has the quick bookends. The Empire onslaught has apparently begun.
I've got to see Matt Stevens play a long time in this league, and usually we see him scoring the goals, and you usually see him in the offensive line. Holmes gets the block, and then it's a sight to see when Matt Stevens is just chucking the hammer into the end zone. This defense has been stout all game long. You see Boxley and Monroe not on the same page. Boxley hesitates a little bit, but both of these breaks on the fast break seem a great intentional strategy by New York. And this is a tough moment if you're DC. We talked to Darryl Stanley before the beginning of the game. Emotionally, what was the messaging to the team? And they kind of want to come in and say, hey, we want to act like this is our place, this is our time, and they've been really confident in their O-line, but New York can throw the first punch, and they have. And now it's a question of how do you respond. And Darryl's out there right now on the line. You got to think feet in confidence. a lot of positive self-talk.
Matt Stevens, second all-time AUDL history in games played. He's fourth all-time in goals. He's just had an incredible career. This is his 15th career playoff game here tonight, Brian. Looks like DC might have taken a timeout because Daryl Stanley has been hanging out on the line with the O-line for a while, and he's basically got the same 7 O-line members out there after they just got broken on back-to-back points to begin the second quarter.
To take a timeout in between points in the AUDL is so rare. You want to save those, but this means he's either seeing something or he feels like, yeah, and you can see him. He's miming out to Boxley, and if I hazard a guess, it's just that the New York defense is so close right now that it's creating miscommunication between cutters and throwers, and that means the thrower and the cutter just don't have the same read of the situation.
I want to go back to the very first point of the game. Yacht hucked it too far for Osgar. And in my mind, I'm thinking, would Daryl take a timeout this early? And I was wondering if the fact that his O-line literally had not taken the field to touch the disc yet to play a point, if that might have factored in the decision to not take the timeout there, because as we saw, Jack Williams poached off. They scored the quick goal much easier on the transition after the turn.
I think Daryl really came into this game confident with his O-line and being able to stay with it, knowing that they had some really good change-ups they could throw. They were going to get more opportunities, and saving those timeouts for certain situations. You could make an argument to take that timeout right away and try to take the lead and seize the initiative, but it's a long game. Marquez, that mark on Malks, but Nissen's still able to get free.
Nissen floats it perfectly for Monroe. Still work to do this possession, though. And in order for DC to throw some of its curveballs at New York defensively, they got to punch this in to get the D-line back on the field. And that'll work. Jock Nissen pumps his fist as he gets it into the end zone. The Breeze with their first score here in the second quarter.
Seems like if DC is going to continue to hold out, Nissen's going to be a big part of this. Nissen is such a dynamic player. Having coached against him, he's got the length, he's got the throws, and he's got the athleticism. So playing very well in space. You can see New York, they feel like they have good matchups on Malks. They feel like they have good matchups in Rowan. And you just got to find a way to score some easy goals, and this Nissen makes it easy.
Jock going against his college teammate, who he competed with all spring. John Randolph and Jacques Nissen, teammates at Brown University. They went all the way to the finals, where they ultimately finished in second place, losing to the University of North Carolina. Dark Side winning its third title in the last 5 years.
Really physical play downfield, fall on Weinberg. I mean, that's expected in this type of matchup. And seeing Jack come into the backfield this early kind of shows you that they're feeling a little bit of the pressure from DC.
It's a pick called on New York. It looks like Osgar is going to keep the disc. Let me just quickly run through the statistics for Ryan Osgar this year, Brian. I mean, he really was scintillating. He played all 12 games, 26 goals, 67 assists, 97.5% completion rate, and he hucked the disc 22 times. 21 of those 22 hucks were completed.
And one of them was a drop. He has been sensational. That is an absurdly high completion percentage for someone who is entrusted to take that many risks.
Tough catch made by Babbitt. Back to Williams. Osgar finished number 2 in the league in assists to Salt Lake's Jordan Kerr. Osgar's completion percentage is easily the best of anyone in the top 20 in the league in assists.
The Empire have not been hucking it except for the first point, which was a turnover. You can tell they're ready to work it. And this is a scary team if they haven't hucked it yet. This is partially the DC game plan and partially them being stingy, knowing they have to hold out here against a great team.
Williams for Weinberg. He'll take it in for the Empire score.
Just an incredible break thrower as Ryan Oscar. This has been great defense by DC, but it doesn't matter. Oscar with the pinpoint accuracy. The offense continues to hold for New York. They're up 8-5.
Well, the New York O-line had one turn on the very first point of the game, but they were able to get the disc back, punch it in, and DC has not had a break chance since. It's an 8-5 lead for the undefeated New York Empire.
The roller pole is an interesting look here because it's either going to be a turn or an easy possession, and they've been able to make life difficult for DC.
Stall count rising on Rowan. He gets the reset back to Knopf. Knopf will swing the angle. Whartonby has tons of time over there. Brownlee in Knopf's pocket. Working with Whartonby in the backfield. Johnny Malks not on the field this particular O-point. Basically have 8 primary O-line guys. The way the Breeze roll it, usually one every 7 or 8 points. Johnny won't be out there. Wodach to Knopf, and a pick in the stack is going to send this back, I think, back to Wodach.
That's huge. It looked like DC was well on their way to scoring a pretty easy one. They had flow started. Now you get to reset, and this is what makes Nissen so tough in these spaces.
Nissen! Not sure if you felt the footsteps of Mike Drost coming from the opposite direction, but Nissen attacked it well to bring DC back within 2.
This is just such a hard place to play defense. Katz is an excellent defender, knows how to play the space as well. It takes an excellent throw, but Nissen's still able to get open. And part of this is the elegant design of this DC offense. You see how much space Nissen has to work with. Drost and Katz can read the play as well as anyone, but it's just too far out. And that's how DC structurally makes the game look easy.
Brian, if you were coaching the Breeze, what types of things would you do to try and rattle New York offensively here?
I think they've come out with an excellent plan A. You start to see they're not letting New York huck freely. They're making them force it to work through everything. The difference in this game is that the New York D-line has punched first. And so now there's that pressure on the O-line to be perfect, and that's a hard place to be in.
Huck for Babbitt. Frederick Farah there defensively, and Babbitt reads it well. Farah activated this week, just 21 years old, turned 21 earlier this month. Babbitt, tight space near the end zone and out of bounds. Rushmeyer Bailey ruled out by the sideline official. We'll certainly take another look at it, but DC has just its second break chance here. Darryl Stanley is side by side with the official on the far sideline.
This is why you activate Alan Kolick, though.
And with the stall count getting closer to 5, Stanley takes the timeout. It'll be his final timeout of the half. He used the other one after they got broken on back-to-back points. Take a look at this play. Watching it live, Brian, I got to say I thought he was in, but the official had a better perspective than I did.
Babbitt goes up against Farah. Farah, like you said, was put in for this game, but we see this throw close. But I agree with you. I thought, let's see. Right on the line.
Impossible to tell from that angle.
Those are always a tough call. Pivotal moment here in this game.
If you're DC, you just want to stay within striking distance, and you know you're not going to get that many break chances over the course of the night.
What's really interesting right now is the New York D-line that's on the field. This is their second D-line. This is a little perplexing because there's, on the one hand, you want to keep your D-lines fresh, and the first D-line has played a lot of points here. But on the other hand, you can really cement your lead here if you can shut the door. Both D-lines have gotten turns. Let me take a look here from another angle.
One more look, and we can't see the line.
He was forced out. He has an argument for that.
Close call. DC, can they capitalize on perhaps the gift? Stevens bouncing around on Malks. Nissen chased by Yacht. Boxley back for Nissen. Here's Wodach. Johnny looking for Rowan. Help defense coming, and it's incomplete.
Well, Antoine Davis was sitting underneath and saying, I dare you to throw it. Rowan was open, but it kept going, and multiple defenders in the area for New York.
And Charlie Hoppus is going to take the timeout, going the other way to get the New York O back on the field.
We haven't been seeing Rowan go deep that much this season. He's really been back there as that QB1. And putting the second D-line, trusting your fresh legs, works out for New York.
All right, this point began with 6 minutes and 30 seconds on the second quarter clock. And it's still going. New York with its second chance to hold with a 2-point lead. 2 timeouts on this point. DC unable to convert its break chance. The Breeze now 0 for 2 on break chances, while the Empire have 3 breaks and a 2-point lead. Elliot Chartok initiates from the goal line and goes backwards to Rushmeyer Bailey. Here's Lithio. Asked Empire co-head coach Anthony Nunez, what's the difference between Lithio last year and this year? He said confidence and comfort. He's far more confident, far more comfortable. And we saw that back in mid-April when these two teams met in Colombia. They played an exhibition game in Medellin, part of the Torneo Eterna Primavera. It was an incredible spectacle. It was a thrill to be on the sideline for that. Ultimately, expecting a game like this would be inevitable with very different stakes, very different intensity.
Yeah, we knew this would be the matchup this season.
Oscar shooting it for Lithio, but that was a high stall shot, and Jasper Tom had it sized up all the way.
Great fundamental discipline defense by Tom. Even if the throw was there, he was going to have a chance to make a play.
No timeouts left in the half for the Breeze, so this is the D-line working it here. Bergeron had Delrico Johnson going. Instead goes to Tom underneath. Bergeron, who's next? Cranston makes himself available. Now, we saw Cranston play a lot of O-line in the fourth quarter in the playoff game last week as Ja doinks it, as DC had marched it about halfway down the field. I hear your exasperation as a coach, Brian.
It's just painful. Those moments are so tough to handle, especially when you know you need everything you have. We talked about that D-line conversion percentage, and right now the Empire are running downhill.
Williams to Babbitt. 2 guys who just have a knack for being open by miles.
You let up for 1 second, and the train just gets on a roll. These break throwers on both teams, but seeing the athletes you can throw to, the throwers that you have in the Empire, and a long point. Tom plays excellent defense, and Ja, he definitely wants this one back. And a little bit of a riser, but still got to make that catch, especially in a game with this level of stakes. And Williams.
Look at how open Jack is and then how open Babbitt gets at the end of the play.
They make it look easy. And like I said, you let up for 1 second, and that's a long point. Don't fault the D-line for getting a little tired, but you had to have that one.
Including the regular season, Brian, that's Jeff Babbitt's 50th goal of the year. It's his second of the night. He had 50 goals in a 14-game regular season back in 2017. But his most prolific offensive season of his career, the 28-year-old UMass alum. Johnny Malks again staring at Marquez Brownlee.
Nissen being forced to come back into that pivot role. And they're going to see a lot more of that. They're going to need to find different players.
Monroe going deep. Monroe has it. Nice shot from Steve Whartonby.
There's a little bit of a cat and mouse game going on downfield with Ben Katz. You know, a really successful gambler, knows, can read the play. And you can see Katz and Monroe even chatting about it. Katz says, I didn't think you were going. I didn't think it was coming up. And Whartonby says, I like what I have downfield. Let me put it out. Because Monroe wasn't even cutting. This is a perfect throw from Whartonby.
Steve Whartonby's had a tremendous season. And it's amazing if you think back to earlier in his ultimate career. He got cut from every AUDL team he tried out for from 2014 through 2019. He tried out for the Breeze, the Aviators, the Growlers. He finally made the Breeze in 2020. It was his proudest ultimate moment. And, of course, then the pandemic happened and canceled the season. But here he is playing O-line in a division title game against an undefeated championship-level Empire squad. Whartonby's had an incredible story.
Knowing his role, making an incredible throw when he's forced to.
Can DC's defense break through against the New York O? They've had 3 separate chances, but they are 0 for 3. And that's not going to get it done.
Not a lot of movement here from New York. Not a lot of deep cuts. And even though that DC's trying to limit those deep options, you still have to have those happen in order to open up the rest of the offense.
Babbitt back for Chartok.
Kolik's been everywhere on this point. He's done this a couple times where he poaches off and reads the play. He has that sixth sense.
I asked Darryl Stanley what he wanted from Alan Kolik tonight. He said just to use that veteran experience to create some chaos.
You can see right now New York is really having to dink their way down the field. What a bid.
Fall goes flying by Weinberg. Cranston on Oscar. Floating it to space. That was nifty. Jack Williams was not going to that space.
Didn't matter. Great throw. Great athlete.
That's a tremendous showcase of the trust of the New York Empire offense as they take about 1:40 off the clock to work it down the field. Score with 34 seconds left in the half.
If you're a defensive coach, you can go watch this point and you can come away proud of your team's effort. If you're DC, you can do so many things right, and it just doesn't matter sometimes against the best players in the world. They can just make you pay. There's so much room on the field. And Oscar, this is a misread. This throw to space, Jack was not going, but that throw, look how much float there is on it. That really is incredible. It may look, he makes it look easy, but it's not that easy. That's a turnover for the vast majority of the league.
Now, you've coached in this league, Brian, for many years. 34 seconds left. What's going through your mind as an offense? How rushed do we have to be?
Don't have to be that rushed. You want to hit open hands and just keep the disc moving. I think a lot of teams look for the shot a little bit too early. You can get close to running your normal offense, and if you're the defensive side, you're trying to slow them down, make them go backwards. This is where DC is so deadly, because they can break to both sides of the field. Great lateral movement. Good marking by Meeser, but Wodach with the underneath gets flow, and Babbitt out there on Wodach, playing his first D point of the game.
John Randolph just sticking to Rowan McDonald like glue. 15 seconds in the half. Floater to the middle, finds Boxley. Now 10 seconds for the Breeze. It's Monroe with 7. Nissen about 25 yards out. Laser in and out of the hands of Knopf. And Yacht picks it up and flings it as time expires. And that is how the first half will end.
DC 0 for 3 on their break chances. As this first half ends, they're going to have to be better. We talked about them trying to operate at a 75% clip. They need to get that first one. It's kind of going back to the locker room and figuring out how to pick your head up if you're Darryl Stanley, because New York has thrown a really good first punch. Great defense to end this first half.
Breeze have had 3 break chances. They're 0 for 3. New York is 3 for 3. That's the difference. Halftime in the East Final. The undefeated Empire with a 3-goal lead. Tremendous atmosphere here in New York for the Empire and the Breeze. A 10-7 lead for the home team as the winner heads to Madison, Wisconsin next weekend. Evan Lepler back with Brian Jones. The story is pretty simple, Brian. The break chances sheds the light on the difference in the game right now.
Yeah, DC 0 for 3. We said they needed to be at a 75% clip. I mean, if you're generous, you're going to put them at 2 for 3. Got to get 2 of them, and they'd be a close game right now. They're getting the defensive game they wanted because after you look at the break chances, New York 3 for 4, but both teams only throwing 6 hucks in total. And for New York with their high-powered offense, only 2 of them came on that offensive line. 2 of them came on the defensive side. This is how stingy both of these offenses are. They can work it down the field patiently, and they're going to continue to do so in the second half.
We talked about playoff Jack in our keys to the game. All he's done so far is put together a game-high 288 total yards. He's got 2 assists, 1 goal, 1 block, also 3 hockey assists. His numbers really jump off the stat sheet individually. And look, the Empire will receive to start the third quarter with a chance to extend the lead to 4. DC has never been to championship weekend before. Rowan McDonald and the rest of the Breeze Brain Trust hoping to change that. It's going to require a crazy second half comeback because the favorites, the undefeated Empire, have a 3-goal lead at the break. 1 week away from the AUDL Championship game, the New York Empire have been in that game each of the past 2 seasons. They have a 3-goal lead at halftime tonight, trying to advance back to the Final 4. It's 10-7, New York leading DC, third quarter from New Rochelle after the break. Moments away from the start of the third quarter here in New York. On this Divisional Championship weekend, the final 8 teams all in action. By the end of the weekend, we will know the 4 teams that are headed to Madison. Carolina got some early breaks on Austin. They've got a 4-goal lead late in the third. Chicago and Minnesota available to watch that one on AUDL.TV, 5 p.m. Eastern on Sunday afternoon. Regardless who wins, any of those 8 teams will be competitive and fascinating to watch. As we try to determine the next AUDL champion, Brian Jones, you'll enjoy looking at this graphic. Your Empire taking the title in 2019 behind the efforts of many, including Ben Yap, but their quest to go back-to-back was thwarted by the Flyers last year. Now, if all 4 favorites win, we get New York and the Flyers again in the semis on Friday night.
Just like fate would determine, Carolina last time played an all-time great offensive game, possibly the greatest offensive performance in the AUDL.
They had 7 turnovers for the whole game, and one of those was Noah Saul's kind of celebratory chuck at the end of the game that went as a turnover.
We got to get in the stat department. We got to get rid of these end-of-quarters heaves. You know, there's a great article of how the NBA takes stats about those end-of-quarter heaves, those deep threes. They don't have a chance. They shouldn't be affecting these completion percentages. You know, some players, they don't want to throw them as a result.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. Keys to the second half for both teams. What you got?
New York, it's more of the same. Maybe a little bit more defensive pressure, but you're in cruise control.
Huck, a floater. Oscar and Tom, although the defenders giving him company, and it's Merriman that comes flying in. A.J. Merriman with the block, and will the Breeze convert their first break of the game to start this third period?
New York's been so stingy, but they haven't been connecting well on Hucks.
Stall count rising, shooting it deep. Reese Bergeron in the deep space, can't get it. What a defensive recovery by Charles Weinberg right there.
Difficult shot by Merriman, put it out to space to an athlete like Bergeron, and Weinberg takes the right position. Bergeron has to be regretting that break chance. They need to get on the board. Still 0 for 4.
Not going to do it. against a team like New York. Here's Lithio double teamed. You want to see the Breeze use more double teams on the sidelines in the second half?
I think mixing them in is great. They've been doing it a little bit, but you got to do something different and keep New York on their toes because they can work their way through it over and over again.
Oh, wow. Williams saves the day on an errant reset that I think was intended for Rushmeyer Bailey.
Delrico Johnson playing really physical in the reset space.
Another errant throw from Yacht, but it's saved by Lithio. What a kooky possession to start this third quarter, and it ends with a Lithio hammer to Oscar, who's a little hobbled as he walks off the field.
Not necessarily a great sign there, and just creating it sloppy right off the bat.
I should say walking a little gingerly as he walks off the field. Far from hobbled. Largest lead of the game for New York. A lot to unpack from those first couple minutes of the second half.
Well, DC made it chaotic, and sometimes chaotic is good, and this is a little bit of chaotic bad. They just haven't been able to land that punch back. They've gotten some opportunities, some excellent defense here. They get a huck to Oscar, and then Weinberg rescues them. The huck from Merriman was just a little bit short. And then behind throw, doesn't matter. Jack's there to clean it up. Why not?
Couple throws cleaned up on this point, including that one from Lithio, who then drops the hammer over the top to Oscar. Watch Oscar here.
Just steps on himself a little bit. You know, I think he'll be fine.
Keep our eye on that.
DC already close in the red zone.
Just such a huge turning point, Brian. I mean, every break opportunity that you don't convert can be looked at that way, but chance to get it to back within 2 instead it's back to a 4-point game when you first get the disco no to start this second half.
And no Rowan McDonald on offense here because he played that first D point out of half.
And a bad reset throw from Whartonby.
The D-line for New York has been doing a lot of fast breaks, but here they settle down, and why not? Got your top unit on the field, John Randolph and Ben Katz in the backfield.
Katz and Randolph working together. Here's Antoine Davis, who was going against the New York Empire in the playoffs last year in a wild game as a member of the Atlanta Hustle.
He's really played his role exceptionally well. He understands that he's going to get back, and he just provides free resets.
Ooh, acrobatic grab there from Bradley, and then Meeser makes a leaping snag, shooting it deep. Testing Malks. Mike Drost is there! It's another New York break. Second of the day for Mike Drost.
And the hits just keep on coming. If you're DC, this is not the start you wanted the second half. You almost had your dream beginning, your dream comeback. Had a chance to punch in a break, and now a reset error that's maybe a result of some tired legs and decision-making. No Rowan McDonald on the field. And Meeser, not known to be a hucker, hangs this one up, but why not? Mike Drost, the vet. He's got great hands. Just demoralizing. This is a moment where you still have time to come back if you're DC, but it is tough. You knew you had to play a great offensive game. You knew you had to play a good defensive game in order to win this one. And nothing has gone your way defensively, and offensively it's starting to get tired. We use the words like momentum, but really what we mean is just a loss of confidence that can occur when you know you need to play perfect. That's a hard mentality to be in.
That's well said, Brian. And now the mentality of being down by 5. Was that clean? Ethan Fortin thought he had it, but he's going to be called for pass interference.
You could tell he's not reacting too poorly to it, so there was definitely some contact.
Whartonby has the disc right on the goal line. Needs a blade, but finds Monroe. DC has a very steep hill to climb in front of them. Down by 4 early in the third. New York with a 4-goal lead, getting ready to receive here on O. We remind you, AUDL.TV is your home for professional ultimate. This Friday night, AUDL.TV is the exclusive home of the semifinals from Breeze Stevens Field in Madison. Championship game on Saturday, live on Fox Sports 2. New York up by 4 with the disc. Jeff Babbitt.
Right there when you need him. Oscar back handling, which is probably what you want if you're DC. We've seen Tom play well in that position. New York has not been connecting on Hucks. They've been content to work it down the field in a lot of cases, and when they have gone deep, it hasn't been in their favor on the O-line. D-line's been a different story with their fast breaks.
Williams with a huge chunk gainer to Rushmeyer-Bailey. Bluffs the hammer. He had Lithio going. Back to Jack. Weinberg for Williams. Vertical stack in the middle of the field, creating space on both sidelines, and that handler movement is so tough to stop. Rushmeyer-Bailey for Oscar, and the Empire back up 5.
DC practices against this handler movement all the time. Their team runs something similar, but New York has been absolutely deadly in the red zone this season. Top in the league, and you can see why. It's not just Jack Williams. It's not just Ryan Oscar. Saul Rushmeyer-Bailey has a lot to do with this. Weinberg getting involved. All of these players know how to play with each other in small spaces and just get that nice natural continuation. Turns a difficult throw, once you get the first one, to something really easy. Rushmeyer-Bailey there just got a little bit lost in the shuffle from Delrico Johnson. These types of spaces just, it's a defensive nightmare to try to coach against this, both sides.
You're not exaggerating. You actually have nightmares about that offense.
I wake up in some cold sweats trying to figure out how to deal with some of these players, yes.
McDonald sending Boxley. Oh, what a catch. The wraparound snag. And then Boxley has the goal despite the effort from Drost. That's a different style of offense than we've seen from the Breeze tonight.
When in doubt, let it rip. And in this case, we talked about it early. Boxley's been so deadly in the end zone earlier this year, but this was his first role when coming onto this Breeze squad, is to stretch the field. And this DC team doesn't love to throw hucks, but with the defensive pressure that's on them in this game, they're going to be forced to. And this also helps keep the pressure back on the New York O-line. An easy score gives your top players some rest. You're going to need everything you have to get back in this game. But really, when we think about the anatomy of a comeback, it starts with this first one. It's get the first one. Don't worry about how it happens.
And not to get the first hold, you got to get the first break.
First break, and that's what can ignite the confidence. But you need to get that as soon as possible if you're DC.
I said at the top of the show, New York has held on about 80% of their possessions this year. Williams looking for Weinberg, and that's incomplete.
Weinberg couldn't find it. He was looking on the other side of the field, thinking the huck would come in a different way. He was open.
New York has not been broken tonight, but here's another chance for DC.
And do you trust your D-line? You've tried to call the timeout earlier this game to get your O-line on the field. You need to get multiple breaks, but this first one is crucial.
Timeout called. Alan Kolick with a look on his face. I've been an O-line handler for decades where I was comfortable with the disc at stall 5, stall 6, but different story tonight. Another break chance for the Breeze. They trail by 4. 5:15 left in the third. Well, deep shot here from Jack Williams, and Weinberg wasn't expecting it, didn't see it. And the DC Breeze have the disc after the timeout from Darryl Stanley. They're going to go back to the huck here. I mean, you see Jack and the rest of the Empire O-line talking it over. What do you expect here from the Breeze offense?
I think for them, it's just any way, anyhow. I don't expect them to huck this unless it's wide open by 10, 15 yards. It's either Rowan taking the shot or nobody taking the shot. You got to find a way to work this one at any cost. It doesn't matter how tired you get, because you just get one and it breathes new life into the team. You get in these situations where everybody's trying to make the play and everybody on this DC team for the break chances has made their one mistake. It's not been a systematic error. It's just been bad decisions or missed executions.
For a second, thought Rowan was going to let that fly. Back to Johnny. Boxley gets it back for McDonald.
Second D-line out here for New York. It worked out the last time. They got the turn.
Hawks bluffs the huck as well.
There was no chance he was throwing that one.
Can the Breeze work it with purpose all the way down the field? Nissen beats Randolph, his college teammate. McDonald for Malks. DC Breeze in the end zone with their first break of the night here in New York.
The first one is the toughest, and this was not an easy point, but DC is used to doing this, working methodically up the field. They had some opportunities to throw deep that they wisely looked off, and trusting your multiple QB1s. I mean, we talk about Rowan being a QB1, Malks being a QB1, Nissen can be a QB1. There's a lot of great handlers on this Breeze team, and you can see the way they attack ruthlessly with efficiency, always finding the open hands. And that's the start. That's the first one.
One at a time. One at a time.
Well, he's currently a podcaster. Johnny and Rowan hosting their one throw at a time podcast. And pretty good analysis right there.
You just have to chip away at this lead, like they said, one at a time. It's one of those things where you have plenty of time here where you're going to get another opportunity. And sure, you'd love it to be this one here and cut the lead to 2 and cut it as close as you can get at the end of this quarter and really feel confident, but there's still enough time here for you to work your magic.
Brian, I don't think Johnny is coming for you from an analyst perspective, but maybe from the no-look scuba perspective. I bet Johnny's got a pretty sick no-look scuba.
Without a doubt.
Reset over the shoulder of the Breeze defender.
New York with these space throws, they can just do it to every single one of their players.
Have not mentioned Troy Holland's name tonight, but along with Kolick and Farah, one of the 3 players for the Breeze that's on the roster tonight that did not play last week against Philly. Osgar has the score from Williams.
Osgar gives a little bit of a shrug. They make it look easy in the red zone. It's really tough. Again, you just can't talk about it enough. These two teams in the red zone are just incredibly difficult because they can move it laterally so well, they can throw it to space very well, and they have the athletes you can trust even when you make a mistake.
Frustration building for Alan Kolick. To your point, Brian, New York 87% in the red zone this year. That was number 1 in the league.
I don't know if there's ever been a better mark. Teams' offenses have the advantage, unquestionably, in this league, but to see that high, 9 out of 10 almost, it means you're hoping and praying for something to happen as opposed to being able to make it happen if you're an opposing defense.
We discussed the different level of New York dominance this year. Their 12 wins were by a grand total of 100 goals, about an average of 8.5 goals per game was the margin. They had 5 double-digit wins
How you guys doing?
They only had one double-digit win in each of the past 3 years.
Yeah, we got him on the air. Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe they might not.
Here's Johnny Malks.
Because it's on FS2. Somebody has to have FS2. But like Chrissy might have FS2. Fox Sports 2. And Alex said you could watch it on YouTube.
Getting
Rowan
pretty close.
McDonald.
Maybe Fox Sports 2 is on there.
Defense is just smothering here, and DC's finding a way. Cranston out there on offense. It's going to be all hands on deck for the rest of this game.
Nissen not in yet. Now the Breeze are in with Rowan. Assuming this stands. Everybody kind of looking at each other here. DC ready to celebrate. 2:23 remaining here in the third. This has been, for the most part, a pretty chill game in terms of emotions, physicality. Certainly last week was a much more physical game from the outset between the Breeze and the Phoenix, and this has been so far tonight.
Yeah, a lot of these competitors know each other very well. They're friends. They've played on past teams together, and as a result, you have a good level of respect between teams, but at some point, the edge is going to come out, and we're starting to see a little bit of it, and it's been within bounds. This is what you love to see, a highly competitive matchup. And if I'm DC, I am a little salty about how this game has been going. I want it to go a different way.
Oh, we got 2 and change to play in the third. DC's down by 3. They will receive to start the fourth.
Rowan on the field and Jacket involved early.
Osgar's going deep. Tom chasing. Osgar elevates for the score. Williams to Osgar. About as good as it gets right now in the AUDL.
That opportunity has been available all game long. Tom has been forcing Osgar out, but New York just hasn't been calibrating their hucks until playoff Jack comes in picture. When you watch Jack Williams, he likes to stay out of the play. He likes to conserve his energy for the big moments, for the red zone, to get involved, especially with how talented this team is. And you're starting to see him be more involved to make these goals easier. Just giving New York a little bit extra piece of comfort.
Well, if anything was surprising about the first half, Brian, it was the fact that Ryan Osgar had no goals and no assists. But he's got 4 goals here in this third quarter. And certainly a huge contributor, probably the AUDL MVP.
These players are just really good, and you can throw a great plan A, which I think give DC credit. Despite them being anemic at converting on break chances, their defense has been great this game, getting them what they need, the type of opportunities, and New York's played into it a little bit. But now they've started to adjust.
Near the sideline, it's Boxley. Gotta be scary when Ben Yacht's charging at you from behind to double team you on the sideline.
Him and Antoine Davis, a big crew of double teamers.
A lot of wingspan.
A lot of wingspan on this field. Marquez is certainly one of them. Jabron Meeser.
Malks resets for McDonald.
It's really what you need to cover a team like DC. The wingspan makes all the difference because it just pushes the throws slightly out of reach in some occasions. And we saw some missed throws earlier.
That's not a missed one. Boxley has the score as he strikes again for DC. It's our Stillhouse unbreakable moment as Boxley catches his 4th goal of the night.
Boxley, we talk about it over and over again. If you want a red zone clinic, you can look at it. At New York, you can look at DC, and you can look at Christian Boxley. Just turns the corner, accelerates with one of the fastest players in Ultimate on his backside.
All right, Brian, 1 minute to play in the third. A 3-goal game. If you're the coach in New York, which is an experience you've had before, how quickly do you want to score here? Do you want to try and bleed the whole clock? What are you thinking?
I just want to score. I trust my defense. Just try to score. You got plenty of time here with a minute. You don't need to rush it whatsoever. You can be patient.
Do you want to bleed the clock?
You could, and it would be ideal, but I'd rather just score. I don't want to get in a situation where I'm taking a shot that's contested or a jump ball with 5 seconds to go. I want to walk it into the end zone. And they're trying to run a dominator right now, but really great defense. And they haven't gained very many yards, and now there's only 26 seconds left.
Well, a question looming here. Will DC have the disc with a chance to get to within 2 to start the 4th quarter? Big bid there by Kolick. 10 seconds. A gainer, Rushmeyer-Bailey with 7. And it's intercepted by Jaw. Near midfield, DC not going to use the timeout, getting the deep shot up. Kolick going deep, and it's caught by the Breeze. Musa Jaw has the buzzer beater. DC will have a chance to get within 1 to start the 4th.
They needed a spark, Evan. They needed something to go their way, and it's finally come. This is not how you want to end a quarter if you're New York, but it's picture perfect if you're DC. You want this shot to go to the end zone, and then from there, Tom, not usually a hooker, looks at the clock, puts it up, and the garbage collector, Musa Jaw, he's known for his athletic skies, but you just follow that play and hope the defense takes each other out, and which they do.
What a throw by Tom. You saw the look back at the scoreboard, seeing 2 seconds left. He realized immediately he didn't have a chance to reset, took the shot, gave his team a chance. Kolick got sandwiched by a pair of New York defenders, got crunched a little bit, but Jaw, as you said, the trash man, and the bookends. 12 minutes to go. DC is back in it. The New York Empire with a disastrous sequence to end that 3rd quarter. The Breeze back within 2. They'll start this final period on offense. And we got to take a trip down memory lane, Brian. Through the years, New York and DC have played so many close games. 2016, Matt Kerrigan catching the game winner in double overtime to win in DC. 1 year later, the Breeze, another 1-goal win. These two teams have played 11 one-goal games since 2014. This one in 2018, Jeff Babbitt skying over the crowd. Of course, Jack Williams caught the game winner.
Garvey throws it up
in 2019. He also caught the game winner on opening night in 2021.
And we have ourselves a game with DC with the disc to bring it within 1. This is what you needed after this game had not been going your way. And now you have new life. It's a question of, does this also wake up the New York defense?
Last time the Breeze were within 1 was when the score was 5-4. The opening point of this 2nd quarter. Tyler Monroe has the goal. Johnny Malks with an on-target missile. And we got another 1-goal game between the Breeze and the Empire.
It's always interesting when DC comes to town. They just hang around. They keep taking those punches. And here, New York's game plan has been to stifle the handler pressure, handler movement, make DC throw deep. But this is just a little bit too easy, and you start to see DC get comfortable with it. Johnny Malks, the future of the game.
Believe in yourself.
36 out of 37. He has a goofy nature. He's so much fun to be around.
So I was listening to his podcast yesterday, and he shared an interesting perspective. And he said, because I played Ultimate at such a young age, I got to experiment and learn all these kind of crazy throws and take chances because I was a thrower on my high school team. He said, a lot of times now, guys don't start playing until college, and then they kind of get boxed in as just being an athlete, and you got to play so conservative at the highest level. But some of the creativity that we see from Johnny Malks, he attributes to the fact that he started throwing at such a young age and was given a long leash to take chances early in his career.
Kolick on Jack Williams, Elliot Shartok. And Kolick, he can just read the plays, making Shartok make a lot of moves. DC's getting close. They're hunting for those blocks.
What's the pressure like here for this New York O-line compared to earlier in the game?
It's a little bit different, but DC's been playing an excellent defensive game. New York's been forced to work through it. They haven't had too many one-throw possessions.
Babbitt going deep. This is a floater from Oscar. It's a pack, and it is going to be intercepted. 4 players tumble. I think we got an injury. Weinberg grabbing the back of his leg. The DC Breeze, though, have the disc with a chance to tie here in the 4th.
Oscar has been so good this season, but he wants this throw back. You have Babbitt going deep, and he just hangs this one, puts it too much in the middle of the field. If that's down the line, that's a goal. And just too many players in the pack. We're used to seeing Jeff Babbitt sky piles, but that's too much to rely on right there.
Like synchronized falling after that disc sailed over everybody.
Some questions about where the disc should be as they're getting ready to put it back in.
10:19 on the clock. Breeze trailed by as many as 5.
And New York has a good argument here. There was an injury called, right? But they're going to count the throw. This disc should be back in the end zone. A pivotal moment here. DC with a timeout. It's a question of do they use it.
Rowan McDonald took in the 1-for-1 sub. With Weinberg going out for New York. Cranston. Breeze were down 13-8 with 6:27 to go in the 3rd. Now they've got the disc on the march with a chance to tie. Kolick, inside flick, too far. Oh my goodness.
Kolick's thrown that many times in his career, and at one point you could argue with him being a top 5 thrower in the game. That one really ambitious for the moment. Almost looked like it was going to be perfect. And you don't want to give New York too many second chances if you're DC.
Will they get another chance, Brian, to tie the game? The Breeze defensive intensity continues to be stout.
A lot of flat marks here, not allowing any clean huck looks. And New York has the handlers to do it, but they're getting tired.
Floater, McDonald blocks it away from Oscar. That was all desire right there from Rowan.
Rowan McDonald's been working on that defensive side of his game after the injury a couple years ago. It's hard to come over as an offensive player, but big moments for big players.
Darryl Stanley did not take the timeout. A stall was called to Stanley's utter disbelief.
That felt like a fast one. And now this game is really heating up. We talked about it being respectful, and it's still in that realm. I'm not throwing shade at anybody, but it was bound to be this way. These two teams.
4 turnovers on this point. Breeze have had 2 chances to tie. Back in the hands of Oscar. Hits Williams. Oscar for Yacht, yes sir. Marathon point won by New York. Took 3 minutes and 26 seconds off the clock, and DC missed a pair of gargantuan chances.
Oh boy. Settle in, folks, because I think we're going to see fireworks for the rest of this game. DC has gotten the game they've wanted defensively. They've had their opportunities, and if they're going to look back on this, they're going to think A-plus defensive game plan, especially against the juggernaut. And Kolick, it was so close to being such a pretty moment. You know DC, the sideline would have just been out there with joy. And after this, Oscar, Jack Williams, get Yacht back in the fold. You know, moving Yacht to D-line was an experiment that this New York team did, partially because they thought they could bring Jeff Babbitt over. He could be the safety net, but I'm thinking Ben Yacht's probably going to play the rest of this game on offense. Send it up to Malks. And the question is, can they score without Rowan McDonald on the field?
Tremendous leaping block from Ben Katz. So many plays in so many big games in his tremendous, underrated career. But Brownlee threw it away up the line. Randolph halted his cut, and New York gives the break chance away.
DC still hanging around. DC trying to work through this defense, and it's just everybody's tired. Everything is becoming harder right now with the pressure of the moment building and building.
You answered the question, Brian, before I could ask it. And the question was, why are the O-lines having so much trouble here in the fourth quarter?
It's a long game. It's a marathon of a game, and with these mistakes and how hard these defenses are making the offense work, the decisions get worse. Your legs get tired. Another close one there.
The wind has really not been a major factor tonight. And a timeout taken by Darryl Stanley. This is a Breeze 0 point. And he senses the importance. We'll take it to 6:25 remaining. DC trying to get back within one with the disc. Well, it's been a wild start to this fourth quarter. First, the block from Katz, and then Brownlee looking for Randolph, but just a miscommunication to give it back to DC. And usually we see timeouts called when the defense gets a turn and the O-line comes onto the field, but this is an 0 point for DC, but Darryl Stanley, with just a real sense of urgency, knows that this is a must score here with 6:25 to play.
Yeah, you don't imagine that you'd feel very confident coming back from 3 down. It's been a long point you've had to work through, turning it over once, and you didn't have Rowan McDonald on the field. And now you see Cranston getting those 0 points last week. We saw it in the fourth quarter. He's back on. And now it's all hands on deck from here on out. It's not about the second D-line. It's about the superstars getting it done.
DC Breeze have never held a lead in this game. They had a break chance on the very first point of the first quarter, but could not cash in. A little blade to McDonald there.
You don't teach that.
No.
Not at all. But it's working by any means necessary. DC is so stingy. And this New York defense is giving a ton of pressure. And DC continues to work through it, continues to churn.
McDonald up the line for Knopf. Knopf wanted a foul on the mark from Randolph, didn't get it. A lot of traffic near that front pylon, but it works, and Johnny Malks with as big a show of an emotion that you get from that young man. Breeze back within 1, 5.5 to play.
You didn't think that the fate of the DC offense would rest on Knopf, but in these moments, when the pressure builds, you get performances from athletes that haven't been featured. Because New York's focused on taking away Rowan, taking away Malks, and leaving Knopf open enough to touch the disc and just be steady, and that's what's required of him. This is finished off by Tyler Monroe and Johnny Malks, but Knopf doing a great job of filling in there. You need those performances in these moments.
Jeremy Knopf, 28 for 28 with his passes in this game. 26-year-old out of the University of Maryland, where he played for Darryl Stanley. Part of that Maryland team that went to nationals. All right, DC knows they need one more break.
No timeouts left. So you're going to dance with the one that brung you at this point.
From a coaching standpoint, Brian, are you thinking about crossing anybody over from D to O or O to D here down the stretch?
If I'm DC, I'm throwing everything I got in every single point. It's about this point and only this point every single time, because I'm not going down thinking I could have played my best players anymore. For New York, Benyat is back on the field on offense. He's not leaving that for the rest of the game.
This is what you can ask for. Two of the top teams in the league. Only one of them can make it to the Final Four. 1-goal game, under 5 minutes to play. Tough handler defense, but Rushmeyer-Bailey shakes free of Tom just enough. Now trying to get it off the sideline. He gets it to Williams. Osgar's open. Williams against Troy Holland. Holland won that matchup, and Tom denies the reset for Rushmeyer-Bailey. The DC sideline is going bonkers. McDonald for Tom. A.J. Merriman has it. As you said, Brian, no timeouts for DC. Middle of the field, it's Holland. He's got Bloodgood going, he's open. The swing finds Merriman. And this is not a 7-man group that's been out on the field together very much this year.
And everybody's gassed. And this is up to Rowan here to find the strength just a little bit, either one throw or just command your way into the end zone.
McDonald squeezes it through. Holland hammers. Tricky catch made. DC on the doorstep. So much traffic. You think a swing would be wise. And Yacht fouls McDonald on the mark. Rowan will have it, center of the field, on the goal line. Or not. He was apparently just outside of 10 yards, so he has it near the sideline. McDonald to the end zone. Is that a goal? DC has tied the game. A bewildering sequence there. McDonald was still conversing with the referee as he threw the game-tying goal.
Just keep on hanging around and good things will happen. Just incredible here. Both teams are gassed. They're finding everything they can.
Tartish Hanley, ultra smooth layout of the game from Jasper Tom in the backfield. Little wobbler from Osgar, and Tom was all over it. If you want skin as smooth as that layout, go to tees.com/AUDL for 30% off your first box. What a comeback from the Breeze. From 13-8 down midway through the third. It's been a struggling with math, so it's been an 8-3 run.
And now,
championship weekend on the line.
And you have New York, their offense tired to the point where they're going to have to take that timeout and conserve their legs. John Randolph coming over to the O-line now. It's all hands on deck from here on out. It's
many of the D-line studs staying out there as well. That's a Breeze cheering section that made the trip, making a lot of noise, just like the Phoenix fans did at DC last Saturday night. Should mention that we have seen a road team win in the playoffs every year since 2015 in the AUDL. Hasn't happened yet in this particular playoffs.
DC really is giving everything they got. That last possession, Troy Holland, he's hobbled and you can tell, but he did just enough on Jack Williams to get Oscar to look off and go back to Solomon Rushmeyer-Bailey, where Jasper Tom came through with a clutch block. I love the way Jasper Tom's been playing. He's not going to win them all, but he's won some important ones this far.
So the Empire took the timeout in between points. Last time New York received where the game tied, the score was 2-2. Osgar with 2.5 minutes remaining in the fourth. Lithio hits Randolph coming under. Jack Williams. Rushmeyer-Bailey.
Every throw just feels a little nervous right now.
Understandably so. Lithio breaks the mark, floats it high. Oscar elevates. Yacht in the middle. Yacht on his 30th birthday throws the go-ahead score with 1:51 to go.
Let's go!
Jack Williams. A nervy point for New York, but they've got a 1-goal lead with under 2 to play.
Here we go, Black. Out of date, fellas.
New York with a 1-goal lead, pulling here with 1:51 remaining. The DC Breeze did not convert any of their break chances in the first half, but they are 3 for 6 here in the second half. And they tied the game moments ago. New York worked it down to surge back in front. Now it's DC's turn to play offense with as much pressure as you could feel on an offensive point. Monroe with a stall count rising, forces it up the line and somehow finds Boxley, who throws across the field to a wide open Jeff Wodash.
Sometimes you take the risks and you come ever so close to a block, and then after that, that's the risk you take, and it just leaves it wide open for the offense. Oh, so close. It's taken everything everybody's got. The margins are so thin in these moments. And then you may want DC to huck it. You don't want to have him huck it like that. Nobody within 20 yards of Jeff Wodash. DC kind of feels like in this moment they're playing a little bit with house money, and now you got to think the pressure is on the Empire. They haven't faced this season. They've been in control of games.
Yep.
We've talked about the margins they played with. They've been blowing out some of the teams. They haven't blown out DC. DC's still been close, been competitive. Those margins by 3 and 4 earlier this season. But they haven't had to do this, hold in these moments. But these players have. All of these players in this line know what it feels like to play in these pressure-packed moments. And now I think we're really going to see Jack Williams be playoff Jack for the rest of this.
This game's been unbelievable. Empire led by as many as 5. DC have fought all the way back. We're tied with 1 minute remaining in regulation. Winner to Madison, loser watches from afar in disappointment. Yacht downfield for Lithio. Open side, Ryan Oscar is in for New York.
That is about as easy of a pressure-packed 0 point as you're going to get. In-cut after in-cut, you can see DC having that healthy respect, but you just want to force New York to do something different. Oscar with the right timing downfield. Rowan's jogging back to the line, has to get there. He's been playing every point almost here in the second half. Got to score here with 43 seconds. You can run a normal offensive point, but if you're New York, you also have a chance to punch your ticket right here and right now.
You would think one block here for the Empire would probably get the job done. Of course, we've seen crazy stuff the end of games, especially at this stadium, through the years. Jeff Babbitt out there on defense, along with Yacht, Randolph, Davis, Jack Williams as well. Breeze sticking with the 7 that brung him on 0. Malks, Nissen, Whartonby, McDonald, Wodash, Monroe, and Boxley. DC needs to score. 30 seconds left. Yacht comes up empty, flailing for the block on McDonald. Back for Rowan, shooting it deep. Boxley gets the score. Babbitt peeled off, but Boxley read it best. And we're tied 18 all with 17 seconds remaining.
Evan, it's scary hours out there. Any way you put it up here at this point, especially with Jeff Babbitt lurking, but Rowan McDonald puts this out perfectly. And Boxley with the right read. Doesn't go up early. That's clutch.
And this brings back memories to playoffs from last year, where New York beat Atlanta on a walk-off shot from Jack Williams to Ryan Osgar. Timeout taken by the Empire here. You work on these types of situations in practice. I'm not sure you work on them enough relative to the potential importance and just focusing on playing good ultimate, but this is the season on the line right here, Brian.
We saw earlier on in this game an end of quarter opportunity where Oscar put it up to Jeff Babbitt despite maybe having some other options open. If I'm DC, I'm pretty sure I'm triple teaming Jeff Babbitt no matter what, wherever he goes at this point. You can see him talking out the play on the field, what they're going to get.
Quickly, the 7 on the line for New York. Lithio, Osgar, Babbitt, Williams, Chartok, Rushmeyer Bailey, and Yacht. Wouldn't it be something if Yacht, on his 30th birthday, came down with a goal with no time left to send the Empire to championship weekend and maintain the perfect season? Of course, the most important thing here for New York, more important than scoring, is not turning the disc over like they did at the end of the third.
They had that meltdown where it was the worst possible situation. You take the last shot, you're in overtime. You take it too early, you mess it up, your season could be over in a blink of an eye.
A.J. Merriman preparing to pull. It might not be the game's final point, but it certainly feels like it's going to be. Alex Fall, Rowan McDonald, Jeremy Hess, David Cranston, Fred Farah, and Musa Jah, along with Merriman, who pulls. Rushmeyer Bailey gets it to Yacht underneath. 12 seconds to go. Are the Empire going back to championship weekend, or are we going to overtime? Jack Williams with 3. Williams goes across the field. It's a jump ball to decide the game. And it comes down in the hands of Ben Yacht, who catches the winner on his 30th birthday to send New York to the Final Four. You almost can't believe the story because it felt so possible and inevitable, but New York 19, DC 18. The Empire perfect by the skin of their teeth.
Jack Williams unwraps a little bit of an early birthday present, or right on time, for Ben Yacht. You can't write this stuff, can you, Evan? DC with a valiant effort. I mean, they came this close. This close. They battled so hard, and New York is moving on, survive and advance.
No doubt what the TNNS top play of the game is. We're going to have to watch this a bunch of times to evaluate it all. Yacht was just kind of at the back of the pile, the biggest guy in the group. And what a heartbreaking way for the Breeze season to come to an end. New York moving on to Madison. Wasn't Yacht's best game by any means. But Williams has caught a buzzer beater against New York, and Osgar caught a buzzer beater to send the Empire to championship weekend, and apparently it was Ben Yacht's turn tonight. How about the throw from Jack Williams?
Yeah, hung perfectly. The right amount of spin, not afraid to throw the 50-50 ball to the other side of the field. everybody and their brother around waiting for that one. It just doesn't matter at some point. Big-time athletes make big plays. I can tell you what, if I'm Charlie Hoppus and Anthony Nunez doing a great job with the New York Empire, but they are breathing a sigh of relief.
Ben Yacht has the headset on. His fan club is waiting for autographs. Ben, happy birthday. What was this game like tonight?
Oh, a couple of our big-time players didn't have a lot of stats, but we ended up getting the win. And boy, does that feel good. I've never caught a buzzer beater before, and I am ecstatic. I am so stoked. We're going to the championship weekend, baby, and I cannot wait.
This team has been on a mission since what happened last year in the finals against the Flyers in D.C. We'll talk about the season in a second. That last point, tell me what was going through your mind on the line, what the discussion was like, what you saw when the disc was in the air.
Yeah, the discussion is they're going to give us a lot of space because, you know, end of quarter defense is just typically soft a little bit. So we knew we could catch a few unders and then put it, and then we were looking to go one side and then opposite. So when I saw Jack going to that side, I knew he was going to put it this way. And Jeff and others are going to go up big in the pile, and I just decided to go back and wait, and everyone else went up a little early, and thankfully my height served me well this time.
What was going through your mind when the disc hit your hands?
I was elated. I've never caught one of those, so it's a little surreal when it just sticks in your hand. A lot of times I've had a few of them bounce off my hands, but that one stuck, and boy, does it feel good. Hearing everyone in the crowd going crazy, everyone on my team going crazy, it feels really good for the organization knowing that, you know, we're a championship contender, and we just played one of the best teams in the league, and we're going to championship weekend on a buzzer beater. You know, a win's a win.
What is it like, Ben, battling against this D.C. team? I mean, they've given you so many battles through the years. You had a 5-goal lead midway through the third quarter, and it took a buzzer beater with no time left. What can you say about the Breeze as a worthy adversary?
You took the words right out of my mouth. Worthy adversary. Those guys are really good. We've had 4 games against them this year, all really close ones. They are a top-tier team, and you know, it feels good to play against the best teams in the league. We've had a few blowouts this year, but when you're playing against a team that will really test you, that's when you get better. And so we got better tonight. Thankfully, we got better, and we can now put that towards the next games we play.
What was it like on the sideline late in the game, Ben, with the intensity rising? Your guys' offensive line got broken 3 times. The Breeze got back in it. How did the Empire stay together to pull out this victory?
That's a good question. I think a lot of us have been there before. You know, more than half our team just played in the World Club Finals. We live for these moments. Driving here, we're all feeling the butterflies, and we're excited. We know that it's going to come down to a close one. If it doesn't and we blow them out, that's fine. But we're all prepared emotionally and mentally to give it all our all until the very end of the game. And it turns out we had to. So I'm glad that we were prepared mentally like that.
All right, last thing, Ben. Did you ever dream about catching a goal like this on your birthday, no less, to send your team to the Final Four?
No, I didn't dream about that. I like system wins better, but if it comes down to it and I need to catch one, I'll fall on my sword to win a game like this.
Congratulations, Ben. Happy birthday. We'll see you in Madison.
Thanks so much, Evan. We'll see you soon.
Yes, indeed. Ben Yacht on his 30th birthday. The former 2-time MVP gets the win. 19-18, a walk-off to championship weekend. Brian, put a bow on it for me. This was just an incredible event.
DC kept hanging around. They kept fighting. They got close. At the end, the big boys, the big players from New York just made a few more plays to take it home to championship weekend.
You can watch Chicago, Minnesota on AUDL.TV on Sunday afternoon to see the Final Four field get set. But for now, on behalf of our entire production crew, for Brian Jones, I'm Evan Leffler saying good night from New York. The Empire with the birthday boy Ben Yacht winning it at the buzzer. 19-18, New York is heading back to the Final Four.
Hello and welcome to Peter Barton Stadium here in Denver, Colorado for the Western Division Championship matchup between the Salt Lake City Shred and your hometown Colorado Summit. I'm Shaggy. I'm here with my co-host Chucktown. Chuck, it's going to be a doozy tonight.
It really is. These are two teams that have run away from the competition. In their first year, they both have put the stamp on this Western Division, and they're both ready to win. We'll see what happens.
Absolutely. You know, coming into the season, not a lot of people thought that it would be two new teams here. Well, it's two brand new teams to represent the Western Division.
It is, and it's two dogs. Both these teams got a lot of fight. They play good D, they play good O, and you can see the bracket. They're both trying to get to Madison to try to bring home a title.
Absolutely. New York Empire leading the Breeze right now, and Carolina leading the Soul. They're looking like the two of the teams to meet the winner of this game in Madison. And then tomorrow, Chicago versus the Wind Chill will round out that Final Four in Madison, Wisconsin. Now the player to watch for the Colorado Summit tonight, Jonathan Nethercutt, one of the premier throwers in the AUDL.
Yeah, he's just become one of those household names. He's won at every level, and he's just got a certain amount of gravitas when he's on the field. If you're on his team, you feel like you're going to win this point. If you're in a game, you feel like you're going to win this game. And throwing to guys like Jay Frood, that doesn't hurt either. And you can see how he sets these up. No looks, big breaks, and it doesn't hurt to have a cannon to get across the 50-yard field.
And for the Salt Lake City Shred, Jordan Kerr leads the league in plus-minus, leads the league in assists. You want to talk about dynamic throwers, Jordan Kerr is one of them.
He is. You know, he's dangerous underneath. He's dangerous. He can go deep. But when he gets the disc and turns, I mean, he really causes problems. Moves the release point. You can see him fighting for the disc downfield, too. But I like his game with the disc, breaking, getting it around, hucking to the end zone, good shape, and just always a threat.
Absolutely. One of those dangerous downfield receivers that you can't force back to the disc because he's too good as a thrower.
It's really true. And he's confident. He's a young guy. I think he really enjoys this stage. He seems to. And it'll be fun to watch him against Nethercutt tonight.
Now the keys to the game for the Colorado Summit, they need to execute on offense. What does that mean to you, Chuck?
I think, they've struggled to play 4 solid quarters, I believe, and their advantage really, if they can, they're one of the only teams that Salt Lake hasn't been able to generate a ton of blocks against. So they need to stay strong, settle in, let Matt Jackson, Nethercutt, and Frood just kind of drive that offense and stay calm.
Speaking about championship mindset, or speaking about Matt Jackson, championship mindset, there are guys on this team who have won titles. Dave Weissman, Matt Jackson.
Now, yeah, lean on your vets and do what you know how to do.
Now the keys for the Salt Lake City Shred, bring the chaos. They love to thrive in the muck.
Yeah, they do. And their defense, they're so athletic, and they move around the field so well. So just to see guys like Joel Clutton and these young dogs get after the disc is really fun. And come out here, and play with pride. They got nothing to lose here. Nobody's really expecting them to win. They're on the road. It's their first year. Come out and show people what Utah Ultimate is all about.
Absolutely. Well, when we get back, you're going to see some on-field action between the two best teams in the Western Division here at Peter Barton Stadium. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back here to Peter Barton Stadium in Denver. A little bit of rain moving in, and we have just been informed that it is a sellout crowd, the most attendance at an AUDL Divisional Championship game in history, over 2,100 people here tonight.
Yeah, pretty amazing that Colorado, in their first year, was able to develop and build this relationship with the community and have this kind of fan base. I was amazed the first week we were here. This place was filled. Everybody was excited. There's a big pregame kind of festival that goes on, and they love it. They love it here in Denver.
Yeah, I was talking to the coaches before the game. I was talking to them during this week, and they were saying, both Bryce Merrill and Coach Tim from Colorado, we're talking about who do you play for? And they both said it's the community. It's the kids that come to these games. It's their families. It's all these people that come out to support them. But to see this community show up like it has tonight is something else.
Yeah, it's fun. And this is, both of these teams really, Salt Lake and Denver and the Colorado community, these are two areas that haven't been able to be showcased just because they're sort of isolated on a map. But, they're both hungry, and Colorado's always been a big talent pipeline and just one of the top collections of in the Open Division. My whole career they've been near the top.
Absolutely. So These two teams met earlier this season. Colorado won both games. The first game was here in Colorado. They were down 2 with like 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter, came back to win it. Second game was in Salt Lake. It was a blowout. That was earlier in the season. You think anything from those games are going to carry over to this one, or it's a totally clean slate?
It'll be interesting. Those early games with 2 new teams, it's hard to know how much to read into that or not. But I was surprised in the second game that it wasn't closer. I thought Salt Lake might win the second game, and it's been interesting to just see Colorado's grit and some discipline for a first-year team.
Yeah, I think something that really changed about Colorado between that first game they played Salt Lake and the second is those first 3 games that Colorado played, a double overtime win against Portland, who turned out to be, one of the lower tier teams in the AUDL, a 3-point victory over Seattle, and then that 2-point win here at home against Salt Lake. They turned it over 69 times in those games. That would be a league worst 23 turnovers a game. For the next 9 games, they're doing a league best 12 turnovers a game. After that point in the season, they completely turned it around.
That's impressive. I did not know that.
Yeah. That goes to that, championship mindset that you were talking about before the break, one of their keys to the game. Maintaining possession of the disc, not getting it too excited and throwing it away. That's what I think both of these teams are going to need to bring here tonight.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see how the rain affects turnovers. Hopefully, it just looks like it's going to be an on and off drizzle. But that's just enough as a thrower to really change some of the mechanics. And, as you get tired, it's interesting.
Wet disc, are you putting gloves on? Are you, trying to dry your hands off on a towel? What are you doing?
Man, we didn't wear gloves when I was playing, man. I remember seeing the Japanese Buzz Bullets come to the tournament up in Seattle. They came over with gloves on, and we were all like, what are these clowns doing? Meanwhile, they were running through every one of us on their way to the tournament win, and we all said, maybe we should check out gloves. I don't know. What's your take on gloves?
I think that my hands are good enough as it is. I don't need additional help from something else to catch Frisbees.
Must be nice.
Yeah, I did play with gloves when I played in college, but, it's just – it changes how you throw. It changes the torque on the disc, and it's something that I just would rather not bother with.
Yeah, I'm the same. I run a little warm, too. I'm like, I don't need anything on my hands. Like I'm already cooking over here.
Yeah, that rain will be interesting. However, not affecting anybody here yet, right? We haven't seen anyone leave the game. No one's like, it's raining. I'll just go home.
They're made from stern stuff, these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good to see everybody coming back. Bryce Merrill missed a game towards the end of the season. We had Jay Fruit is back. That's huge for Colorado.
Yeah, Fruit is such a clutch player for them.
Well, today's stream is sponsored by Wana Brands, makers of Colorado's favorite cannabis gummies. Not all edibles are created equal. Everything from the quality of the ingredients to the technology they're made with will affect your experience. That's why premium Wana gummies are vegan, gluten-free, melt-proof, and enhanced with more than 30 terpenes. Learn more at www.wanabrands.com.
30 terpenes.
Yeah, it's a lot of terpenes.
That sounds good. I might not be at the level to know what that means, but 30 just seems like a good number.
Absolutely.
I'll take it.
Definitely more than 28. When you're a team when you're a new team, it's tough to find continuity, right? I was just saying how Jay Fruit's coming back, Colorado's getting healthy at the right time. Salt Lake, on the other hand, Salt Lake has had 6 guys who played every game this season. They've had 5 more who played every game but one. Between 2 new teams, it's weird to say this. I think Salt Lake might have more continuity than Colorado.
Yeah, it's not a bad point. And the Colorado crew, it's not like a bunch of guys that all played on one team. It's a little bit of picking and choosing the right players, the right characters. I was impressed right off the bat. Colorado's had a really strong team culture right from the very beginning. And you would think it would take time to develop that, but I really think that the owners and the coaches picked the right group of guys. They fit well together. They play well together.
Yeah, Coach Tim was talking about that before the game. They didn't just choose talent. They chose guys they thought would add to the culture of the team they wanted to build. Well, Colorado, their culture is going to be starting out on offense here tonight. Salt Lake will be pulling to them. Barton with the disc for Salt Lake. Not Peter Barton, who the stadium is named after, but, you know, Taylor Barton, who plays for the Salt Lake Shred.
Long lost relatives, no doubt.
Peter would probably be pretty proud to see someone with the Barton name playing here. And we're off in the Western Divisional Championship game. What a pull from Taylor Barton. Danny Landisman will have the first touch of the evening, centers it to Nethercutt.
And lots of really athletic defenders for Salt Lake. We'll see if they can generate any problems. I love this matchup, Clutton against Frood.
Two dudes who played together in Dallas, played against each other in college, both college foes. Landisman with the disc now for Colorado. Matt Jackson, impressive running that down.
Yeah, Matt's a guy who really holds it down for his team, solid. And I've noticed in big moments and big games, generally he's making the right play.
Brunker going deep for Jay Frood, and Jay Frood too fast for Joel Clutton. Colorado with the first score of the evening.
Yeah, and that's a great patient opening possession for Colorado. And I think Jay Frood, if he can get going and start to win that matchup again, you know, he's had his struggles against Clutton, but being able to go deep and close out against Clutton, I think, is a big confidence boost.
And what a throw here by Daniel Brunker. He caught that disc even with Frood and looked over and was like, oh, Jay Frood, let me just put it out into space for him.
Jay will do the rest.
Absolutely. Well, now we get a chance to look at the offense for Salt Lake Shred. Their first appearance of the evening. Jordan Kerr, our player to watch. Maybe an MVP favorite, him or Oscar out of New York, is probably the two leading the charge, I would think.
Yeah, he makes such an impact, and you see him, especially on offense. I mean, some guys just their eyes light up when they're on offense. They get the disc, they see some space, and he's one of those guys, kind of like a Cam Brock in Indy. Like when Cam gets an idea to catch a goal.
Luke Jorgensen too far away for Joe Merrill, and that's an early turn here for the Shred offense.
Yeah, not a good sign. We'll see if the D-line can punch it in for Colorado.
Dave Weissman with the disc now for Colorado. Gets it up to Cody Spicer. Weissman on the goal line. Stall count rising. Quick flip, but it won't be in yet to Agee. Agee with the blade across the field, and Colorado with the quick break to take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, great work by this whole D-line to just be patient and punch it in. And yeah, you got to be a little concerned if you're Salt Lake. That was an unforced turnover, just a bad throw.
Nick Snuska there getting wide open on the far side of the field, and Agee with the vision to see him. Let's take a look at this turnover here, just outside of the reach of Joe Merrill.
Yeah, just missed the target. Merrill wasn't able to save it. But yeah, great recognition by Snuska to just back it up, use all four corners of the end zone. And it's hard to get used to how wide this field is if you played, traditional club. It's another 13 yards wide.
So wide. A lot of these players fresh out of college. BYU, half this Utah team is from BYU. Much wider field than they play on in college for sure. Second opportunity here for the Shred offense. Knoll with the disc. Gets it over to Jensen Wells. Jacob Miller up the field. As Brandon Jordan, Jensen Wells. And Jordan Kerr to Jensen Wells for Utah's first goal, and another assist for the assist leader in the AUDL, Jordan Kerr.
Jordan Kerr just doing what he does. I mean, he puts goals on the board, and he just recognizes the moment. It's funny when you get closer to the end zone. It's like Joel, sees the moment. Jordan sees the moment, makes the move, and
it's just so dangerous that close to the end zone with his ability to blade a flick or just this quick backhand into space.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys. He can hit really tight windows. He can throw it. Sometimes you need a low throw that's, away from the defender, and he seems to be able to hit a real tight target. That doesn't hurt.
No, absolutely. Well, Alec Benton will pull it here for Salt Lake. Their defense gets another opportunity. That pull from Alec Benton is going to bounce in the end zone. Landisman centers it to John Nethercutt.
Yeah, the pull makes such a difference, too. You see a lot of teams just kind of put athletes out there and not think about that opening pull, but Benton, great hang time, great shape, and really sets up some pressure right off the bat.
Matt Jackson with the disc for Colorado. Gets it up to Brewster. And Quinn Finer's first touch of the evening. Looking end zone for Landisman. And Landisman this time on the receiving end of a Quinn Finer pass. Those rules usually reversed.
Yeah, that's a really nice setup for them. You give Quinn Finer the lane, let him do what he wants. If he can take it deep, you know he will. But if he can't go deep, he comes under, and you got a guy like Landisman. I mean, that's a good one, too.
So dangerous. You know, he has the role on this team of get the pull, center it, but this cut that he has, you know, Huff is closing fast here for Salt Lake, and just beautiful shape by Finer, and that cut by Landisman. You know, there's no space for the defender to get involved.
Yeah, it's great to have a guy who's comfortable going deep. You know, you don't necessarily have to spend all your time trying to go to the end zone and catch goals, but just being comfortable and confident going deep like that, it really helps for a guy who plays, you know, maybe behind the disc most of the time.
Jensen Wells will get the disc to start for Utah. Gets it to Luke Knoll, the first option taken away by that quick Colorado defense.
Yeah, Spicer was thinking about that D, you could tell.
Rand Shorten with the disc now, shooting deep for Knoll. Knoll's going to need to turn on the Jets to get it. And too far for Knoll. And another turn for Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I like the throw. It looked like maybe it had enough hang time, started to turn over, though, and it got away from Salt Lake.
Well, Weissman will pick it up here. David Weissman, one of the premier winners in the AUDL all those years in Madison, gets it to Alex Tatum on the near sideline. AG with the disc now, stall count rising. Quick flip back to Weissman. Weissman going deep. Jump ball, tipped, almost grabbed, but Jensen Wells will come up with it for the shred. Tough to get a jump ball like that, you'd think, Chuck.
Yeah, that really hung up there. Buchholz made a nice read. Looked like he got maybe first touch, but just couldn't close out on it.
Now it's Jacob Miller for the shred, gets it to Joe Merrill. Joe Merrill has somebody going deep, but he wants to be the guy going deep, not the guy throwing it.
No doubt about that.
Here we go, Knoll to Kerr, but Kerr maybe trips a little bit on the turf, and that disc too far for him, and just another overthrow from Salt Lake City.
Yeah, that was interesting how quick Jordan pulled off of that cut. I mean, he obviously got a good early read on it, but you'd expect, I mean, if I throw to my boy Jordan Kerr and he pulls off that quick, I'm saying, bud, I'm not throwing next time.
Yeah, he must have just seen something there that he didn't think he could run onto.
Yeah.
Tatum with the disc now for Colorado. Finds Seth Ferris. And Colorado struggling to move it off this sideline again. Dave Weissman, big body. Able to box out the smaller Knoll. And Colorado forced to call an early timeout. Nathan Buchholz there, the player, on field timeout for Colorado.
I really like that call. You know, I mean, it's, the offense isn't coming easy. We just, you know, we've got the disc. Let's convert. Let's just bring out our best 7 on 0 and close this thing out. I like that.
Absolutely, yeah, great call, heads-up call. Another heads-up thing, Phil Long, family of dealerships, proudly supports the Summit, offering over 3,000 new and pre-owned vehicles. Experience Phil Long and drive Colorado. Online anytime at phillong.com. Now, you know, we're talking about drives here. Colorado's offense is going to get the disc. They got maybe 40 yards to the end zone. What do you think? Is that a quick play or work it down the field, long, sustained, heavy possession drive?
I think they're going to be patient here. This is, you know, essentially an O-line. They've got so many good reps. They've had such good success that I think for them tonight, they just want to play efficient, use their experience, settle in on offense, break the mark. And if you got the over the top, you got the deep shot, you got the right guys to make the throw and catch.
That's fair. Jonathan Nethercutt, if I was choosing somebody to throw something unexpected through a mark, I think I would choose Jonathan Nethercutt.
We've seen that over the years. I mean, that behind the back to the end zone a couple years ago was the perfect throw. Was a goal, of course.
Yeah, wild. And if anyone else throws that, I don't think they're ever touching the field again.
Right. We're not on his pay level.
Well, Landisman back to Jonathan Nethercutt, who will find Jay Frood on the far sideline. Colorado content to just work the disc sideline to sideline here. Little cuts up the field when they can get them.
Yeah, great pressure from Salt Lake, though. Matty Jackson gets open around.
That blade hits the ground. Matt Jackson unable to run underneath it. Taylor Barton has the disc now.
This is a good sign if you're a Salt Lake fan. They're able to put pressure not just on that defensive line.
Chad Jorgensen down the sideline for Garrett Martin, too far. And another turnover for Salt Lake. Granted, it's a defensive lineup that's doing it, but this is still a point that they started with the disc. They definitely wanted to score.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It's interesting, lot to look at. I mean, if you're a Salt Lake fan, you're saying we are having a problem just punching these in. But they're getting the disc. They're generating blocks. And good pressure against, an elite O-line here.
Absolutely. Danny Landisman with the disc now for Colorado. Gets it to Cody Spicer. Quinn Feiner now. Has Matty Jackson deep. Doesn't want him. And now it's Landisman into the end zone for Frood. And another Colorado break, 4-1. Early Summit advantage.
Yeah, it's, so far so good for Jay Frood. He's able to run another one out into the end zone against Joel Clutton. I thought Joel played that about as well as you can. But just right time and right place. And Danny Landisman, man, he's got the touch.
Now, look, if you're Utah, you're comfortable playing in a high turnover game. But the key is you need to make sure that the other team is turning it over just as much. They have not managed to get Colorado to give the disc back to them nearly as frequently as they'd like to.
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch. A lot of times in that first quarter, you set the tone for the game. And here's Landisman looking downfield and just hitting Jay Frood. Timed that cut beautifully and runs it out. But, it's the first quarter. We're sort of deciding who's here to win and who's on today. Who's going to have a big game today as a player and which team wants it the most. So there's a lot to be established still.
Salt Lake's got good pulls. So does Colorado. That pull goes all the way to the back of the end zone. And Salt Lake still trying to work their way out of it.
Smash Anderson with the big mark, causing problems.
Luke Jorgensen with the disc through that mark. Definitely difficult to Sean Knoll. Knoll's got to get rid of it. Finds Jacob Miller in the backfield. Jordan Kerr forced to come back to the disc. Probably you'd want him more downfield, I would think.
I think you're right, but this is an interesting matchup. Cody really forces guys to do what they don't want to do, and I think you're seeing a little bit of that. The resets aren't there. The lanes get a little clogged out. And, yeah, I think it's time. You're looking for Jordan to make something happen here.
Well, Jacob Miller with the disc now around midfield. Gets it up to Jensen Wells. Definitely slow going, but no turnovers. That's a big deal, given how the first couple points have gone for Salt Lake.
Look at this pressure from Spicer. He's just been doing that all year.
Jordan Kerr around to Luke Jorgensen. The worst game Jordan Kerr had was that home game they had, the Shred in Utah against Colorado. Cody Spicer, the primary defender on him.
Yeah, you'll see that's true for a lot of guys that go up against Cody. I don't know what it is. I don't know exactly how he does it. He's so receptive, quick movements.
And a hand block from Joe Smash Anderson. You were talking about his mark. Well, there it is.
Yeah, a specialist and a crowd favorite. One of the guys, everybody's out here, they love him. They love seeing him go on the field and make a play. And between him and Spicer, yeah, just not letting Salt Lake really settle in on offense.
Well, the disc now to Kevin Johnson on the near sideline. And Cody Spicer going deep for Bristol. Bristol with the big bid, but it bounces off his hand.
Man, that is what the crowd wanted right there. I love that bid. Wasn't so sure about the look from Spicer. he seemed to just turn, see something he liked, and let it rip.
That was definitely an aggressive play from Cody Spicer. Luke Jorgensen with the disc now. Much more patient than they were earlier in the quarter. Doesn't want that deep shot. Doesn't even have people going now as Jensen Wells needs to look backfield.
Yeah, Salt Lake looks out of sorts on offense right now.
Joe Merrill centers it to Dunabile. Jace Dunabile back to Jensen Wells.
You know, this is a good matchup for Merrill. I'd love to see him get busy downfield.
Joe Merrill, their primary goal scorer. That disc too high. Maybe Cody Spicer got a finger on it, and another turn from Salt Lake City.
Yeah, just amazing. He's so fun to watch. And, you know, if you've been around him, you know how important he is to a team and how effective he is. But, you know, just think about it. How many times have you seen Jordan Kerr go up and not catch?
Huge hammer from Joe Smash Anderson to Cody Spicer. And now Cody Spicer returns the favor with a hammer to Joe. And he reaches over the shorter Sean Canole. And the man of that point, certainly Joe Anderson with the goal.
And the crowd could not be happier. One of the coolest guys, one of the most loved members of the Colorado Ultimate community, Joe Smash Anderson, goes up and over. And, you know, Cody Spicer may not be making the best throws, but he's making the most highlight-worthy throws. A hammer, of all things, to an open-cutting Joe Anderson.
Well, the player at that point, certainly Joe Anderson with some massive plays. Here we should get to see his hand block that set the whole point up for Colorado.
So hard to reach across and not foul there, but that's his game. And him and Spicer, man, they can get the disc back. I don't know what Cody's thinking with the hammer here. I think he just knows the crowd wants it.
Yeah, and he probably knows Joe wanted it too, I would think, given how Joe threw it to him.
He looked pretty comfortable going up and getting it.
Well, some roster shifts for Salt Lake. More of their defensive lineup here, giving their offense a rest, trying to get a different look on the field.
Yeah, you need to see what works. You know, you really can't afford to fall behind here if you're Salt Lake. They're down 4. I mean, it's time.
Well, they'll get some help here as the offsides call for Colorado will set them at the reverse brick mark. Taylor Barton with the disc for Utah. Barton back to Dusty Green. Dusty Green in the center of the field playing with that ace bandage on his wrist. Joel Clutton, Taylor Barton just stretching the field sideline to sideline. Chad Jorgensen into the end zone for the goal to Garrett Martin. Salt Lake scores again.
Yeah, nice patience there from Salt Lake. It wasn't probably as easy as they were thinking, but they kept making high percentage passes and just waiting for things to develop.
You know, if you're the Shred, I think that's a really important point because you did not take any chances, right? You took every throw that Colorado was willing to give you, and I think it's important to see that if you're the Shred to say, okay, settle down, we can do this. There is available space here for us to find.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, you know, they've shown that they can win their matchups here, you know, based on which point, what side of the disc they are. It looks like they're going to be able to match up with Colorado to some extent, but it really isn't going to work out if they can't convert, if they can't take care of that disc a little better.
Well, Kyle Weinberg now with the pull. Another great pull here tonight. It's been only good pulls so far this evening. Jonathan Nethercutt with the disc for Colorado.
Western Division, maybe the best pullers in the league?
Maybe. Maybe it's the thin air, too. Utah and Colorado.
Could be.
Jay Frood with the disc. Gets it through the double team to Feiner, who's now unmarked. Brewster looking end zone, and he'll find it. And just a quick goal, Brewster to Brunker for the Summit.
Yeah, fun to see Brunker get involved. He's a guy who flies a little bit below the radar, but really is a big difference maker for them when he gets going. And yeah, nice patient offense from Colorado. They just look comfortable right now.
And Colorado, you know, their O-line is only playing 1 every 3 points, 1 every 4 points, but they look so crisp right now. Salt Lake needs to find something to kind of throw them out of their rhythm.
Yeah, I think they're really confident and comfortable, you know, and it's a problem. You know, they got some really, really good vets. They got some of the best skill players. And if they settle in and they're not worried about anything, I mean, we all know this. Offense has a huge advantage at any given point.
Well, Ferris with the pull here for Colorado, and just your standard shred O-line back on the field. Kerr will get it up to Sean Canole. Jordan Kerr in the backfield today.
Yeah, they're playing a zone. I think with the weather and just some of the poor decisions from Salt Lake, Colorado's trying to zone out.
It's fair. It's a good idea. Switch up the looks. Jacob Miller to Sean Canole. Canole with the big hammer into the end zone, and Joel Clutton goes up high and scores for the Shred.
That was sweet.
Big plays there for Salt Lake, and we're right in front of the Salt Lake fan section here in the booth too, so they erupted when that goal happened.
Yeah, not too bad from Joel. Joel's very good in the air, saw this one early. This is probably the kind of throw you want if you're Colorado, but Joel gets it done.
Yeah, and what a way to end the quarter too. Well, 6-3 Summit in the lead, and we're going to take a break here. When we come back, more Western Division Championship action out here in Denver. That first quarter for Colorado went about as well as you could hope. For Utah, they're going to need to make adjustments coming into the second.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, you know, Salt Lake really never got going on offense. I think they had good pressure on D, but didn't really show their teeth, I don't think, yet. And Jordan really wasn't a big part of the puzzle at all.
No, I wonder if, you know, he has an injury, right? He hurt his face coming into the game. I wonder if that's affecting where they want to put him. Maybe he's not as comfortable going downfield.
That's not a bad point. Yeah, because he has been just kind of hanging back and less active. And usually when he's on the field on offense, I mean, he just goes.
Well, for Utah, one of our keys to the game was pride, right? Play with pride. They have talked to me all week about how they watched the Utah Wild, the professional women's team from Utah, you know, sort of pave the way for them. And this Utah Ultimate community, which is having a huge moment right now. They just won youth championships, high school championships, coalesce around this professional Ultimate women's team and sort of pave the way for them. And I think if you're Utah, if you're the Shred, you need to find that pride, right? You need to pick your heads up after that quarter and say, we're still in this. There's a reason we're in this championship game. We need to play like it.
Yeah, I love what you said. And I think the good thing about these guys is they don't really seem to get scared or intimidated. You know, like they're not going to go away. I think they just need to kind of wake up and get into the game a bit.
Absolutely. Well, they're going to be on offense right now. And Joel Clutton, their D-line captain, he played that last point for them, and now he seems to – you think it's permanent? Will we see more Clutton O points?
It's hard to say. I think they're seeing that he's here to play and he's making an impact, and we need to score, and maybe we can run him on both sides for a few. He's definitely dangerous. I mean, just hard to be in the right spot. They put Snuska on, and he's immediately testing him deep. I like that matchup.
Luke Jorgensen up to Jacob Miller. Yeah, huge frame to throw to in Joel Clutton.
Yeah, and Snuska's really done well in the air. I mean, that's kind of his thing. So I'm sure he can't wait for that disc to go up. I would love to see it.
What a cut there from Luke Jorgensen. Jorgensen to the end zone, and Joel Clutton back-to-back goals for the Shred. And now, look, they scored to end the quarter. They scored to start the quarter. That's almost a break.
Yeah, it's a big deal right there. It's 2-6. And then right before the half ends, you score. Right out of half, you score. I mean, it feels like a close game instead of a blowout.
Absolutely, and this was all predicated by this upline cut from Luke Jorgensen shaking Cody Spicer there.
Yeah, nice little throwing lane that they opened up. And yeah, you can see why the coach wants him in there, why Bryce is putting Clutton in there. Because he's settled down, he's a nice, easy target to throw to, and like we said, this guy knows how to win. You know, he's played on very, very high-level successful teams. He can help these guys settle down a bit.
Yeah, won a title with the Dallas Roughnecks. Now the Dallas Legion. It also lets Jordan Kerr move to the backfield, right? If you're going to put Clutton down the lane, being one of those rail cutters, as their coach Bryce Merrill likes to call them, that lets Kerr come into the backfield.
That's a good point.
This pull blades out of the sideline, so Jonathan Nethercutt maybe trapped there. Not trapped anymore as Danny Landisman gets it in the middle of the field.
Yeah, an interesting look from the Salt Lake D. They got Colorado moving back, and they look pretty tight on the downfield cuts. Like nothing really exciting to look at if you're Colorado.
Rude getting it up to Quinn Feiner. Feiner has Nethercutt going deep, but instead takes Matt Jackson under. Now Nethercutt on the goal line. Blade to Matt Jackson, and Matt Jackson elevates for the goal. 7-4 Summit maintain the advantage.
And Matt Jackson's been doing that all season, like in these big moments when you need a catch, when you need a goal. Matt Jackson just rises to the occasion, literally in this case. And he's just so fun to watch. He's a very likable guy, a glue guy, positive all the time. And I swear, in the second half and in the big moments, Matt Jackson really pulls away.
And what a throw here by Nethercutt to keep it out of the defender's hands and away, far enough away from the sideline to let Jackson go up and make that play.
Yeah, you see him throw the second one, and you wonder why he didn't just throw the first one. He looked off the first cut, and I'm like, hey, bud, that's not much better, though. No, Matt Jackson makes you look good.
Yeah, Tony Mungo was right on him for Salt Lake. I thought he was going to get involved there. And yeah, you're right, Jackson just making him look good.
Making him look good. It was a good challenge. And if you're Salt Lake, I mean, you want that throw to go up. I think they're very happy to see a throw like that go up.
Absolutely. Do you think that's the key to Nethercutt's career? Only throw throws to great receivers and then let them make you look good?
That's what all the rest of us are hoping is true. Otherwise, he's a lot better than us.
Yeah, he's had maybe too much success for that to be the case. Jensen Wells for Utah. Up the field to Jacob Miller. And Miller going deep for Clutton. Cody Spicer on him. This disc will hang. And Clutton with the goal. Another jump ball to Joel Clutton. Another shred goal.
Yeah, you just can't do it. You just can't let him go deep like that. You have to push him under. And Cody Spicer got a little greedy, a little overzealous on the under, and I thought he played it perfectly. It really doesn't matter though. Clutton's 6'5", very confident in the air, and he's got a very clear advantage. Nicely done by him, and I love that they're just throwing it to this guy. Like, hey, we need some points. Let's ride this Clutton train. And I mean, how easy is that?
3 straight goals for Joel Clutton. Let your playmakers make plays.
That's it, man. I love it. I love the Utah version of Joel. The Texas version was fun, but I like the hair. I like the vibe. I like the leadership. And in the thin air, I think he can jump like another inch higher. It seems like.
Yeah, absolutely. The gravity doesn't affect you as much in Colorado. I've heard that.
That's just science.
It's just science. Danny Landisman, stop the roll, get it up to John Nethercutt. Nethercutt over to Feiner. Feiner's got Brunker going deep and taking everybody with him. Matt Jackson with the disc now, putting it to the end zone. And Cody Spicer says, if you can score deep on me, I'm sorry, Thomas Brewster, I can score deep on you. Brewster with the goal.
Yeah, Brewster comes through. I love that cut. And I mean, I just want to point it out again, man. Matt Jackson, when you need somebody to lock in and make a play, this wasn't all that easy of a look, but he gets out so wide, great release point, great touch, and it actually looks like a higher percentage throw than what Nethercutt just threw. But, I mean, look at this. He has to get all the way out around and keep this disc from floating. That's a nice throw.
And what a cut by Brewster as well. So much space in the end zone.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what you want, right? You say, look, I'm open. If you can get it there, I'm going to catch it for you. And Brewster gives him a nice look. Matt gets around on the throw. And yeah, they're doing what they need to do. Colorado needs to execute.
Well, Joel Clutton off the field now for the Utah offense. Kerr with the disc. He scored their last 3 goals. They'll need to find somebody else. Jacob Miller on the sideline, and Agee with a huge bid. Can't quite get there.
Awesome bid. Yeah, I'm glad to see Kerr moving upfield a little bit. I think they really need him to kind of get in the lane and take over. And here he comes.
Jensen Wells to Jordan Kerr. Jordan Kerr with the flick to the end zone, and it's Luke Jorgensen with the score for the Shred.
Yeah, I mean, you just saw the difference, right? He's moving at a different speed. He's downfield. And Jordan Kerr, when he starts to lock in, I mean, goals just start happening. You know, I mean, it just one way or another they're going to be in the end zone.
Absolutely. And Jordan throwing from continuation, different animal than Jordan throwing from the backfield.
Yeah, that's really true. Yeah, not only is he great at right after the catch, looking for the break, you know, before the marker really gets set. But yeah, to your point, just throwing in motion, reversing the field. He seems to just have this knack for when to reverse the field. It's beautiful.
Well, Salt Lake did it. They found someone other than Joel Clunton to score their goals.
Right.
Turned out to be Luke Jorgensen, who's usually throwing them.
We'll take it.
Absolutely will. Well, Colorado will start it off here. Danny Landisman in the center now. Not catching that pull.
Nethercutt working downfield.
A lot of Nethercutt work for them to not give him the disc. Landisman back with it. And now we'll get it to Matt Jackson, who's going deep. And Daniel Brunker with the goal there, running it down in the end zone.
And what a star Matt Jackson has become over the years. I mean, these throws, these are elite throws. These are not that big of windows. And if it has the wrong shape, a little too much air under it, this is going to be a very tricky catch. But Matt Jackson steps around, drives this over the shoulder, and all Brunker has to do is close it out. I mean, it's just really beautiful to watch Matt with the disc.
Yeah, you know these guys are pro athletes, because I would be super nervous holding my hands out wide like that in case I, miscaught it, dropped it, and then I looked like a fool. Great play by Brunker to showboat and actually make the play.
Yeah, I was always so tired that I couldn't spare to have my arms up as well. It's like, look, man, we're already on empty. I'm just going to catch this thing and go lie down.
Well, the Summit up 9-6, a nice score for them. So Luke Jorgensen will start things off for the shred. Sean Canola on it again, bothered by that Joe Anderson mark. Joe marking everybody. Jacob Miller with the disc for Salt Lake, and now Luke Jorgensen will put it all the way across the field to Merrill. Salt Lake doing a better job shifting the sides of the field as Jordan Kerr goes deep. Jensen Wells in the end zone. Runs it down.
Man, anything Matty Jackson does, Jordan Kerr can do a little bit better, apparently. I mean, the last two throws of the end zone were just absolutely beautiful, perfect throws that only their receiver could get to. These guys make it look easy.
Yeah, it seems like he flipped a switch. Jordan Kerr heard us talking about how he was maybe too passive, and then he was like, "Okay, I'll show the announcers who's being passive."
We're happy to help, by the way. We're very happy to help.
Take full credit.
Yeah, that was just a shape on that. To not only throw it to the same third side of the field, but to turn it over like that and have it just sit right where there's. I mean, these are really, really pretty throws.
And Matt Bristol for the Summit, I mean, he was closing fast on that disc, right? Jensen put him on his shoulder, but still, that disc really did have to be perfect.
It was great. Yeah, we've been seeing him do that all year. It's exciting. If Salt Lake gets going, make no mistake, they could easily run through Colorado.
Jonathan Nethercutt with the disc. Gets it to Landisman. Danny Landisman back to Brunker, back to Landisman. Utah with a little bit of a junkie set here, maybe trying to slow down that Colorado attack.
Let's go Summit! Let's go Summit!
Quinn Feiner, Fruit on the near sideline.
Let's go Summit! Let's go Summit!
Matt Jackson getting free. You could tell he probably wanted to go to the end zone.
They say, "Where's my cut? Where's my cut, Rook?"
Quinn Feiner to Brewster. Brewster going to the end zone now. And it's just too far for Brunker, and I believe that's the first Colorado offensive turnover of the game.
Yeah, tight little window. And, I mean, that throw gives you a feel for how good these last couple shots to the end zone were. I mean, if you miss, wrong shape, not enough air under it, pretty soon there's no play.
No, and look, he probably wanted that to curve back in, right? An IO throw inside-outside. Huge hammer. Joel Clunton with a massive grab.
That was so nice. Like the chances that works out with a normal receiver is like 1 in 10. And with Joel, he catches it with one hand.
And Jay Frood's on him. I mean, Jay Frood could certainly go up in the air for it.
100%.
Chad Jorgensen shooting deep. And it's a break for Salt Lake. Garrett Martin on the receiving end of that Chad Jorgensen up huck, and all of a sudden a 1-point game here in Denver.
Yeah, it's what it's kind of what we said. Salt Lake's not going to quit. They're not going to get intimidated. They've got so much fight in them, and they just kind of play fearlessly. And it looks like they're kind of tapping into their pride, like we talked about. They know they can beat these guys, and they just got to come out and show it.
Absolutely. And they came out, Colorado kind of punched them in the mouth, but since that 6-2 start, Salt Lake has been as good, if not better, than the Summit.
They look great. Shred, we were talking before the game, Garrett Martin was warming up without a shirt on, and I was like, that's got to be the reason they're called the Salt Lake Shred. This dude's physique, like, get it under control, Garrett, all right? There's women and children in the crowd.
Yeah, and us in the announcement.
That's right.
Cut from stone, that guy.
It's crazy, man.
Well, if you're Colorado, I think you like that possession, right? Everything except the execution on that last throw, it was pretty clean ultimate. They're not changing anything yet. Do you start to worry, or you're still, pretty confident if you're the Summit?
It's time to get going. Let's see what happens here. Nethercutt bombs it to Matt Jackson.
Matt Jackson too fast. Able to run that down. And Feiner with the disc. Over to Brunker. And Brunker flips it to Feiner, and Feiner, the leading goal scorer on the team for his first goal of the evening.
Yeah, you don't want Feiner to get going. I mean, that's one thing that's for sure. He scores in bunches. And, pretty offensive possession. The pool play worked out beautifully. They gave Matt a step deep. Nethercutt said, hey, man, I've been hitting that since I was a teenager. I'll take that. And, yeah, this is important, I think, for Colorado. They don't need to keep sliding like this. Their offense really needs to be the anchor. And here's a great deep cut, perfect shape on the throw. Just kind of makes the right throw to ensure that it's a completion, doesn't try to stretch it into the end zone. I think a lot of throwers make the mistake to try to throw it as far as possible.
There's the flip to Feiner. Fun fact about Feiner, got engaged last weekend. So congratulations to him and his new fiance, Devin Miller.
Congrats, Quinn.
Luke Jorgensen to Jordan Kerr. Almost snagged by Spicer, but Salt Lake maintains possession. Jorgensen to Jensen Wells. And that disc from Wells maybe didn't see Nathan Buchholz coming. And their first turnover as Weissman will go deep. Still in play, but it's Jacob Miller, not Nick Snuska, to come up with it. Shred going the other way.
Yeah, Snuska late to the party there on that one. Real springy guy, but didn't get off the ground in time.
Tough throw for him to get in there, too, I think. Definitely gave Jacob Miller the shot at it. Ooh, almost a D there, but Knoll with it for the shred. Sean Knoll to Jacob Miller. Kerr looking end zone. Now we'll just float one over the top. Just when you think you've got him, he breaks it open, and it's a shred hold as Jacob Miller will throw it to Sean Knoll. 10-9, Summit still up by 1.
Yeah, this is really starting to get good. And, yeah, the throwing from Kerr, just that over-the-shoulder, high-release backhand, opens up the entire side of the field. Really pretty stuff.
And a great cut from Sean Knoll. When the offense starts moving, it's hard for the defense to cover you. It's just the game is built for the offense. You talked about that wide field before. Sean Knoll doing a great job taking advantage of the motion of that offense and the width to get open there.
Yeah, right. When the disc is moving and you never let as a defender, you never quite get to triangulate, you never quite get to be oriented. It's the best time to cut is while the disc is moving, while there's lateral movement from the handlers.
Well, Kyle Weinberg with the pull here for Salt Lake. Another monster pull. Landisman to Nethercutt to start the possession for the Summit. Matt Jackson slipped on that cut and still has time to run it down. And now he's going deep for Finer. That disc smacked by Ben Dusty Green. Shred will go the other way.
I think Matt Jackson might have a case of green light-itis. That one got away from him.
Too quick there as Huff with the disc and a quick flip to Devin Terry. Garrett Martin looking end zone, big hammer. And it's Kyle Weinberg with the break, and the Shred, after being down 6-2, have clawed back 10-10 tie.
Yeah, there's so much fight in these guys. It's really, really fun. And they're so confident. They've been confident all year. I don't know who was expecting them to be, tied in the championship game when the season started, but I think they were expecting. So here's a throw from Matt Jackson. Just doesn't quite get into it.
It doesn't look like he put it out far enough. And Ben Green has 12 blocks, now 13. This is his 5th game, I think, of the season. So, he's averaging over 3 blocks a game. That's the kind of thing that he wants going up. A shot to him.
Right. Disc has a funny way of being a turnover when he's out there. I love the shape of that hammer from Martin. It's funny, there's probably everybody out there can throw a pretty decent hammer, but there's some guys that really can shape it, can really kind of put it to space well.
It's not just how you throw it. It's being able to throw it with the motion of the cutter, right? If you can get it to curve into where the cutter's going, not just drop it onto someone who's standing still.
Right.
That makes a big difference.
That's totally true, yeah. It's fun to watch when guys have it locked in.
Jonathan Nethercutt with the disc for Colorado. And just squeaks one to Quinn Finer.
How fun must it be to be a downfield cutter when Nethercutt gets the disc? I mean, it's just a green light. Anywhere you can get open.
Brunker with the disc now. Has Landisman going deep. Isn't going to put it. And Quinn Finer, the recipient in the backfield. Now he'll give it to Danny Landisman. Landisman just went from one side of the field to the other.
He do be like that.
Making Quinn Finer run for that reset. Low one to Jay Frood. Jay Frood having a quieter game than I think they'd like. Maybe not. Huck to Matt Jackson in the end zone. Goal for the Summit.
That was a pretty throw from Jay Frood. Steps around, bends it around the defender, no float, gets it to the back, 5 yards of the field, and Matt Jackson could just run onto it. Really pretty. I like the game from Frood, because this isn't necessarily a matchup that he's going to dominate. It's just not going to happen against Joel Clutton. But gets down, makes a tough catch, turns, and makes a really, really nice deep throw to space.
Just pops it right in that deep cone for Matt Jackson to run onto. And that's one of the struggles with a team like the Summit, and even a team like the Shred. You can't force their cutters, their big cutters like Jay Frood, to come back to the disc. He's too talented a thrower to let him be an underneath receiver.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, defense is a lot about that. You can't stop everything, but if you can get people to just do what they don't want to be doing, that's a win on defense.
Well, Sean Cano here with the disc, as Colorado would like to start making the Shred do something they don't want to be doing. Jensen Wells coming back in the middle. That throw dug out by Brandon Jordan. And a timeout call by Salt Lake. I don't know if it's to slow it down, do they not like what they saw?
I don't know. It seemed like an odd timing. I saw the clock and I thought it was the 2-minute warning, but then I was like, wrong sport.
Well, we're going to take a quick break here, and when we come back after this timeout, more action from Denver.
Having choices is the American way. At Philong, experience the greatest choice of vehicles.
15 brands.
177 powertrains.
50 electric and hybrids.
Ford.
Chevy.
Lincoln.
Hyundai.
Kia.
Toyota.
Subaru.
Honda.
Chrysler.
Jeep.
Ram.
Mercedes-Benz and Audi.
Used electric and hybrids at EV Outlet.
Today, your trade is worth more.
Even if it is a gas guzzler.
Having choices is the American way. Experience Philong and drive Colorado.
And we're back as the Shred will tap the disc in. Sean Knoll with it. Shred lining up in a bit of a vert stack here. You know, something that I don't think was considered with that timeout is it kind of let the crowd get really hyped up.
It did. 2,000. What is it? 2,100 tonight, pre-sold?
Over 2,100 people in attendance. Jordan Kerr with the disc. Yeah, massive crowd. Kerr looking end zone for Merrill, and Joe Merrill will score. 11-11, tie game.
Yeah, pretty shot. And we talked about throwing to tight spaces. That's something that Kerr is just very, very good at. Had to make that a fast throw, had to hit a real tight little window, and just steps around and drills it really nice. And I mean, if you stepped away in the first quarter when it was 6-2, you might be looking at the score saying, what happened? I mean, Jordan Kerr's what happened.
6-2, 6-9 even. And yeah, they've clawed it all the way back. Jordan Kerr's release on that backhand was so fast.
It was awesome, yeah.
Well, the offense for the Summit coming back out onto the field. They've had a lot of perfect throws tonight. And then a couple throws that I think, if they were perfect, we would be talking about how amazing they were, but they might not have been the most ideal shots.
Yeah, it's true. Salt Lake is getting them to take lower percentage throws probably than they would want.
That roller pull, trying to trap Nethercutt on the sideline. Untrappable, though, as he just gets it to Brunker. Danny Landisman to Matthew Agee, his first appearance on the O-line tonight.
A great job closing out by Agee. Nice no-dump mark from Salt Lake.
And Brunker has Jay Frood in the end zone. Colorado remains on top. A minute left in the half.
Yeah, nice hold from Colorado. They're taking what Salt Lake is giving them. They're staying patient, taking high percentage throws.
Well, look, we talked about how going into that point, Salt Lake was forcing them to take throws that were low percentage. What would you say, all high percentage throws here?
I think so. I mean, that first throw that Nethercutt broke the mark on. For me, that would be a low percentage throw, but I think for him, that's 99%.
Yeah, I think, we've seen a lot of teams in the AUDL implement this roll or pull. Usually there's a double team on it. I think it's really hard to do that against somebody like Jonathan Nethercutt. Maybe the hardest in the league.
Well, and they didn't even double team. So it makes you wonder, why did you want to give up half the field?
That is curious. Jensen Wells over to Jordan Kerr. And Kerr to Jacob Miller. Matthew Agee almost getting involved there.
Yeah, Agee's sneaky. He gets in the middle of play sometimes. Can go up high, can really bid well.
And Colorado doing a lot of switching in this backfield, trying to slow things down. Another timeout call from Salt Lake City, burning both their timeouts on offense. Although I guess with 30 seconds left in the half, you can't go. They don't carry over. So,
yeah, probably a smart move by Bryce. Wants to make sure they take care of the disc and punch this in. I mean, if they go in tied, that's a really, really nice result for them. I think just in general, let alone given how poorly they started.
And one of the interesting things about the AUDL, because of the quarters, right, when you compare it to college, the other team can have more breaks. If you score at the end of every quarter, you can win the game, even giving up, as many as 2 breaks to the other team more than what you're doing. And so they have an opportunity here to put in Joel Clutton, who has not played a ton in the back half of this second quarter, put in their jump ball lineup, so to speak, work the disc and take that last shot. And you're right, go into halftime tie.
Yeah, that would be a great result. It's a great point, being able to plug Clutton in. I mean, geez, that opens up a lot of things.
And Clutton has not been on a lot. After we saw him score 3 goals, and then he played, maybe 2 points since. So he's fresh.
Yeah. Fun to watch. Vert stack for Salt Lake. Yeah, this is a big point.
Well, it's Clutton deep to start, and Sean Knoll will just diss it back to Jensen Wells. Jacob Miller with the disc. 25 seconds left in the half.
Jordan Kurt and Joel Clutton keep double cutting each other.
Well, it's tough. You know, Clutton is not typically on this offensive line. Chad Jorgensen with the huge grab, and now the hammer to the end zone, and it's a goal for Salt Lake City. Chad Jorgensen to Joe Merrill for the Salt Lake point. 12 to 12, 4 seconds left.
Yeah, and just fearless. We've seen this from Salt Lake all year. They came, you know, as they were a scouted team certainly, but just they came out, they were not afraid to win. They were not afraid to play big against big teams. That probably made, you know, Chad Jorgensen closing out on that kind of opens up the rest of this play. It's fun to see Merrill standing in the middle of a crowd catching a goal.
That I don't think is a hammer I've ever seen before. The short, low hammer to a crowd of people.
Yeah, it's almost like he didn't want to re-grip the disc or something. He's like, I'll just throw it from here. Hey, whatever works.
Another timeout call, this time by Colorado, maybe instituting a pull play, 5 seconds left, draw it out on the whiteboard.
Yeah, maybe it's a competition. Maybe it's a gentleman's bet between the coaches.
It's possible. And look, today's game is sponsored by USA Hemp Store. Try their amazing new topical pain relief cream, the original number 12, the only CBD product trusted by Hall of Fame quarterback Joe Namath. Visit usahempstore.com to learn more and shop now. One of the big differences between the AUDL and I think college is in college you play in a tournament, right? 4 games on Saturday, 4 games on Sunday. Just one game, put it all on the line tonight. You know, I don't know if you need as much topical pain cream, but the field's bigger, you're running harder, maybe you do.
Maybe you do. Which, I mean, how good do you think Joe Namath would have been at Ultimate?
I definitely think he would have flourished as in the Spike debate. I think, you know, he was they don't call him Hollywood Joe Namath for nothing. Broadway Joe. He's from New York, yeah. I think he would have
Wait,
really
who's Hollywood Joe? Hollywood Joe. That's got to be someone.
Yeah.
So somebody on the Growlers who commutes from LA named Joe? That's Hollywood Joe.
Or someone on the Aviators.
Yeah.
Well, if Joe Smash keeps playing like he did on that one point, we might moniker him Hollywood Joe Smash.
I'll take it. So 5 seconds left.
3 seconds. Landisman gets it to Nutt, gotta release it, and it's too late. This will not count even as Joel Clutton gets a massive D. That throw had to come out from Landisman. Well, 12 to 12, tied at the half. What an incredible second quarter by the Salt Lake City Shred. When we come back, second half action here from Peter Barton Field. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Peter Barton Stadium here in Denver as the Colorado Summit and the Salt Lake City Breeze looking to start the second half. We have confirmation now on who is in championship weekend, at least half. New York winning on a last-second buzzer beater against DC. Carolina topping the Austin Soul. Half of championship weekend is set, and we're going to see who's going to join them between Colorado or Salt Lake City.
Yeah, it was a great first half. I mean, it looked like it might have been a dud right off the bat. Colorado came out, like you said, punched him in the mouth, got ahead early, and then Salt Lake woke up. I mean, they really played great in the second quarter, fought their way back, got the disc, threw goals. Jordan Kerr got going. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at some stats, kind of see the tale of the game. How did, Salt Lake manage to even it up with Colorado? I think Colorado's offense was completely clean in that first quarter, and the second quarter maybe is when things started to fall apart.
Yeah, they definitely showed a little shakiness. They got it. I think they locked in it at the end. Matt Jackson, Nethercutt, both had some really nice throws to the end zone, and that's really what they need to do. I think if they kind of have a hold serve mentality on offense, they can pull this thing out.
And they've only turned it over twice on offense. But Salt Lake being able to convert both of those possessions 2 for 2 on break opportunities, and you look across, that little stat column, only 3 for 7 for Colorado.
Yeah, it was a fun first half. I I'm really impressed with Salt Lake. Every time I see them play, I feel the same way. They're just an impressive group. They play great.
Yeah, an extremely fun half to watch. Let's take a look at some highlights now from that first half action. See, here we get a Huck over to, looks like a D, actually, as Salt Lake wins it back. Salt Lake highlight there.
Yeah, that was a regrettable throw. A couple of those in the first half, but largely pretty clean half on offense. Here's that big hanging hammer from Spicer, hangs it up there for Joe Smash Anderson, who collects the garbage.
Hollywood Joe Smash's point there. Massive sky for Matt Jackson. Matt Jackson, what a half he had.
He really turned it on. It seemed like they just needed a little momentum. And a lot of times they go to this guy, Cody Spicer. But, man, Clutton wasn't having any of that. And Matt Jackson really turned it on. Here's a great deep shot from him. And just, allows Brunker just to run onto it. That's what you want as a receiver. It's my job to get open. Your job to put it out where I can get it.
Yeah, give me a chance at that disc. That's what he's saying there. And here we'll see a Jackson throw not as perfect. Dusty Green able to get under it.
Yeah, Ben Green been doing that a lot of places for a lot of years.
Well, we're going to kick off the second half here, just like the first quarter started with Colorado on offense. It's Colorado on offense again for the third. That disc, was it in bounds? No, doesn't look like it was. Out the back, you never see pulls out the back in the AUDL.
Yeah, it seems, we've said it before. That bat, like a really, really big pull that rolls out the back is devastating for an offense.
Yeah, and the defense gets to set it up, but just the pulls that they've had tonight, just to get it that far is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's really nice. Really nice to see.
Well, Jonathan Nethercutt will start with it. Just gets it over to Landisman. Matt Jackson throwing deep to Quinn Finer. Dusty Green in the area, but it's a quick goal. Just 50 seconds, and most of those seconds were John Nethercutt walking the disc up to set it in.
That's right. Yeah, that's a good sign. You want to settle in and let your guys do their thing on offense. Nethercutt gets it downfield to Matt Jackson, who turns and throws to space for Quinn Finer, has a step deep. That's it. That is the Colorado Summit offensive machine. And I love just letting Quinn Finer run onto it.
And another Matt Jackson huck down the sideline for an open cutter. I think they need to push him into the middle of the field, right? Make him, you'd never hear that. Normally you don't want people in the middle of the field at all, but he's been so dangerous on the sideline tonight.
Yeah, it seems like those same third throwing lanes are kind of what he prefers. It's not a bad point. See what he does in the middle of the field.
Well, just like they started the second quarter with Clutton on offense, Clutton back on offense now for Salt Lake to start the second half. Luke Jorgensen up to Sean Knoll. Jacob Miller putting it into the middle of the field for Joel Clutton.
And great pressure in the lane there from Seth Ferris. Almost got a turnover.
That throw from Luke Jorgensen tight. And it looks like Jacob Miller maybe got flat tired there. Shoe came off. Now, shoe come off, not really a call, so there we go, an injury call. He'll need to come off, reset himself. That makes more sense.
Interesting. So if your shoe falls off, you got to leave the game.
Or play through it. But shoe off is not a call in the AUDL, so.
I'll say.
Chad Jorgensen back to brother Luke, a Schmorgas Borgeson in the backfield.
Yeah, great work in the lanes by the defenders. They're just making it hard to get that last 20 yards.
And Kerr with the disc. Up to Sean Knoll. Then Sean Knoll in the end zone for Chad Jorgensen, who comes off the substitution. And a goal for Salt Lake.
It was great. It was started again by Jordan Kerr getting the disc in the middle and reversing the field with that around flick. And all of a sudden, plenty of looks, plenty of space. He really is good at finding that moment to reverse the field. Turns, looks to his left. And once this throw is completed, there's so much space to look at. Joel Clutton's between two defenders.
And Chad Jorgensen, who scored that, he leads the league in defensive points played this season, and he scored on offense there.
It's good to be Chad Jorgensen.
If you like playing defense. Well, a back-to-back quick goals for these offenses is now Colorado will get it again. And you know, picking up the same way the first half ended. Just fire coming out the gates.
Yeah, both these teams are locked in. This is your season on the line tonight, right here, one half of Ultimate.
Now they're cut low throw. Frood goes to the ground, able to keep it. Quinn Feiner with the disc now for Colorado. Matt Jackson on the sideline. I really thought he was going to go deep.
You'd think, right? Yeah, Frood working in the lane against Devin Terry. A different matchup, and Jay Frood can be so dangerous.
Brunker looking end zone, and it's a goal. Brunker to Brewster, and Colorado will take the lead again, 14-13.
Yeah, another great finishing cut from Thomas Brewster. He's been making them all night and really finding that space, giving their thrower a target to score a goal. Brewster really lighting it up.
And Brunker leading Colorado right now in plus-minus, leading the whole game in plus-minus. +6, 4 assists with this one here, 2 goals, no turns. What a night for Brunker.
Yeah, like we said, he's a little under the radar. He doesn't necessarily get scouted, but he will hurt you.
He'll hurt you, and Brewster too. Second on the team in goals, second to Quinn Feiner, and just a nose for scoring there. You saw he finds that space so quickly.
Yeah, he recognizes that moment. And there are some players that are like that. Some players really get a different look right in the red zone.
Jensen Wells with the grab, keeping possession for Salt Lake. Sean Knoll steps around to Joe Merrill. And Clutton flips it back to Luke Jorgensen. Jorgensen looking deep, won't throw it.
Tatum playing behind Clutton, just saying you're going to have to beat us by throwing.
Joe Merrill had Kerr going, but instead it's Knoll cutting that disc through Clutton's hands, and he traps it on his leg. What a grab from Joel Clutton.
It looked like that was up. What an amazing moment.
Yeah, trust the boys in blue. As Kerr coming back around, looking end zone for Jensen Wells. And a goal, a hectic goal, and a 5th assist for Jordan Kerr.
Yeah, and I know we talked about bring the chaos as sort of a thing to keep in mind, mostly on defense, but there is a way that Salt Lake is just kind of blowing everything out of the water here, shaking it up, making big plays on offense, making big plays on defense. And I think Colorado, they're expected to win. Their offense is really, really elite. If you can shake this team up, shake this game up, I think that only helps Salt Lake.
Okay, let's see if we can see more of that catch by Joel Clutton when he trapped it against his legs, has to go high, bounces off his hand, and just pins it to his body. That's up.
That looks great. That's amazing.
Tatum didn't believe it. And then the goal here from Kerr. Kerr just bending everything into the end zone tonight.
Just coming around the outside. That's the Jordan Kerr autobiography.
Alec Benton just putting that disc into outer space for the pull. Danny Landisman back to Jonathan Nethercutt.
This is Colorado's O against Salt Lake's D. A heavyweight bout for sure.
Thomas Brewster gets the disc up the line to Frood. Frood has too many people in the end zone. Cutter's cutting themselves off.
Yeah, and I think Frood, with anybody on him other than Clutton, is a different animal. I mean, you can see Frood is very active. He knows he can get the disc. He knows he can break the mark.
Jackson back to Frood. Nethercutt on the sideline.
Great help D from Salt Lake.
Nethercutt just holding the hammer. And Danny Landisman now on the goal line. Foul call. Landisman will center the disc. Nutt had that cocked forever.
Yeah, everybody in the whole stadium knew what was about to happen.
And a quick goal to Quinn Feiner from Danny Landisman off the foul call. And a 15-14 Summit lead halfway through the third quarter.
Yeah, and it's a fiery look. You know, Quinn Finer's waking up. We saw him be sort of just, basically ready to go whenever needed in the first half, but not particularly active. And then right in the beginning of the second half, first play.
And short of a Joel Clutton disc trap, both these offenses have come out here completely unbothered, just putting the disc in the end zone. No turnovers yet in the second half.
That's pretty to watch. I think, it's also dried out. We had some rain in the first quarter especially.
That probably helps. Your hands are a little bit cleaner on the disc, a little bit cleaner release, and you're not slipping at all. Turf can get pretty slippery when it's wet like that. Well, Salt Lake City will put the disc into play here. Sean Knoll with it. Blades it to Luke Jorgensen. Jorgensen finds Jacob Miller. And Miller going deep for Jordan Kerr. Kerr and Spicer. And Spicer with the better matchup in the jump ball. Knocks it away.
Yeah, and Spicer, such a generator of turns. And, he's one of the top players in the league for playing mostly D, and he's got one of the better plus minuses of any D player in the whole league. He's just a part of a lot of great things.
Seth Ferris going deep now for Matthew Agee. What an incredible grab over Jacob Miller. And Pronove to Tatum for the goal. What a sky by Agee.
Agee, did anybody have him getting up that high over two guys? I know he did. He's one of the guys who's deceptively good in the air. He's got great long arms and just plays position well. He really gets up high, hits the disc at his apex. And that's an amazing point for Colorado.
Well, we'll see this D here from Spicer first. And look, Kerr had steps, and that disc just hangs in the air. And when it's a jump ball, Cody Spicer, what a play on that jump ball.
Yeah, really tough in the air and great at closing.
This guy by Matthew Agee over Jacob Miller. My goodness, what a grab.
Yeah, that's slick. That's even better in slow-mo. That was a pretty play. Got up through both defenders, through the contact, and pulls it down.
And, just as we were talking about how clean this half had been, Salt Lake turns it over. Now a 2-point lead for Colorado for the first time in a while is Luke Jorgensen with the disc. Look at that. Your offense starts struggling. Who comes back in? Joel Clutton.
And he's immediately open deep.
It's Joe Merrill with the disc, not the thrower. And now Clutton never really stopped that cut. And it'll be a jump ball in the end zone. And Clutton puts Ferris on his back and scores.
And he just looks so comfortable with that catch. Great position. He's got springs. He can really get up, but just great position on this one. Keeps the defender behind him, goes up with two hands. That just looks like a high percent. You see this throw go up and you say, wow, that's kind of a bad decision.
Part of the problem was Joel Clutton cut deep and then stopped his cut, and everybody on Colorado was like, okay, that's good. He's done. We can forget about him. And so he just cut deep again, and now you have Seth Ferris as the help defender coming around on the backside, and Joel Clutton just too big for that help D.
Yeah, he's too much man for these Colorado boys.
Too much indeed. Well, a way to right the ship there for Salt Lake is now Colorado's offense will retake the field. A roller pull out the sideline. I don't know about these roller pulls with just the single marked trap. I really feel like you should be doubling here.
It's just odd. You're basically just giving up half the field. Why?
Jay Frood getting it underneath, still on that sideline. As Frood, a low throw, dug out by Nethercutt. Brunker, so dangerous tonight. Just lofts that one in the air, but it's Jay Frood with the disc and the goal.
The hoop and the harm. Jay Frood goes up, definitely gets hit hard in the back. Be interesting to see that replay, see if the defender, what kind of play was being made, if he was aware. Definitely seemed like a lot of contact, but Jay Frood played through it admirably.
And now things getting spicy on the field. Alex Atkins taking some chip shots. He's not eligible to play tonight, still recovering from an injury. But Jay Frood, through the contact with the goal.
It looked like there was, I mean, he swung through. He was definitely not going to get the disc, and he hit Jay Fruit in the head. So it's like, what kind of ultimate play are you trying to make by swinging your arm like that?
It's true. That's tough. You know, Hoffman, not a dirty player, but bang, bang play. There are a lot of contact.
Yeah, it's all, you know, it's also, there's something to be said for just going up big. You know, on D, it's like, just go up and make the best play you can. Sometimes you swing and miss.
And I would like the players to play safe, but I'd like things to get a little chippy. I'm from Philadelphia.
You're from Philly, man.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say.
I'm out here now on the West Coast. Utah's nice. Oh, man. Immediate turn. As I was talking about Philadelphia, what a fool I am. And Tatum into the end zone, but through the hands of Felix Pronove.
Oh, man. Yeah, they do everything hard well and everything easy not so well. Pronove wishes he could have that one back.
It was a high throw, but definitely catchable. Knoll going deep right away for Joe Merrill. Merrill back to Jensen Wells. Luke Jorgensen with the disc. You feel like they need this one. Stall count rising. And a call on the field. A timeout. Burn to prevent that stall from happening. Utah will use a timeout here in the third quarter.
Yeah, that was quite a delay in the whistle. I'm not sure what was happening there.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, it's tough, right? The coach is whispering into one referee's ear. The other referee has to officially whistle the timeout, so it goes either way. And that would have been disaster for Salt Lake. After all the work they did in that first half to tie the game up, to go down back-to-back breaks almost after that huge Jay Fruit sky. Now they're driving again. They can right the ship.
Yeah, they really want to hang on to this disc. You know, this is a big point. I agree. I think this is a momentum point. Salt Lake, if they can settle down and score here, I mean, they're on their way.
Yeah, and you also get to, you know, you can put the disc in Jordan Kerr's hands now, run a play for him to blade something into the end zone like he's been doing all night. That's not too shabby. I might take that if I'm Bryce Merrill.
Yeah, Bryce Merrill, definitely a great mind in the game, great coach.
Well, Kerr with 6 assists tonight so far. If he gets one more assist, it'll be for 90 on the season, which sounds absurd to me.
Yeah, it's not an 82-game season, folks. That's a lot.
Absolutely. Knoll will start with the disc. Kerr in the backfield. And Clutton in.
Yeah, I like that call.
And Cody Spicer opting to give a lot of space there, sagging off, trying to clog that lane. I like this look from Colorado's defense. You know, you assume they're going to come out with a set play. You give up some of these easy throws, but it completely junks up that set play.
Yeah, everything is just going laterally now.
Jacob Miller with the disc, holding it for a while, finds Kerr. And Salt Lake's backed up nearly 20 yards at this point.
Yeah, they don't seem to really have an idea of how to be moving vertically here.
Kerr with the disc, now moves vertically, and Knoll with the 10 yards and the bump that plays through the contact. And Jordan back to Knoll. And look, I mean, something, if you're Salt Lake, I almost want to see these swings coming out quicker. You have Kerr, hit it right away. Make Colorado move across the field. Clutton with the disc now near the end zone. And a Scuba will find Joe Merrill for the goal. And patience makes fools of the lot of us. 17-16, Summit still on top.
Yeah, nice job by Merrill to close out on that. That's a risky throw from Joel Clutton, but yeah, great job by Salt Lake. Just taking what they're given, right? Like, we'll figure this thing out. Eventually we'll break through. And they did, you know.
And another impressive Joel Clutton offensive possession.
Yeah, he really makes a difference, doesn't he? You can see it when he's out there.
Absolutely. I think he has played, maybe 7 O points and has maybe 6 goals or assists to show for it.
It's amazing. Yeah, he's just a guy, for whatever reason tonight, he just really looks like a guy you can trust out there, you can count on. And they need an anchor. It's a big game. It's a young team, a team in their first year in the league. It's a big moment for Salt Lake.
I mean, for Salt Lake, he has more playoff experience than probably anybody on their roster. What a throw to Matt Jackson. Danny Landisman with it now, gets it back to Nethercutt. See if Nethercutt's feeling spicy again. Too spicy for his own good, throws it right into Dusty Green. And now it's Dusty Green going deep on Jonathan Nethercutt. And it's Dusty Green with the goal and the Salt Lake Shred break.
That's a big point. That is a big, big break for Salt Lake. And going deep and closing out on Nethercutt, right? I know Nethercutt's not known for his deep D. But he is just, the star of the team. To take him deep, put a shoulder on him, close it out.
Here we see the hammer to Matt Jackson. That's a big throw, stretches the field. And it's wild to me that throw was picture perfect. And it's this next throw by Jonathan Nethercutt, just an in-cut.
Yeah, it seemed like he was thinking too much. He was thinking too much at that point. He just reset. But yeah, he tried to force something up the middle. And a great closeout by Dusty Green.
And Dusty Green with a second D averages over 3 Ds a game. He's on his way there now. Jonathan Nethercutt in the double team just scoobers it over to Danny Landisman.
Nethercutt's only good at hard throws.
Yeah. Fortunately for him, he gets to make a lot of them. Frood rises up and grabs it. Back to Matt Jackson. And Jackson with the contact from Jace Dunabile. That'll be 10 yards for Landisman.
Yeah, he thought about bidding and then decided not to, but it was too late. It's almost better to just bid at that point.
Absolutely. But not into the player.
Right.
Just in front of them. Matt Jackson around to Jonathan Nethercutt. Jackson with an up the line shot again. Unbelievable D from Salt Lake City, and another break opportunity to take the first lead in the game for the Shred.
And that's just an elite D from Hoffman. Able to get up and make that play without fouling, timed it beautifully. Brunker was just a half a second too late.
Chad Jorgensen going deep for Dusty Green. A jump ball. And Matt Jackson with the springs. A highlight-filled point as Danny Landisman gets it up to Jonathan Nethercutt. And Nethercutt has Finer streaking deep. And Finer grabs it, but he's out the back. And the point continues, and I hope this point never ends. 10 seconds left. Shred disc. Hoffman with the big swing around, but it's a Jackson poach, and he'll D it with 4 seconds remaining in the quarter. Nethercutt has to put it into the end zone, and it's too far.
Oh.
And the Shred and Summit are tied going into the fourth quarter on an unbelievable possession.
That's got to be the best point of Ultimate I've seen all year. Crazy that Nethercutt 2 times in a row overthrows the target, throws it out the back of the end zone. One of the great throwers in the history of the sport. 2 times in a row throws it out the back.
Let's see if we can watch some of those highlights from that point again. First, it'll be this D from Hoffman coming over the shoulder.
Just a pretty play without fouling. Really, really a pretty play. And then Matt Jackson just says, "Not tonight, young man."
Hangs too long for Dusty Green. And another Matt Jackson D. Jackson everywhere defensively that possession.
He's a superhero.
Wow. Shred receive with a chance to go up their first lead in the game. Now they've been up in fourth quarters in Colorado before. So, you know, I don't know how I would feel if I was on the field right now.
Yeah, I don't think either team can be all that confident. You know, I mean, these are both teams are playing well. Salt Lake looks like they're on a run. They look confident. They're winning matchups. They're making big plays. And in the big moment at the end of the second half, you know, they held. They did not get scored on.
You know, and again, too, Colorado had the disc with the chance to put it in the end zone. Jonathan Nethercutt just a bit too far. And it's a different game if they're up 18-17, but they're not. Now it's the Shred's turn.
Yeah, ball's in Salt Lake's court. Be interesting to see what happens right out of the gate. Beginning of the fourth quarter sometimes tells you a lot about how it's going to go. And if you're Colorado, I mean, this is it. This is winning time. The home crowd. You're the 1 seed. It's time to hold it down.
I think also Colorado needs to find a way to make Salt Lake's offense stay on the field because they have shown the willingness to turn the disc over. And, you know, again, Pronove dropped it in the end zone, right? That was a drop. So a couple missed throws, a couple miscues, and this is a 3-point Summit game here. So I think they're putting the Shred in the position they want to put them in. They just need to find a way to execute if they want to secure the win at home.
Yeah, Colorado definitely can win this game. I think, again, they just need to execute. They need to own this moment. And I think the chaos, just in general, I think that feeds to Salt Lake's advantage on both sides of the disc. They're winning these big, wild, like that last point in the third quarter was a wild point. Lots of turns, lots going on. And Salt Lake really does well in that kind of an environment.
They thrive on it. There is an energy to this team that comes with more turnovers. Usually you turn the disc over 3 or 4 times, you're exhausted as a defense. Not Salt Lake, who are back on offense to kick off the fourth quarter, and Joel Clutton is once again on the field for the Shred. Jacob Miller with the disc, gets it to Clutton. Luke Jorgensen with it. Finds Joe Merrill.
Oh, wow.
Great cut by Kerr to get open, and Kerr looking end zone for Jacob Miller. And that disc just out of the hands, just out of the reach.
Yeah, not a bad look. I mean, that's the kind of look you would want to see. Kerr got open up the line and immediately reverses the field to throw out to space, but just a little too much over.
And that's the kind of look he's been converting on all night long. To see Jordan Kerr, of all people, miss it is surprising. Tatum with the disc now for Colorado. Looking deep. It looks like he may have wanted Ferris and into Clutton deep, but Snuska able to recover it. And now Ferris with a high release to 80. Oh boy, catch your D's, Shred, or it will be a Summit score for the break and the lead.
Wow, and if it's a game of chance, if it's a game of luck, I think Colorado is looking lucky right now.
Absolutely lucky. That throw went off to Seth Ferris, who had cut his cut off. Ferris no longer cutting deep, and Clutton just eats it up, but he eats it up too well. And it's a Snuska recovery. I can't believe that play happened like that.
I sort of saw that setting up. Snuska had started to go deep on the opposite side of the field, and I think AG knows him well, likes that look, and wound up. Wasn't a particularly good throw, and Snuska pulled off the cut. But somehow, Joel Clutton helped him out.
Yeah, gave him a couple extra yards, too. Set up that assist as well for Snuska.
This game is like the most entertaining game in the history of Ultimate. The last 10 minutes of game time.
Certainly on the short list. The last 2 points have been something else. Jordan Kerr to Joe Merrill. Joe Merrill, the primary goal scorer for this team, kept mostly out of the end zone tonight. Jacob Miller, tough throw. What a grab from Brandon Jordan. And it's Clutton looking end zone for Knoll. And Knoll elevating, ties the game 18-18.
Yeah, and that is a big point for Salt Lake. for them to lock it in, execute, win the disc, and close that out. I mean, that's big boy ultimate from Salt Lake. They're here to win.
Absolutely, and plays like that come down to execution. This is Clutton throwing it to Knoll, their big downfield receiver, putting it to their handler. And their handler was covered by Joe Smash Anderson, who's definitely got some length on the matchup there.
Yeah, really, really nice play to finish it out. Yeah, I think that's a big point. And if you're Colorado, you need to answer.
Well, who will blink first as Alec Benton throws it almost out of the stadium, has to come all the way back in. Tough to corral a disc that goes that high. Landisman gets it up to Feiner.
Frood working in the lane. Frood and Matt Jackson just always threatening.
Matt Jackson, the recipient. Jonathan Nethercutt, the shot. And it's a quick goal. Maybe 30 seconds for the Summit.
Yeah, and Colorado does a good job of redeeming themselves there. Nethercutt, so precise, such a tough throw. That's the normal result we see when he throws an outside-in flick towards the back of the end zone, is a celebration and a walk to the sideline.
And Matt Jackson with another goal, the speed that he is displaying tonight, you can't keep up with him.
Yeah, he just breaks away, doesn't he? Even in the air, there's just a way that he explodes towards the disc. And just great shape on this. Matt Jackson reads it beautifully.
And you know, some of the problems that I think that ended that quarter, the reason those these happened is because throwers were leaving, putting that disc too high in the air, letting Dusty Green make a play, letting Matt Jackson make a play. That throw from Nether was just on a rope.
Yeah, it really was. It's a pretty throw. And he's known for that, just for the big-time power, not necessarily a lot of float, the right shape.
Luke Jorgensen, Deshaun Knoll has Kerr in the middle. Won't get it to him. Will, however, find Jacob Miller. Back to Luke Jorgensen. A slower point, slowing down the tempo of the game, Salt Lake right now. Knoll with the disc. You think that's conscious, or is that the defense of Colorado just making all those downfield looks harder?
Yeah, it just seems like, they're in their head a little bit. Colorado's in Salt Lake's head a little bit. They kind of don't know what to do downfield. A lot of lateral cuts, a lot of resets.
Jacob Miller back to the disc. Have not been able to get it into Jordan Kerr's hands yet at this point. Getting into the area where they want it. Joe Merrill with it now. We'll go back to Jorgensen.
Great pressure.
Almost from Tatum, but it's a Brandon Jordan hammer to Clutton. And Clutton can't come up with it. And it looks like he may be shaken up.
Yeah, nice play in the air. Really tough catch. And I'm not sure. Looks like he's moving okay. Thought he might have done a shoulder or something, but it's okay.
Yeah, he'll stay in. A lot of contact there with AG, but both players kind of initiating that contact. Tough to make the call on that AG.
Yeah, good pressure. Kind of an awkward angle there. He was into his body. A referee might call a foul there.
Well, Clutton will stay on. And now it's Spicer with the disc. Coach Tim for Colorado has trusted his defense tonight. Leaving them out here for the moment. Cody Spicer with it. Cody Spicer gets it back. Felix Pronave with the disc now. Up to Tatum.
Ooh, Spicer was working for that.
Pronave on the goal line, and a flip to AG, and a Colorado break to extend their lead 20-18.
Yeah, and that's a big moment for Colorado. And Felix Pronave, who had that hesitating missed catch in the last period, comes back in and on a big point when they're trusting their defensive line to punch it in. Pronave steps around the mark, finds his target, and punches it in for Colorado.
And what a shot, too, from Tatum to set that up. And if you're, look, maybe that was a foul, maybe it wasn't, AG on Clutton. But the ref didn't call it. And from that point on, you need to play. And Colorado, I think, really took advantage of that point and the opportunity that Salt Lake gave them.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree 100%. And just, you know, I mean, even the throw itself, that hammer, that is not the look that you're looking for if you're Coach Merrill. That's a, you know, a throw under duress.
Even to Clutton, you're right, I don't think it's something that you needed to do there. Joe Merrill in the backfield. Rare place for him. Gets it to Jacob Miller. These long throws, you know, stretching the field for Salt Lake. Just punched out of the air for Chad Jorgensen, going end zone. And Jordan Kerr attempts the greatest, but it won't hit anything. Another turnover for the Shred.
Yeah, and great pressure by Colorado. Forced a bad decision. Throw just sat too long and really didn't have enough space to try to toe the line.
Well, Weissman gets it over to John Morris. And Weissman, you know, all those years in Madison, he was on the team to start. What a grab by Joe.
And then throws while standing over the slain defender.
That's right. Little Allen Iverson to that move. Joe Smash Anderson has Landisman going deep. Comes underneath the Bristol. And Bristol calls timeout. And Colorado with the chance to go up 3 in enemy territory. We're going to take a quick break here, and when we come back, the exciting conclusion of the Western Division Championships. Looking to punch in the break and go up 3. Action from Jackson out of the front of the stack, but it's Danny Landisman. And he'll flip it into the end zone for Cody Spicer, a Colorado break.
Yeah, and that's how you do it. I really love that timeout. You know, sometimes when you're on the D-line, you get the ball, you don't want to call a timeout and give it away. But I just really like look at how much easier that looked with this O-line on the field.
And what a setup. I don't know if the plan was to have Danny Landisman get it on a lefty backhand up the line inside, but what a beautiful play.
Yeah, he set it up shallow enough, too, that you know Nethercutt could step out and just really put it out to space. He was almost able to run that all the way into the end zone.
Well, here's the greatest attempt. It's Chad Jorgensen putting it into the end zone. And, I mean, it almost seems like if he just lets that go, Luke can run onto it, but goes for the greatest and can't quite get it back into play.
Yeah, I mean, on that second look, it seemed like he might have even been able to toe the line there. He probably doesn't want to toe the line after last week. Got his nose broke.
Whoa. Here's Nope, it's Garrett Martin with the disc. And now Garrett Martin will go deep to Dusty Green. A jump ball! And just too high for Dusty Green. Nate Buchholz able to close out there.
That's a nice D. I mean, that just looked to me like Dusty Green was about to rip that down. And just enough pressure.
Buchholz did a fantastic job running underneath that disc, making Dusty go up a little earlier than he probably wanted to. Collision in the center of the field will give a Colorado foul. That'll be 10 yards for Colorado. The Summit will check it back in.
And Salt Lake really wants to break here, really wants to get the disc back.
Well, it's Connor Tabor who will put it around to Cody Spicer. Tight window throws here from Colorado. Snooska gets it back to Spicer, and it's Spicer looking end zone, and it's a Colorado break. The break train chugs out of the station here in Denver.
Yeah, you know, right when you need it. And this, this game is to decide who's going to be the champion of the division, who's going to represent the West at the Final Four. And you're starting to just see who wants it more, who's ready for the stage, who's ready to go to Madison and compete for a title. And right now, Colorado is standing up and saying, we want it.
And as Spicer gets it into AG there, Colorado opens up the game 22-18. The Shred started this quarter with the opportunity to take the lead, 18-17, and they've been outscored 5-1.
Yeah, it's a gut check for Salt Lake. I mean, they need to get hot and get hot fast.
Talk about championship mentality. This is when that's going to come out. When it's crunching time, the fourth quarter, the divisional championships, can you rise it up? Can you bring it up a level?
Yeah, and I don't know, there's just something about watching the Salt Lake huddle. I just don't like the look of it. I mean, this is a chaotic team. This is a high-energy team that relies on athleticism and big playmaking. And they look like they got arms on shoulders, not a lot of smiles. Energy's very low and even. I just don't think that's their energy.
I had a coach who used to talk a lot about cold fire, right? We want to be hyped up, but we want to keep it calm, which is what that huddle looked like to me. But I think you're right. That's not the energy that the Shred bring to most of their games.
Yeah, they've got 4.5 minutes to prove what they're made of.
And look, if there is a team that is equipped to score quick in the AUDL, it's New York and it's Salt Lake. They like to play the long game. They got a lot of athletes. Everyone on the field is willing to put it to them. But it needs to start now.
Yeah, this is the line. This is the line that needs to get it going for Salt Lake.
And for Colorado, I mean, I think you gotta be aware of that still. This game is not over. It may feel like that, those 4 breaks in a row.
Yeah, it's a big, big moment. Colorado's D-line charges down.
Knoll to Kerr. Bit of a set play as Clutton fakes the deep shot, but will come underneath.
Salt Lake looks smooth.
Huge bid to try and take away that Merrill throw, but it's a Knoll throw to Jensen Wells. Jensen Wells slides into the end zone. Just 20 seconds off the clock there, and Salt Lake will score only their second goal of the quarter, 22-19, Summit on top.
Yeah, and that cold fire came off the sideline, took care of the disc, marched it down, looked very composed. So a nice look from Salt Lake.
And this Knoll backhand, bending it around the mark. Just a throwing clinic tonight here in Denver.
Yeah, really pretty look.
Colorado's offense, which has just had one opportunity with the disc, really, in this fourth quarter. Now back out on the field.
They're going to roll it out the side again.
The near sideline this time, so we'll get to get a really good look at this one-person sideline trap mark. Definitely working it harder this time. And a big bid there, but it's not going to come up with it. Now they're cut to Danny Landisman. Matt Jackson, a tight window throw, but Frood able to rip it away.
And excellent pressure from Salt Lake, but just have not been able to close out one yet.
Shred defenders flying by. And it's Quinn Feiner in the end zone. And despite all that pressure, it's a Colorado goal, 23-19.
Yeah, and that is a gutty hold by Colorado to just hang in there. I mean, they were under close pressure, 2 big bids, and then a tight little window to try to hit Quinn Feiner, and they do all of the above with these.
And forcing them to hold the disc a long time. A lot of close plays here as we see that Frood snag. Every play, it felt like Salt Lake could have had a disc.
Yeah, it could have been over right away. Buchholz did a great job of just finishing that cut and closing out the first throw of the possession. Honestly, it's like I'm impressed with both teams there, and you're seeing the kind of intensity and the kind of speed and athleticism that you need if you're Salt Lake. And Colorado's doing exactly what they need to do, settle down, score.
I mean, that's where we're at right now, right? You have to be good to make it to the Divisional Championships. As Cano looking for Jordan Kerr, the wind helping him out, and it's a Kerr goal. That's what they need, quick goals from the shred.
Yeah, just beautiful. Kerr cutting under sort of looked like almost a broken play, and then just realizes that he can also release deep.
And what a put. I thought this was going to be too far, and the wind just boosts it up and slows it down a little bit and lets it hang there for Kerr to run onto.
Yeah, I mean, it was an early throw, right? He needs to get it off while he's got the look, but Kerr's probably only 10 yards deep of him when he releases, so he's got to put a lot of air on it, a lot of shape on it. And if it hangs up there for too long, there's 3 help side defenders on their way. That was a really nice throw.
Well, 3 minutes remaining, the Summit offense on the field, an offense that was perfect in the first quarter and has been perfect so far in the fourth quarter and would probably like us to forget about the whole middle of the game. And it's Nethercutt again, working it out of the trap sideline, going deep to Landisman. Landisman over a crowd for the goal.
And in big moments, big players make big plays, and Danny Landisman goes deep. Nethercutt puts it out in front, lets him make a play, and Landisman does not disappoint. Goes up with pressure on both sides, stabs that disc,
and what trust in the college student to go up over all 3 shred defenders. 3 of the best deep defenders on the team, Joel Clutton, Dusty Green, and it's Landisman who gets that disc.
Yeah, so much poise. He's one of those guys that, he's such a young player, you sort of expect him to be a little fidgety and maybe lack some confidence or whatever, but he's so even, he's so in the moment, ready to play, confident, calm. He's got this veteran savvy.
And he's high-fiving those kids. Look, one day one of those kids is going to be Danny Landisman, is going to be on these field high-fiving Landisman's kids.
Yeah, Danny will probably still be playing. I think, what is he, 11 years old, 12 years old?
21, I believe. But yeah, very young to be making huge plays like that. And Colorado now up 4, 2.5 remaining in the game. Merrill on the near sideline has Kerr going deep. But it'll be Dunabile underneath.
And they're keeping Kerr out of the way as much as they can.
Look, they need to score here. They need to score quick. It's not enough just to put the disc in the end zone. Time is a factor. Knoll with the disc in the corner. Gets it to Joe Merrill.
Excellent pressure from Colorado. The slower, the better for them right now.
Big bid there from AG, but it's Kerr who'll come up with it and puts it in the end zone. And it's a Salt Lake hold, but perhaps too long. I think it took too long. They needed to score that goal quicker if they want to win the game.
It's true, they didn't have great looks, but you don't really have time to wait for the great look. I think they need to probably just throw a hammer over the top and just roll the dice, because you're right, they got some ground to make up here.
I agree, and look, Joe Merrill is an extremely patient thrower. He really wants to make sure he's confident in those throws. But he may need to take the deep shot if that's what it takes to score these goals quickly.
Right. You're going to have to throw a 60% shot instead of waiting for that 90%. But that's all right. I mean, season's on the line.
And with that goal from Kerr now 90 assists for the season. As once again, Nethercutt is trapped on the sideline. This time we'll find Cody Spicer.
And Colorado does not need to advance the disc. They just need to maintain possession. They really don't even have to get it to the end zone.
Well, they are trying to get into the end zone, though, it seems. As Nethercutt with the Scoober and Landisman with yet another goal in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and that's, in big moments, some people make throws like that, A lot of us just kind kind of with our knees shaking, step out and throw backhands within our line of momentum. And then there's just this fake and little inverted scuba from Nethercutt. Just turns it all the way over.
It's true. I do think that if anyone else in the whole world had thrown that disc, it would have been a backhand. Or I guess if you're a lefty, you flick. Only Jonathan Nethercutt is that a scuba.
Yeah, we don't ask. We don't need to know.
Well, a minute left, down 4. You don't have time to be patient. You may have preached patient all year if you're Bryce Merrill, but now Salt Lake has to score. They got to do it in 15 seconds.
Yeah, or someone needs to break into the scoreboard.
Adjust the clock, always an option. As Luke Jorgensen with the disc. Miller has Dunabile deep. That's the shot you got to take here.
Yeah.
And it's Knoll instead to Merrill. And that disc just too far. And now with 48 seconds left, it will be Colorado's defense's opportunity to shepherd them to Madison.
Yeah, and this has been a great season, a great stand at home, awesome fans, one of the biggest crowds you'll ever see. And Colorado in their first season is going to get out of the West.
And I mean, what a season it's been, and what a game it's been too. You know, Salt Lake kept it close, and Colorado just able to, I think, outlast them, really. It was not until the fourth quarter that we really saw Colorado pull away after, you know, they came out of the gate pulling away. But well, it's Ferris deep. And Pronave will do it, but Ferris gets it. And everything is coming up Summit as the game is coming to a close.
Oh, man. And Seth Ferris, just incredible poise. And everything's going Colorado's way. What a fun play to kind of cap off this run.
Well, they're here for a reason, and part of the reason is they like to win. And when you like to win, you do stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just incredible. Somehow, second effort able to close out on that. And if you're Salt Lake, you're saying, come on, can I get a break?
You see Pronave throw his hat in frustration. As just another tip disc that goes Colorado's way. You need luck sometimes, and Colorado had the throws, they had the catches, everything on Colorado's side in this fourth quarter.
Yeah, and you love just the poise of this team. They've got this confidence, but they have a healthy ego. They're not cocky, they're not arrogant. They come out and play hard, and they compete in every one of these games, and they've won all but one.
20 seconds left. This disc really has to be into the end zone or held. And it looks like Salt Lake will hold this disc until the end. And it will be Jacob Miller with the disc, but the Colorado Summit in their inaugural season are going to championship weekend in Madison, Wisconsin.
And Coach Kafalis gets the ice bath, well deserved. And these Colorado Summit players, some of them just in college, just graduating, are going to get a chance to go to Madison and represent the West in their first year. Incredible, incredible run.
What a game. Well, we're going to take a look at the Wana Spirit play of the game. Today's stream is sponsored by Wana Brands, and it's these two hammers that we saw early on in the game, that Joe Smash hammer, and then the hammer to Joe, right?
Yeah, you got to have it both ways. Joe Smash just throws a hammer and just releases, runs the whole length of the field. And Cody says, I understand what this moment needs. One more hammer, lays it in there, and Joe Smash does the rest.
Well, like we said, today's stream is sponsored by Wana Brands, makers of fast-acting Wana Quick Gummies. Enhance your summer with these cocktail-inspired edibles, which work in just 5 to 15 minutes, last 2 to 4 hours, and deliver a light Delta 9 head high that feels just like smoking. Or try new Wana Spectrum Gummies made with the first press solventless live rosin. Learn more at wanabrands.com. And a team that's got to be Rocky Mountain High with the victory right now, Colorado. Let's take a look at how they did it.
Yeah, pretty close game, pretty well-fought game. And, you kind of get a look at the numbers. You see, I mean, 16 out of 18 in the red zone, to me, is a big reason they're walking away the winners of this game. And it's just a hard-fought game. So much fun to watch.
Absolutely. And this game was dead even until the fourth quarter. And just something about, you said that the key to the game for Colorado was the championship, playing with a championship mindset. Putting a fourth quarter performance like that is a championship mindset.
Yeah, going out on the fourth and expecting to win and then working hard to make sure that happens. I mean, it's really hard to do both of those two things. And they did both well. They leaned on their vets. Matty Jackson really anchored the offense and made some big plays on D. I think, as a standout player, he's one of the guys that you're just like, I understand why he's already won a championship and why he's a part of this build here.
Well, speaking of Matt Jackson, we're going to try to go down to the field, get an interview with Matt Jackson. I'll let you take the first crack at him, Chuck, see if there's anything you want to ask him. But what a game he had tonight playing that sideline.
So, Matty, it's Chuck in the booth.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, great
Chuck,
game.
What's up, man?
What's up, man?
Thanks, dude.
Congrats. Yeah, I wanted to ask you, it seems like you have a way of closing out and making big plays. Where does your burst come from? Do you recognize the moment? Do you think you're explosive? Like, how do you make these big plays in sudden bursts?
Yeah, that's a great question. This is, luckily for me, maybe my fifth divisional playoff game, and I know kind of when to peak, be healthy. And I feel really good right now. And what's really lucky, I usually draw the seventh best matchup on a line like this. And I can kind of get open when we have throwers like Nut, like Danny, and they kind of make my job easy, honestly.
Great answer there, Matt. Shaggy here, also in the booth. Usually defenses try to force you to the sideline, force you to make same third throws. Tonight you were a menace on the sideline, just putting it down to people in the goal, perfect throw after perfect throw. Is that something you're looking for, or did it just kind of come that way to you?
It kind of came that way to me. I'm definitely not the best thrower on this line, but when I have a clearly open Quinn Finer or Jay Frood, I'm going to let it rip, So I had one heat check that kind of was a bad throw, but all the other ones are falling. And I've kind of great receivers, so props to them.
Yeah, it was a great game. What do you think, looking forward to championship weekend, you're someone who's been there and won. What do you think this team needs to do to get ready for Madison?
I know it's so cliche, but we need to take care of our bodies. This team really pushed us to the brink. I'm feeling some swelling here in my joints, my knees. We're gonna take care of ourselves. Look forward to our matchup, and I feel good about our chances.
Well, what a game for you tonight, Matt Jackson. What a game for the whole team. Go enjoy the victory, and we'll see you in Madison.
Thanks so much, guys.
It really was an incredible
Appreciate
game.
it, man. Thanks so much.
So now we've got 3 teams who have punched their tickets, all home winners tonight on Saturday. The New York Empire topping the Breeze, the Carolina Flyers over the Soul, and now the Colorado Summit have punched their ticket into Madison, Wisconsin.
And is it certain if Chicago wins, they play Chicago? If Minnesota wins, do the matchups change?
Yes, if Minnesota wins, they will play the Carolina Flyers. If Chicago wins, they will play Chicago.
Interesting. So fun game to watch tomorrow.
That's right. Well, what an incredible night here. A sensational game. What a performance from Salt Lake Shred. What a performance from the Colorado Summit. 2 fresh teams, first season, and now one of them, the Colorado Summit, the home team, going to championship weekend. From all of us here at the game, everybody in the booth, everybody on the field, everybody that made this sellout crowd and this experience so wonderful, thank you so much, and have a good night from Denver, Colorado.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Chicago, where we have one championship weekend spot to fill. It'll be either the Minnesota Wind Chill or the Chicago Union. From the De La Salle Institute on the south side, this is the Central Division title game. Alongside Emily Willingham, I am Evan Lepler. Dennis Michelson will be on the sideline. He'll join us shortly. Willie, second year in a row that it's the Wind Chill and the Union. Wild game last year. The road team has won all 3 meetings this year. What are your main thoughts as we get ready for this matchup?
I'm just excited to see some excellent Frisbee, really. I mean, that's why we're all here. But the always the great game and the push that happens between these two excellent teams. Many of players on both teams have played each other, not just in the past few seasons, but for years. Seeing that chemistry go against each other, it's going to be so wonderful. We
preemptively apologize to Wind Chill fans because we're going into a highlight reel of what happened in the 2021 championship game, which the Wind Chill led 19-16 late into the fourth quarter, but then a 5-0 run down the stretch changed the game. Chicago, with just a crazy momentum surge, advancing to championship weekend. The funny thing, the first 3.5 quarters of the game, Willie, Minnesota was the better team.
Yeah, absolutely. They came out, played their game, played their A game, much as how, when we talked to the coach earlier today, come out playing their game. This is their game to win. They believe in that, but they need to carry that through all 4 quarters, or we're going to experience another quick turn of events like last season.
Well, Chicago's first ever playoff victory was that game against the Wind Chill. Minnesota got their first playoff victory last week, 20-18 over the Indianapolis Alley Cats, and a lot of players were important. But Andrew Roy, kind of the centerpiece quarterback in the backfield, just anchors what they're trying to do offensively.
Andrew Roy is a force to be reckoned with. He is very aware of the power he has on the field, and that includes his power to create space. He knows that the Union is going to play tight on him, and he knows that he can use that to his advantage to form space for him, for his teammates, and play a team game. And that's something we can expect not only from Roy alone, but from the Wind Chill.
And we're going to see him matching up with his old college teammate, Tim Schock. We're chatting with both of them before the game. On the other side, Sam Kaminsky's had huge games this year against the Wind Chill. Of course, he went to the University of Minnesota, and you can talk about Pavel Giannis and Joe White and Jeff Weiss and Ross Barker, but Kaminsky has been such a linchpin to what Chicago's done all season.
Absolutely. Not only is he known for a multiple head spike over and over, but he is a reliable handle, always there. He's there when you want him. He might not be making the flashiest plays, but he is the guy that you can depend on.
Kaminsky this year in 3 games against Minnesota had 7 goals, 8 assists, and he'll try to be an anchor for the Union today as the winner goes to Madison next week, and the loser will be a spectator from afar. Beautiful day for Ultimate in the Windy City. It is a little breezy, and that will be a factor as the afternoon progresses. Minnesota and Chicago for a spot in the Final Four. Opening pull from De La Salle coming up. Well, last night in the AUDL, the New York Empire, the Colorado Summit, and the Carolina Flyers advanced to championship weekend. Today, either Minnesota or Chicago will complete the quartet. Here from De La Salle Institute on the south side, the Union hosting the Wind Chill. Chicago 11-1 in the regular season. Their only loss came on this field in early July to Minnesota. And as we said earlier, Willie, the road team 3-0 in this series this year. So if you're Minnesota, you're feeling pretty good coming into this game. You've won on this field. You know you can do it. Obviously a different mountain to climb in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Before the game, they were saying they don't need to rise to the occasion. They just need to play their game. Minnesota is one of the, if not the top converting players in teams in the AUDL. When they get a turn, they have a 33% chance of scoring that. The Union has to keep that in mind, has to keep the defensive tenacity of this team in their sights at all times, or this game can run away from them.
A lot of offense the last time these two teams met. They combined for 52 goals as the Union won 27-25 in St. Paul, Minnesota on July 16th. That game is basically the reason we are here for this game today.
And that was a very windy game. That was, Pavlianis had some of his most turns of the season in that game. However, he also had the most assists during the game of anyone else. Not quite as windy here today, but the wind is a factor. On your screen right now, the wind is coming from the top right to the bottom left. We'll let you know as that changes. It's about 10 to 15 miles per hour.
Joe White launches the opening pull, and the Central Division title game is underway. Paletto centers to Andrew Roy. Out there with Cole Jurek, Marty Adams, Quinn Snyder, Brian Vinoka, and Josh Klain. And Dalton Smith picks up Adams on the first defensive possession for Chicago. Asher Lance is on Quinn Snyder, one of the top goal scorers for Minnesota.
Chicago using a lot of flat marks right now, forcing a lot of lateral movement.
Adams lets it rip, and that never had a chance from the moment he let it fly. The game's first turnover gives the Union an early break chance.
Dalton Smith heading down. Winchell really lucky that disc came back in at all, or else the Union would be taking it at about half field. Trap going on right now on Dalton Smith, who hammers over the top, looking for Nate Goff, an excellent target.
Nate Goff flails this one into the wind, a jump ball, and it's tipped and lands incomplete. You get a sense early, Willie, the difficulty the conditions are going to present. Last time these two teams played, they scored 52 goals, only had 27 turnovers, despite the conditions at Seafoam Stadium.
I think we're seeing the conditions of nerves really
coming
in here right now. This might be another ultimate game, but it does have a lot of stakes attached to it.
Dave Wood stressing that to his team, saying the game will feel different, but it is the same game, and we need to play it and stay within our roles and be who we are.
You know, one of my favorite phrases is, you're catching and throwing a plastic with your friends. And that's something it seems both teams need to be reminded of.
Makes it sound so simple.
I know.
Up the line, Klain connecting with his target, Brian Vinoka. It takes nearly 2 minutes off the clock. Each team turned at once, but the Union unable to capitalize, and Minnesota takes the early 1-0 lead. Bevon has been such a dynamic player in whatever role Ben Feldman has utilized him. He's played O, he's played D, he's bounced back and forth. It's really one of the mysteries every game. What is Bevon going to be doing primarily?
What's never a mystery is if he's going to perform. You put him out there, he's not easily flustered, and he's going to be your goal scorer, your block getter, and your assist. You know, if he could do it all himself, he might.
See how Chicago handles the nerves and the conditions on offense. Pavel Giannis could become the league's all-time assist king here today. He needs 6 assists to pass Goose Helton. Won't be surprised at all if he wears that crown by the end of the day. Of course, the crown he cares about is the one awaiting him in Madison 6 days from now. Chicago would need to win 3 games in the next week. If they win today, they'll be facing the Colorado Summit on Friday night. Ross Barker up the line finds Jeff Weiss. 2 guys who have had absolutely amazing seasons, Barker and Weiss. Willie, you've had a front row seat for it all year long.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. I think the development of Jeff Weiss has been my favorite thing to watch. He has started to play really within his abilities while working on the side to expand them, and I think that is one of the best signs of a great player.
Weiss mighty involved in that first possession of the game, 3 completions, ultimately scoring the goal.
Really a disciplined offense we saw from Chicago. They worked it up, they used swing, side to side, and looked for open targets.
Minnesota 9-3 in the regular season. They lost the 2 home games against Chicago. They also suffered a 3-point loss at Madison. That was a game that followed up their win here in Chicago, and Ben Feldman called it like a reality check, a slap in the face. They just did not show up to Breeze Stevens Field ready to play. They hope to get a chance to go back there.
Yeah, Madison is a tough place to play when you're playing the Radicals. That is a stadium that is That is all about the Radicals, I gotta say.
And one thing I'll be curious, whoever wins this game, the familiar foe, will they be the favorite next week of the home fans? Deep shot. Snyder pulls it down, and he's inbounds for the wind chill.
Asher Lance had that inside space, but Winchell able to just put a better read on it. Asher seemed like he was unable to quite see exactly where the disc was over his shoulder. Absolutely beautiful play by Quinn Snyder.
Snyder has been a menace towards Chicago. 5 games in his career against the Union. He scored 28 goals, not including that sky right there to put Minnesota in front 2-1.
Just holds so far.
A much smoother second 0 point for the wind chill compared to the first.
Big pull going up. Usual cast of characters for the Union.
It's one thing we'll be watching for today. Will the coaches get aggressive and cross over some of the stars? You see that a little bit more in the playoffs. Elimination time as Kaminsky hits Weiss on the under. Colin Berry, playing his first game in quite a while, returning from a hamstring injury, is on Jeff Weiss downfield. Here's Pavlianis, picked up by Ian Hahn. Over to Kaminsky. Paul Arders has been a dynamic presence. He was the MVP for Chicago, and they won in St. Paul mid-July. Kaminsky flips it to Kyle Rutledge on the doorstep. The Chicago team did not buy into the offseason hype that was built around the Minnesota wind chill. They felt they entered the season as favorites in their minds, if not the minds of everyone else around the league, and they are not surprised to be here at 11-1. 1 win away from returning to the Final Four, and Pavlianis dishes career assist number 386. His first of the day, ties the game 2-2.
Sam Kaminsky, his classic hit the head celebration. We love to see it.
What have you seen from the chemistry that Kaminsky and Giannis have developed this year? Kaminsky did not play a lot of O-line in the AUDL before this season.
Yeah, I think Kaminsky has that ability to slot in anywhere and be someone you can count on. When you pair him with a lot of stars in the Frisbee world, he's allowed to shine for exactly the strengths he has, which is being setting people up, seeing the field, allowing and creating space. I have loved to see his ability and opportunity here on the Union.
Young Micah Glass, who will be a freshman at the University of Oregon this fall, launches the pull here for Chicago. 2-2, just over 2.5 minutes gone in the opening quarter. Now, if Minnesota pulls off the upset here in Chicago, the wind chill would then get the shot at the top seed, the New York Empire, at championship weekend. Teams are reseeded prior to the Final Four. Everybody around the league watching this game and waiting to see what happens. Will Brandt to Andrew Roy. And another smooth 0 point there for Minnesota. It looks like they're settling in, Emily.
Looks like the Union got a little caught up in a different Frisbee world, one might call it a pick. But unable to keep up with their defenders in that tight space. Very interesting that all of these goals are really happening on the far right side of the field. Not really sure what's leading to that, but I would like to see both teams use a little bit more of the field space available to them.
Minnesota was out on the field early before the game. Ben Feldman actually talked to his team, basically saying it's a long warm-up today. Let's ease into it. Let's get comfortable. Let's have fun. Let's enjoy it. Let's come to win.
Yeah, they won the field today. They took it first, even if it's a home game for the Union.
Will they be on the field smiling at the end of the night is really the question.
Again, maybe not the win that matters.
Well, Rami Post was not a part of this game last year. He's guarding Pavlianis. His first year with Minnesota after playing with Madison a season ago. Paul Arders almost had it hand blocked on the mark, but it was kept alive by Kyle Rutledge. Aggressive double teams this point from the wind chill D.
Yeah, definitely showing the struggle the cutters have seeing a double team, which happens very infrequently.
Another double on Arders, back for Kaminsky. When there's a double team on the mark, it means somebody is open downfield, obviously. Rutledge, lefty backhands it for Shanahan. Riser to Barker. Good patience from Chicago as the wind chill defense has shown a little bit of a different look on this, their third deep point. Into the red zone, Barker for Giannis. And assist number 2 of the day for Pavel.
Again to Sam Kaminsky.
Smooth sailing there for the Union O-line. And Giannis now within 3 assists of Goose Helton, who's got 390 career assists after the San Diego Growlers played last week. San Diego eliminated by Salt Lake. The Shred taken down by the Summit, and a wild game last night. 3 great games last night. The final score of that Colorado Salt Lake game was the widest margin, Colorado winning by 5, but I think you can make an argument that the outcome of that one was the most in doubt heading to the 4th quarter.
Yeah, unfamiliar teams. You're not quite sure how they'll hold up in the big games that matter, but the veteran lineup of the Summit was undeniable, I have to say.
Epic crowd too at the University of Denver for the Summit's
crowd.
first playoff win. Congrats to Colorado. Look forward to seeing them again next week. Andrew Roy shooting it deep. Josh Klain the target, but Dalton Smith easily has the pick. Second break chance for Chicago. They came up empty on the ugly Nate Goff huck into the wind on the opening point. Dalton Smith had it slip through his fingers on the reset. Klain picks up, moves it over for Vinoka. The wind picks up, just jostling our monitor here at field level, and Minnesota able to hold, getting it to Vinoka. Bevon has 2 goals and an assist in the early going here in this title game.
Again, in that same side of the end zone. Very interesting. I think it's showing a lot of flick force marks and showing that teams are just pushing it into the force side. Definitely interested to see what this D-line is about to do for Minnesota. They did the double team until about half field last time, which really caused a lot of trouble for the Union. Excited to see how the Union will adapt here.
Willie, you made a great point walking around the field pregame to me off the air. You said the wind is different here at De La Salle depending on where you are on the field. So if you're a D-line breaking, you don't really think about that necessarily. You're thinking about getting the block. Then all of a sudden you have the disc trying to calibrate how you're going to throw.
Yeah, I don't even know if we've been able to see players struggle with that. It's been a bit of personal errors, just drops and bad decisions coming up. But the wind certainly a factor when it's present and not, depending on the building block on this field.
Chicago handles the sideline roller pull well. Giannis pestered by Paust. Gets the reset to Arders with a stall rising. Arders continues for Weiss. He's not in yet. That'll work though. Kyle Rutledge is there. 8 consecutive holds from the 2 teams to start this game.
Really was another textbook offense. If you wanted to teach someone how to play offense, you would show them the offensive points thus far for the Union.
Let me see those hands. Do we have okay, we got 1.
Kyle Rutledge has been a tremendous addition. I remember talking to Paulo Giannis before the season, and he basically said, yeah, Kyle's a Swiss Army knife. We could use him on O, we could use him on D. They've relied on him to play on offense pretty much all season long, and he's become a key cog.
Yeah, he is dependable, reliable, Swiss Army knife for sure, but also one of the best teammates I have ever known. I cannot gush more about him and his ability on the field and off the field.
Tim Schock and Joe White acrobatically setting the double team on the sideline roller pull, but
acrobatically and illegally.
yeah, the foul called, and 10 free yards given to Minnesota. Hammer into the backfield, finding Cole Jurek. Adams with the defender, Pappas, sailing by. Pappas is sneaky fast out there for Chicago's defense.
Knows how to use his speed to close.
Roy
Again.
to space. Connecting with Jordan Taylor, who's playing offense today for Minnesota with Michael Jordan unavailable. Taylor has the score. We've got another hold. And we're still waiting for one of these teams to blink.
And we have seen blinks. We just haven't seen people capitalize on opportunities given. Very interested to see who will lock down, put on the right mindset first. Also, I'm kind of tired of these sideline pulls. They're not working.
See what Abe Coffin does here. His pulls have been a huge addition for the wind chill D-line. It's really the reason Ben Feldman decided to play him on D after they lost Scott Hearn to Chicago in the offseason. Kind of left the wind chill without a puller. So Abe Coffin, the free agent signee, the big pickup, as you know, was a guy that many expected to play O. He's been a key figment of the D-line, though, ever since that opening week lost to Chicago.
And he is a key reason why this defensive unit on the wind chill is able to convert the Ds that they get.
Giannis and Barker playing catch in the backfield. Pavel looking up high. Jeff Weiss in the corner of the end zone. Past the bidding defender. Another dime for Pavel, another score for Weiss. 5-all here in the first.
I believe that was number 24, Colin Berry, on the wind chill, doing his best to close that space, but an absolutely perfect throw from Pavel to a go-to receiver.
At this rate, Pavel's going to be the all-time assist leader by halftime, maybe by the end of the quarter.
Maybe.
Still got 3:02.
Looks like the usual cast out there for the wind chill. Got a couple new faces on for Chicago.
Another pull from Glass. Brandt centers to Klain this time. Now Andrew Roy is getting a O-point off here. His first O-point on the sidelines. Quinn Snyder underneath for Vinoka. And Vinoka had it slip through his fingers.
Pass deflection, turnover, Union possession.
You know, the Union might not have earned that particular.
Dalton Smith shooting it deep. Charlie First in pursuit, and that disc is sailing away out of bounds.
Incomplete pass, turnover.
I was saying, you know, the Union didn't exactly earn that D, but they need to earn the score, and we see again a throwaway. Just errors, not big plays exactly being made here.
Josh Klain narrowly able to make that grab with the bidding Reed Martin flying by. You can feel the defensive intensity, no breaks yet. Chicago's had 3 different chances. Vinoka launching for Brandt. First there for the block. And Chicago will have another chance here as we tick under 2 minutes to play in the quarter.
Charlie First is a absolute workhorse on and off the field, but really excited to see him get some time here for the Union and able to make a big play like that. He has been working hard for those time, for these minutes.
Former captain, now he just calls himself a veteran presence. And timeout called by Chicago, it appears. Dalton Smith kind of spiked the disc in frustration.
Not sure what that frustration was 4, he definitely didn't have any movement coming from anyone other than Micah going deep, and that's not really the best option throwing upwind. And I think that's an excellent choice of a timeout, though, from Coach Dave Witz for the Union.
Willie, did you sense a different confidence from Chicago this year compared to past years, coming off the division title, the championship weekend appearance a year ago?
I think I sensed a level of belonging and comfort in this league of like, yes, we can perform, yes, we can do this. More so than confidence, I think they still know that they need to work hard, they have to earn their place, but that once you've proven something one time, it's like, yes, we can build on this. And I think that's more of the vibe, the sense of belonging.
Here's a look at the championship bracket. New York beating DC by 1 on a walk-off buzzer beater from Ben Yacht, who is celebrating his 30th birthday, and what a way to do it. Carolina 20-18 over Austin, and then Colorado. They were tied heading into the 4th, but they dominate the final 12 minutes against the Shred. They began that final period on defense and just put on a show for their packed house in Denver. So Minnesota, if they win, they'll be the 4 seed and facing the top seed New York Empire. If Chicago wins, by virtue of the blowouts in the final weekend of the regular season, it'll be the Summit and the Union, and then we'll get the Flyers Empire championship rematch from a year ago on semifinal Friday. Break chance, Weiss shooting, Joe White misreads it. The wind had part to play as well, and Vinoka intercepts in the end zone.
Wow, that definitely was a big wind bounce there.
And then Vinoka overthrows his target, just the disc popped up on him.
Joe White slowing it down, love to see that.
5 break chances. Chicago has not cashed in yet. This is their best chance, and that'll work. Giannis, his 4th assist of the quarter, and Jack Shanahan has the game's first break for Chicago.
Wow. Union got lucky there with that turn with a short ways to go, having the O-line already out there, able to run a smooth end zone. I mean, it was just destined to be after that turn.
That was the first defensive score of the game, and after every defensive score, the Union players hand out the break chain to a player that
So the 4th assist for Giannis. He came into today needing 5 to tie the all-time AUDL record for regular season games and postseason games combined. He came in thinking he'll probably pass 390. He might pass 400 at the pace he's at.
At the rate of these points as well, these are very quick points.
Last point was the longest of the game with the back and forth turns. Took about 2.5 minutes off the clock. Pull sails out of bounds.
With a timeout in there.
Important sequence here for Minnesota. 40 seconds on the stadium clock. Chicago pulled to start the game, so Union will get the disc to start the second quarter. And I feel like a broken record saying it, but end of quarter situations in these big games can be the thing that decide who survives and advances to live another week. Good matchup with Nate Goff on Cole Jurek in the stack. It's White on Snyder. Reset for Roy. Quickly to Paletto. Under 20 seconds in the first. Winchell trailing by 1. Jurek snaps the flick. Jordan Taylor is there. What a shot. And with 11 seconds remaining in the first, the Winchell find the equalizer, 6-all.
That was excellent communication from the Winchell. The Winchell player was able to see the space he had from Jeff Weiss. Jeff Weiss crowding the middle of the field, hoping to create some traffic, hoping to create a turnover there. But Winchell able to see past that to 2 very open Winchell players on the far right side of the field.
Jordan Taylor averaging about 1 goal per game this season. He's got 2 scores in the quarter. And now it's Chicago's turn to cash in on a buzzer-beating situation. It's worth noting, Jimmy Kittleson, who's gotten so many blocks for Minnesota through the years in these spots, is inactive today. We saw him warming up, coming back from a PCL tear.
and he practiced for the first time in months on Tuesday. They decided not to roster him. We'll see if that lack of size makes a difference. With 5 seconds to go in the quarter, Arders launches deep. And the wind chill were ready for it. Colin Berry smacks it down. Ross Barker, the closest target. And look, Willie, it's a quarter where Chicago had many more chances to break. They got the only break, and yet we're tied 12 minutes in.
Now, even though Chicago's starting out on offense, they had the opportunity here to score this last goal. When you have Jeff Weiss, when you have Nate Goff, when you have Ross Barker all deep and not able to come down with it, that's definitely a tough one. But excited to see how both teams adjust here.
1 down, 3 to go, with a spot at championship weekend on the line. 6-all after 1. Tied after 1 on a beautiful Sunday afternoon in Chicago. Let's send it to the third member of our broadcast team on the sideline with his first quarter thoughts, Dennis Michelson. D-Mike.
Thank you very much, Evan. It was a big deal with these end-of-quarter scores when Chicago went up to Minnesota and got the upset. So Minnesota winning that battle so far. And that timeout in the first half, that was Pavel wanting to get that offense back on. He had a real good idea that he was going to be able to march it down the field for the score. And right now, lots of energy on the sideline here. And back to you in the booth.
Thanks so much, Dennis. Each team with 6 goals and 5 turns in the first quarter. Chicago 1 for 5 on break chances. The wind chill have not had a break opportunity yet. The Chicago O-line has been perfect so far. Pavel Giannis, perfect 18 for 18, 155 total yards and 4 assists in the first quarter for Chicago.
Chicago's doing a great job of finding the open person and creating space for that person to get the disc.
Point D-Mike made to us during the break, the Union are using their entire 20-man active roster today, Willie. That's something that they didn't necessarily do, rely on that depth. Oh, that was bobbled near the sideline, but Arders narrowly stayed in bounds. His foot was very close to the sideline there.
Great talk from Jeff Weiss as that disc sailed over Pavel Giannis.
Tristan Vandy Mortel gets the layout on Giannis. And here's the first break chance for Minnesota. How aggressive will Ben Feldman be with a timeout call? The veteran Brandon Mattis, more games played than anyone else in wind chill history. Vandy Mortel sets up Abe Coffin with Arders on the mark. Brett Bergmeyer chose not to feed it through the tight window to DeClercq. Vandy Mortel swings it. Can Minnesota punch this in? Coffin, a high riser, sails out of the stadium, looking for DeClercq, and that's not the first time discs near this end of the field have popped up on good throwers.
Wow, the exact same spot as well. This is the area of the field that there is the least coverage on. You're going to see more Gus over here than you will on the other side of the field, similar to what we were talking about last time.
Barker, full field flick. Jeff Weiss has company. And Weiss comes down with the disc, hits Jack Shanahan for the score.
What a turn of events just happened.
I'm not sure Jeff Weiss touched that disc first when he went to go catch it, but clearly he had possession first, ripped it down, and what a huge turn of events, as you said.
I think we would be seeing a bit more complaint from the wind chill if Jeff Weiss didn't touch that disc first. Wow. We're seeing a replay here of that turn again with the disc bubble. Jeff Weiss able to come down with it and is able to make a great throw after a great catch, which is sometimes seldom to see.
Help that Shanahan was wide open.
Even then, it makes it worse.
Right. So the two teams now are combined 1 for 6 on break chances. After Minnesota's first opportunity sails on Abe Coffin, forcing Andrew Roy to start on the sideline. 3 fakes from Roy. Laser up the sideline, and it's eaten up by Asher Lance.
Pass interception turnover by number 96, Asher Lance.
Second throwaway on a flick in that direction from Roy. Joe White hucking down the field. Tim Schock with a left hand rips it down. Still work to do though for Chicago. In the hands of Dalton Smith, who's been in a lot of big games in his ultimate career.
You could tell right there, slowing the pace down, setting up an end zone.
And
an
Joe
easy goal.
White finds Jace Bruner. Tim Schock lifts him to the sky. It's another break for Chicago.
Wow, after that they were able to send the disc down on a huck, and a beautiful catch by Ross Barker, slowing it down, running an end zone, finding an open people, just catching catching the wind chill completely off guard, had me stumbling through 3 or 4 teams there even to speak.
Well, it's been a flabbergasting last couple of points. The sequences have been dramatic, and a nice low release tight throw there from Joe White, leaving no doubt. I mean, what a pickup Joe White has been. He signed with the team before the 2021 season, got hurt, it was a nagging thing, ended up never playing a game last year. And then this year, there's no talk about Joe White, just kind of an assumption he won't be around, and then all of a sudden he's back from his time in France, and he was ready to go. And Thomas Jefferson and Hamilton say, what did I miss? And here we go again with Chicago taking the lead on Minnesota.
Also able to help some of the youth in the Chicago area. He was a coach at Cut Camp.
Rami Paust out there on the O-line after Minnesota got broken. Paletto over to Berry. Paletto marked by John Jones, sets up Tristan Vanny Mortel. Joe White doing everything he can to get around and cut off that continuation. Nick Pappas gets a piece of it.
Wow.
What nuclear acceleration from Pappas.
Union again taking a second to set up the end zone.
White to Goff, who catches it over the top, and then his shot to the end zone looking for Schock. Incomplete. Coffin right there defensively. Excuse me, Willie.
I never like an end zone that doesn't have a swing. I gotta say.
Thought he had him, clearly did not fit it in. There's certainly a feeling like Chicago's in control of this game. If the wind chill can work this down and score into the wind, they'll be within one. They'll be right there.
Definitely the feeling here is Chicago has this game, and the score is not that separated.
Colin Berry for Brian Vanoka. Jason Valley on the mark. Bevon Scoobers for Vandy Mortel. Paletto has Berry going up the line, and he may have floated it too far wide. No chance for Berry.
Yeah, so because Nate Goff came in and touched that disc, the disc will start at the top of the end zone, not where the disc went out of bounds.
Costly execution error from Paletto. The Union will take a timeout. Their second break chance of this point. Break opportunities are piling up. There's no question Chicago is handling the conditions and the pressure better than Minnesota right now.
Without a doubt, maybe it's the confidence coming in with the past couple games behind them, the Union really shutting it down. Perhaps it's Minnesota kind of giving in to some of the Union's strengths. But we are not seeing the Union, as Coach Bet Fieldman would say, playing their A game.
Well, the first time these two teams met, opening game of the year for Minnesota, it was not the prettiest of ultimate games. There were 46 total turnovers. But Chicago, I mean, they were shorthanded. Paul Arders didn't play this game. Obviously, Joe White had not joined the team yet. but they looked like the better team early. Minnesota had kind of a off-kilter start to the season. Chicago took the early leg up back on May 7th. Feels like a long time ago.
It does feel like a long time ago. It just feels the intensity that this game started with, it just feels like it's taken a lull somehow. And I'm not sure if it's the Union's crisp and clean offense from their O-line that has caused that.
It was really Dalton Smith's upwind throws that were the difference on that particular day in Minnesota. Different conditions today, although Chicago handling them better so far. Don't need to remind anybody what happened last year. It is a 4-quarter game, and whoever's best after 48 minutes, far more important than after 18 minutes.
Looks like that disc from Jeff Weiss thrown a bit behind Kyle Rutledge, unable to secure it.
It's an 0 point for Minnesota, and the D-line offense was looking pretty smooth, but Ben Feldman doesn't want to fool around. He's got 2 timeouts still to use, so he will take one. Clock continues to tick here at the stadium, but there'll be just north of 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter. Second timeout of the point, with Minnesota trailing by a couple.
Something I expect to see from Chicago coming out here with the wind chill on the sideline is a double team and then them playing very close defense on the handles. That is definitely a different take for Chicago for a double team than they've done in the past, but playing that hard person just around the disc and giving them the over-the-top space isn't something we've seen from the Union before, or really many teams in the double team, but it worked very well for this defensive line for the Union.
You look at Dave Woods.
Wearing the aviators in honor of the Air and Water show in Chicago here today.
Yeah, we saw some fighter jets flying overhead here from the south side during our pregame conversations. I felt a little left out in our pregame chat. Dave Woods was wearing nice sunglasses. You were wearing sunglasses. A couple others. I was the only one without cool-looking shades.
I know. I didn't send you the memo, and I take responsibility for that.
I appreciate that. Just let everybody know. It wasn't on me.
No, me for sure.
All right. This is technically an 0 point, but it might feel like a break considering the number of chances Chicago's had. Tim Schock gets the block on his former college teammate Andrew Roy. Nate Goff to Jeff Weiss. Union off to the races here.
Again with Jeff Weiss slowing down the pace, letting the Union set up an offense.
Joe White eyeing the deep shot. Tim Schock looking for the bookends, and he can't get there. Ambitious shot from White, one of the throws he's known for.
It's one of those where I'm not quite mad at it. It was a good shot, it's a good look, a great receiver, but execution just not quite where you want it.
This point began with 9 minutes to go in the second quarter. Nearly 4 minutes off the clock. Minnesota still has not scored here since they came up with a goal with 11 seconds left in the first. Taylor in the middle of the field for Jurek. He's got Vinoka going. Sets up Brandt in a power position for Taylor. Marty Adams taken off. Different thrower might have launched that, but Taylor gets it to Brandt. Adams come back under to Taylor. Vinoka slashing up the line. The floating throw from Taylor's intercepted by Jason Valley.
Another D to add to his statistics. His defensive presence for the Union has been out of this world this season.
The break chances are piling up for Chicago. Their fourth of the point is going to go by the wayside again.
Really good look, not quite able to execute. Needed to put a little bit more IO on that huck, but very difficult to do with the mark he had. We're starting to see fatigue as the players are getting more bunched, more slow to initiate these cuts, a lot more side-to-side cutting instead of deep cutting.
Well, this point, over 4 minutes, over 5 minutes in length now.
Do not blame them.
We've seen 2 timeouts on the point. Ben Feldman does have one more he could use, but he's got basically his O-line out there. Vinoka has Taylor going, holsters. See if the wind chill can just walk this in. Andrew Roy to Tony Paletto. We've seen some wacky air bounces this corner of the end zone, but the short dish will work. And Minnesota has its first goal of the second quarter. They're within one despite all of the adversity, despite all of the ugly ultimate we've seen. It's a one-goal game.
It was this flux of very pretty Frisbee and very ugly ultimate, and beating yourself, and then also some great Ds and some great throws, but they're not quite executed. Both two teams need to kind of fine-tune not only their choices but their execution here, and I think that will be the team as this game progresses, as fatigue progresses, that will bring this game home.
Jurek to Paletto to punctuate the 5-minute, 35-second, 8-turnover, 2-timeout point.
Makes
it's a
me
hold.
tired. That makes me tired.
It's okay, halftime's coming up here. You can take a breather.
Yeah.
Now, Dalton Smith is out there on offense here for Chicago, along with Giannis and Kaminsky in the backfield. Arders, Weiss, Barker, and Shanahan downfield for the Union. Under 3 minutes to go in the half. A half that feels like Chicago's controlled, but the Union are just 2 for 10 on their break chances.
Getting very gusty here at De La Salle.
Sure is. Thought you said it was going to cool off with the wind as the game progressed.
I did say that. I did.
And you might be right ultimately, as Giannis looking for Kaminsky. Will this one float enough? It will! Kaminsky comes up with a bidding score for Chicago.
Another assist for Pavel Giannis. Trusting for the bounce to happen this time instead of not expecting it. Wow. Sam Kaminsky, who we focused on before this game, stuck with the disc, trusted Pavel's throw, able to come down and make an excellent play for Chicago Union. Union able to get the D-line back out there for another break opportunity.
And this, the 390th career assist for Giannis, which ties him for the all-time AUDL record with the veteran Goose Helton. Tremendous grab from Kaminsky and just tremendous finesse on that throw from Giannis. By the way, Goose Helton got his 390 assists in 119 career games. Today is Pavel's 67th AUDL game. It has been a meteoric rise for a guy who just joined the AUDL in 2017 with Chicago in his 5th season here, as Roy's throw intercepted
by Nick Pappas.
Pappas has been an impact player. Dalton Smith finding him in the end zone. That will work. The 3rd break for Chicago to create some separation.
And bookends for Nick Pappas, getting the D, able to come down with the score after creating immense space from his player after getting that D. Able to dish the disc after getting the D. Conservation of greatness. Worked it out into the far end zone. Wow.
Wow is right. Pappas made his Union debut on July 9th, and he played the next 5 games. Dave Woods calls him a freak athlete, and we are seeing that. He's not a big, imposing athlete, but his quickness is deceptive.
His closing speed, I think he's able to hone his speed into something that's not just like, oh, he's fast, but he weaponizes it, and I love that. Very similar to John Jones that we've seen make some excellent plays throughout this year for the Union.
And what a nice pickup he's been. His layout block in the end of the last meeting between these two teams, one of the key clinching moments. Interesting.
Having a bit of deja vu here, another double team foul.
A little surprised to see Chicago roll it out of bounds there. They're winning the flow of the game right now, just giving all the yards to Minnesota, who works it off the sideline. Coffin for Vinoka, and he throws it away. Miscommunication between Vinoka and Barry.
This Minnesota O-line has just been off kilter from the outset.
It's especially happening anytime that Andrew Roy is not on the field, I have to say. Maybe he is that, I mean, we know he's an excellent player, but a calming presence too.
And he hasn't been perfect by any means when he's been out there, but I think that's a great point, Willie. Nice reset throw. White to Shock. Now Valley gets a touch. We're under a minute here in the first half. Union looking to extend the lead. White kind of taking small steps forward. Fortunate they didn't get called for the travel. White up the line. That's not coming back. Saw Tony Paletto make that same mistake for Minnesota earlier in the quarter, and now Joe White with the miscue.
Again, with the wind gusts, I think if the wind was at its strength, it would have brought it back, but it's not up right now.
Huge 34 seconds here for Minnesota. As poorly as they've played, they could be down just 2 at the half. Receiving to start the third. Paus to Vandy Mortel. Stall count rising. Vandy Mortel launches. Quinn Snyder the target. Snyder, can he get there? Valley goes over the top. Heard a whistle. Have not seen a signal from the officials. Jeff Orcott and Josh Cooper are going to converse here.
Probably need to bring in Greg O'Connor, that sideline official, as well. But that was an absolutely nasty D.
Let's go, Blue 3-1.
Officials having a chat. Take a look. That was just a tremendous play by Jason Valley, where I come from. Don't think he used a hand to break. Well, I don't know. It's close.
It's a pretty low hand,
could go
though.
either way. It's going to be Chicago's disc. Valley gets the insane block. 14 seconds left. Joe White unleashes a monster backhand. Lance and Paust and Shock in the crowd. Rami's got it. He's still got 5 seconds here. And then he throws it away. And if that disc goes out of bounds, Shock throws it to the end zone at the buzzer. Paust has another block. Oh my goodness, what a wild half. But hang on a second. There are whistles way back. It's possible that Ben Feldman may have gotten a timeout before the Minnesota turnover with about 3-4 seconds to go. That's going to be the call. 3 seconds and Minnesota will have the disc. Feldman has a little yellow flag like a NFL referee, and he threw it onto the field, got the attention of the sideline official before the giveaway up the line. What a frantic couple of seconds. Ben Feldman not lacking passion on the Minnesota sidelines. And, I mean, if the Union can get a miraculous throw here, I mean, they got the wind at their backs here, Willie, so they'll have a chance to potentially get this throw to the end zone, and they're going to add a couple seconds. Now 5 seconds on the clock here for Minnesota. What do you think about all this?
Kind of like flabbergasted. I think not quite sure where this disc is going. Do you think were there subs?
I think the disc will be Minnesota's right near the goal line, right near where Rami Paust had his first interception. For the record, Paust is only going to get credit for 1 block there and not the 2, but they're not going to give him the turnover either, so I think he'll take
Win
that.
some, lose some. Plus minus is the same. Looks like the Union have kept out that D-line, sending Goff, White, Asher Lance, and Jeff Weiss deep to, there's only 5 seconds left. They've got to put it.
The Chicago team does have size. They're big.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been showing that on defense, but not so much on offense, which is, I think, super interesting, other than this amazing Ross Barker catch.
The horn sounds. At this particular moment, no one is near the disc for either side, and not really sure what we're waiting for here. Now Andrew Roy trots over,
And Chicago, they're not going to guard Roy, it looks like, unless they charge at him late here. And the clock doesn't start until he releases it, so he has time here to throw it. He's unmarked, gets it to Coffin. Abe Coffin with a monster backhand, going to the end zone. Quinn Snyder there for the wind chill over his head, but it's caught by Krennic. Are you kidding me?
Really don't know what happened there for the Union. Jeff Weiss in position to make the play. Almost sounded like he was called off. Maybe he thought it was farther back and out of bounds. But regardless of if it was pretty or not from the Union side, that is a great goal from the wind chill.
After all that, it's a 2-goal game at halftime as Paul Krennic makes the uncontested clap catch. I mean, my eyes went to Quinn Snyder too, so I understand why the 3 Union defenders collapsed around him, but just a catastrophic end of quarter sequence there for Chicago, and a clutch timeout for Ben Feldman and the Minnesota wind chill. Let's go to Dennis Michelson with Ben Feldman.
What a crazy end to this first half. Coach Ben Feldman, what was the difference here at the halftime, first half so far?
I'm glad we won that end of quarter. It was a little bit of a rocky start, some long points, and we got to find some ways to force some turnovers. Chicago's been really clean, and we've thrown some different looks, so gonna have to come back. Like I said, it's been some long, draining points out there. Both teams are feeling a little bit. We'll see who's going to hold up come the end of the game. So that's a big one for us to keep it close, and it's probably coming down to the fourth quarter. So we just got to keep fighting and come out and win this third quarter and keep it close.
Thank you very much, Coach. We'll have the second half coverage coming up. Evan, back to you.
D-Mike, thanks. The score at halftime in the Central title game last year, Minnesota had a 1-goal lead. It was 12-11. Different flavor to this one, but certainly close and competitive. Chicago by 2 at halftime here in the Central Division Final. Leading by a couple. Let's go to Dennis Michelson on the sidelines with Union head coach Dave Woods.
Ourselves no favors right now on defense. I'm glad to say that we're getting blocks. Our defense is generating a lot of pressure. We're getting those turnovers. We're just not converting right now. So the message in the locker room at halftime was, let's value the disc a little bit more. Let's do what we've been doing all season. Let's work together. Let's get some more scores. Let's get some breaks.
Very weird wind out here today. This seems to be affecting the long ball. We're going to see more small ball, more Union small ball in the second half.
You're going to see some spectacular offense regardless of the wind, because we have been practicing in this wind all season. So we're just going to keep doing what we do.
Thank you very much, Dave. Good luck in the second half. Back to you, Evan.
Great stuff, D-Mike. Appreciate the time from Coach Woods, who has really valued his relationship with assistant coach Sarah Nolick, who's added a different mentality and a different focus in the team this year, bringing a strategic element that Woods feels the team has lacked in the past. And it'll be interesting to see what wrinkles they've come up with here and if they can execute better, because they've certainly had so many chances as they take the field for the start of the second half.
Some of those chances earned, some not. Unlike the wind chill, they have been able to capitalize on at least some of them, not nearly enough, which has left really the door open for the wind chill in what could be a landslide. This is a very, very tight game here with Minnesota starting on offense.
Chicago with 9 blocks in the first half, 2 apiece for Nick Pappas and Jason Valley, who both gave the Union a spark. Second half underway, and Nate Goff just rolls the pull out of bounds. Minnesota will begin this possession basically in the red zone. Sun shining bright. It's toasty on the turf here in the Windy City. And a cross-field hammer. Asher Lance was hunting, but he couldn't get there. Jurek centers it for Adams. Back to Aroy. 3 turnovers for Aroy in the first half and 4 for Brian Vinoka. Uncharacteristic throwaway numbers for those 2 staples of Minnesota's success.
I think that really speaks to the defensive pressure of the Union, causing 2 very consistent people to be going through errors.
Nate Goff kind of went down with a contact there as we see the soft scoober from Roy. And Minnesota despite all the adversity, despite Chicago having so many more chances, the Wind Chill are within one, 51 seconds into the third quarter.
Kind of hoping to see, like, maybe this might be a reset of the game, a different game here. As we start, it was a bit sloppy in this first half. I hope that we see the tenacity of the first few points begin again here in the second half.
Chicago's O-line retaking the field. Again, they only turned it one time in the first half. And Pavlianis retakes the field. His next assist will make him the single-handed AUDL all-time assists leader. Catches a centering pass from Kaminsky. Right through the double team, Arders to Weiss. Here's Barker coming underneath. By Ross's standards, it was maybe one of his more quiet halves of the season.
Yeah, and he had an incredible dunk for a hold. Or for a break, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Barker doubled. Scoobers for Weiss, who kind of awkwardly made the catch, sets up Giannis. 390 career assists for Pavel. Today's his 67th AUDL game. Just under 6 assists per game. He's got 5 today. This assist belongs to Ross Barker as Kyle Rutledge. Union did not face a ton of defensive resistance there. They have been cool, calm, collected on O all game long, quite frankly.
Yeah, the Union have been pressured defensively. It's just that they wait for the opportunities and they trust in each other to create space, to create open players. And I think it's a mixture of chemistry, but also we're seeing a offensive set run well and trusted.
Well, the Chicago team lost some veterans from a year ago, but they felt like they were going to be better. They certainly got more athletic defensively, adding in Jace Bruner from the Bay Area. Nick Pappas, Asher Lance have been key additions as well, and then the Joe White addition late in the year has given them a different dynamic to the D-line.
That pull was out of bounds.
Andrew Roy will be greeted by Tim Schock. What stood out most to you about your conversation with both those guys before the game?
Yeah, I had the opportunity to chat with them both. Andrew Roy was really speaking to...
Hang on. Vinoka shoots it. Jurek can't get there. Another break chance. It'll be the 14th of the game for Chicago coming up here.
You know, I was already taking my breath and holding it for see how that play went. I think these two love a good battle, and they're getting that from each other. I think Andrew Roy knows that he can control the tempo of a game, but he also knows that he has the ability to create space, and that is something that he was definitely looking to do, expecting a hard defensive pressure. Not sure if he was expecting Schock or not, but let me tell you, Schock was expecting him.
Yeah. Nate Goff to Joe White. Crossfield Scuber for Schock. White for Valley. Dave Woods talked to D-Mike about valuing the disc. Vinoka fouls Pappas.
Good call there from our head ref, Josh Cooper.
Vinoka was calling on himself if the whistle didn't blow too.
Sometimes it's just a momentum oops, I'm sorry.
And Pappas lost the disc, but Vinoka's saying he fouled him again.
Big shout out anytime an integrity call is used.
Vinoka called the integrity on him, then Pappas almost started walking like he just lost it, and Vinoka almost took back the integrity, and then that was a quick little pendulum swing there. Up the line, Valley has the break for the Union. 3 for 13 in the first half. 1 for 1 here in the second half.
You know, we're not seeing a lot of disc bounce when you start from low, throwing to anywhere on this field, anywhere on this far end zone. A nice low throw is being very kind to cutters. We are seeing the Union maybe starting to roll with the great play that they had from the first half starting to maybe be reflected in the score.
Dave Woods calls him Jason the Menace. Jason Valley, 25-year-old out of the University of Chicago.
Excellent throw from Joe White there, beating his mark as well. Can't undersell that, the difficulty of that low release break backhand.
We've already seen half as many goals this quarter as we saw in the second period. It was 6-6 after one, and the two teams combined for 6 goals. A 4-2 second quarter win for Chicago. Union with the first break of the second half. Minnesota has not had all that many clean holds in this game. Certainly a huge piece of the Minnesota offense last year was Nick Vogt. Crushing injury to lose him to an ACL tear, preventing him from competing for the wind chill this season.
Again, very interested to see how the wind chill do here, again without Andrew Roy, giving him a bit of a breather.
Abe Coffin is out there after the O-line got broken. A foul called on Goff.
Chicago not doing a good job of body control into the disc, into the mark.
We're talking on AUDL Weekly, myself, Adam Ruffner, Daniel Cohen on Wednesday night. Who's going to have a bigger impact in this game, Abe Coffin or Nate Goff? So far, neither one has been a huge game changer.
They might be
Goff
shutting each other
nearly
down.
getting the block there. Coffin keeps the throw low and hits post. That's an important hold for Minnesota.
And a really excellent throw after high pressure from Nate Goff. I think they've just been keeping each other kind of quiet. Also love seeing the trust that Minnesota had, believing that disc would stay in Minnesota hands and continuing the cut. You know, he very easily could have been stranded on that cone.
Not sure Nate Goff makes that bid if he doesn't expect to get that block.
It's true.
What a summer for Nate Goff.
Wow.
I mean, you've known he's a top-notch player for a long time. It was cool to see the country learn that as well with his performance at the World Games.
Yeah, I do believe, other than his mom, I started the Nate Goff fan club.
One of the charting members.
Yes, yes. I won't take that from his mom, who is an absolute gem. Big shout out. Also great on Twitter if you're looking for a follow.
Well, if Minnesota's going to get back in the game, certainly step one is going to be take the disc away from the Chicago O-line, something they've only done one time. Barker, daring shot. Bergmeyer there for the swat. Right on cue, Minnesota generates just his second break chance of the game.
I think they heard you. They were like, oh, that's a great idea, Evan.
Who knew I had that level of inspiration with these words? Just
voice the AUDL, you know?
Just trying to describe the action. DeClercq thought he was fouled, and the whistle blows soon thereafter. Pump with Jeff Weiss running downfield. Keep an eye on that spicy matchup as the point and game progresses.
Definitely some frustration we are seeing from the wind chill especially.
Coffin, deep backhand. Vinoka, the deep target. And he is not in. Yes, he is. A late signal. It's the first break of the game for Minnesota. Coffin to Bevon. It's a long game, as we have said throughout. And now we'll wonder how Chicago will handle this dose of adversity.
Again, Winchell back within one. We definitely were seeing Minnesota getting frustrated with the contact on the marks there, able to keep their composure, play through it. Maybe that was a motivator to them to finish this point very strong.
No doubt Bevon landed in. Nice put from Coffin. That's 2 straight assists for Abe and 3 assists in the last 7 minutes of game action, dating back to the buzzer-beating throw to Krennic at the end of the first half.
I'm still confused about that. Really am.
What do you just what happened to Chicago's defense there?
No, about that the way the first half ended with just 2 big-time receivers not.
Bergmeyer intercepts Arter's shot, but we got a call, and this is coming back. There was contact on the double team, I think, near the sideline. And Chicago will take the free 10. And Brett Bergmeyer's prowling for blocks out there for the Minnesota defense. Floater from Giannis, and Shanahan rising up over Vanny Mortel. The size came in handy. Through the double team, Jeff Weiss just narrowly keeps it up. A little bit of nerves here for Chicago. Joe White on the doorstep, and the inside flick to Giannis. 5 assists for Pavel. There's his first goal of the game to double the Union lead.
Yeah, Minnesota has figured out so far here how to maybe put a snooze on Pavel. He was off to the races with the assists in the first half. Been a bit quiet since. And some of that I think is due the defense is pushing Pavel away and then putting on heavy pressure and when he has the disc, and then getting in the position to push him downfield. Here you will see him able to score, but that does mean he's not behind the disc.
That was the DC throw right there that the Breeze have perfected, that little Oyo flick. What a game last night in New York. I'm still kind of shaking my head at how that second half transpired, how it ended. DC down 13-8, came all the way back, tied it at 16 as Reed Martin went sailing by, hunting a block for Chicago. Jurek shooting it deep, looking for Adams, but it was Bruner peeling off for the Union block.
What an absolute amazing play. Disc coming over him so hard to keep your eye on that, knowing that the Minnesota player was in pace and in place to just catch that, and he is able to dive into space and get an amazing D. I want to see that again.
We'll have time because Dave Wood took the immediate timeout. Well-timed peel-off and tremendous athleticism from Bruner.
Peeling off of his person to come and make an over-his-head D. It's hard to make a play on something that goes over your head. You get spun around, and here we see number 24 Jace Bruner able to make a fantastic play for the Union.
Bruner, the UC Berkeley product, played a season with the Spiders, a huge pickup for Chicago. Well, when these two teams met here at De La Salle on July 1st, it was a Friday night, and Minnesota was the better team. They fell behind early. The offense was broken twice, I think, in their first 3 points, and then not again the rest of the night. It was really an impressive performance, almost maybe the highlight of Minnesota's season.
Now, Minnesota has an ability to fine-tune mid-game and lock down and make small adjustments to create success, and I think that's one of the most impressive things about this team.
Only time this year Chicago was the losing side. Union 11-1. They were 10-2 in the regular season a year ago. Jack Shanahan sending Joe White. White outrunning Bergmeyer for the score.
Wow.
Didn't even look like he was trying to run that fast, and yet he created the late separation to haul in the Chicago offensive hold.
I think my favorite part of that was...
Beg your pardon, that's a break for Chicago.
Oh my, break train. I think I was so distracted. My favorite part of that was Jack Shanahan, Joe White tipping his cap to him as he's running, and Jack Shanahan couldn't deny that and puts it deep for him.
That's a huge moment.
Put on the burners, Joe White, and then displays his Carlton Ultimate tattoo for the world to see because, and I have to say it, cut rules.
Contractually, you would be in legal trouble with the Carlton folks if you didn't mention that two-word phrase.
You are correct, yes.
What a block by Bruner, and then Shanahan the huck to White, and then a drop pull at the other end. Will Brandt dropped the pull for Minnesota.
Drop on the pull.
Chicago taking its time with the disc on the goal line. White flips it to Valley, and Chicago unwraps the gift. It's a 3-0 run since Minnesota got the first break of their game to get within one.
Union asking to let that D-line run it back. Nate Goff asking for it. How Jason Valley ended up totally unguarded. I mean, when you drop a pull, there's a bunch of fluster happening, but then you have to play defense. And against a team like the Union, whew, I wouldn't ask for that job.
Another look coming in, a little low, and that's a lonely feeling.
Yeah, and
play Ultimate long enough, you'll feel it.
It's happened, yeah.
What a sequence here in this third quarter for Joe White. He's got 2 assists and a goal on this 3-0 run since Vinoka caught the huck from Coffin on the break to bring it back to 12-11. Feels like a critical point here. Union with their largest lead. Again, if Chicago wins, it'll be the Union in the Colorado Summit. That would be the first game, the first semifinal, 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern on Friday night, but Minnesota not done yet. That's not going to help the wind chill cause, though. Easy interception. Dalton Smith kind of runs into Andrew Roy. Did not get a whistle. We play on. Nate Goff with momentum. Chicago looking for its 4th straight goal, and now Roy throws a little contact back the Union's way. Slows down the fast break while given 10 free yards. Nate Goff to Valley. He's got another.
Wow. Union just feeling like a train you can't stop right now.
Assisted by Goff.
I'm sure the Union O-line absolutely loving it. They are saying, take my cleats off, I'm ready. Keep that D-line in.
3 third quarter goals for Jason Valley. First assist of the day for Nate Goff,
who has been quiet still. I think that speaks to, you know, the wind chill have been able to keep the Hucks from the Chicago Union quiet at this point, which is a difficult task to do on its own.
I mean, look, you look at the break chances and you feel like this should be a 5-goal game. Union have 17 break chances. They got 7 breaks. Minnesota 2 break chances. They only got the 1. But this was a 1-goal game not long ago with 5:31 to go in the period. Just over 3 minutes later.
Yeah, I heard you say five goals, and all I can think about is the game last night with New York. 5 goals.
Floater from Paust. He was upset as soon as he released it. Vinoka trying to save the day, but Bruner gets another block for Chicago. What a game for this Union D-line.
Just showing off right now their defensive prowess, not as much the offense. Let's see if they can start to turn those statistics around as Joe White goes and picks up the disc for the Union.
Second block of the quarter for Bruner. White to Martin. And contact on Paletto on the mark, so Martin's going to get it back.
Now on the play, Union advance 10 yards.
Shout out to the Union stack that adjusted to that 10-yard change. Easy to be too shallow, especially in the AUDL when a foul is called.
Bruner makes himself available. White looks the other way. Micah Glass downfield for Charlie First. Low continue, scooped up by Cal Tornabene. The Chicago D-line has valued the disc much better in the second half, heeding the words of their veteran coach. Tumbling down, Glass keeps possession. And a whistle and a foul on Minnesota.
Carl Nelson having to make a lot of contact calls here in the second half.
10 yards.
Union looking for their 5th straight goal, and it's not going to happen on that shot from White.
Incredible D. Sucks to see someone hurt after, but that D was excellent.
Colin Berry staying with the play, giving everything he's got. And I don't believe there's a call, so Minnesota's going to get the disc back here with 32 seconds left in the third. Minnesota has gone 5 minutes without a goal, and that time Chicago scored 4. Can Minnesota win another end of quarter and create a little positive momentum, a little life heading into the fourth? What was the call here?
I don't think the disc was called in.
If Coffin throws it before the disc is in, technically it's a delay of game and he'll have to retreat 10 yards. Looks like they're going to let him stay with it on the goal line. Coffin gets it to Jurek. Krennic back to Coffin. He's got Vinoka deep, wide open. Bevon will run this one down. A merciful score for the wind chill as they snap the 4-0 Chicago run. 20 seconds remaining in this third quarter. The wind chill back within 4.
Chicago O-line coming out after a nice break. I expect them to come out the same they have every single point, but sometimes after a long rest you can be a little not quite loose. Big opportunity for Minnesota here to be able to end another quarter with a stop or a goal themselves.
3 assists for Abe Coffin here in the third quarter, 4 for the game. Coffin's pull, a deep one, bending back in, blading downward. Bobbled downward by Rutledge, and then Giannis greeted by the double team, quickly to Arders. 12 seconds in the third. Rutledge. Oh, finds Barker, great find with 5 seconds. Barker floats into the end zone. Weiss makes the rip down catch with 2. He's not in, he hits Nate Goff at the buzzer. Perfect execution from Chicago as they'll take a 5-goal lead to the fourth.
Wow, Jeff Weiss must have landed on the line. Otherwise that would have been a travel or a goal. Able to find Nate Goff, who's continuing with the play. So easy to see time on the clock and leave your players stranded, but Nate Goff continues down with Jeff Weiss. Union finally able to end with a score at the end of a quarter.
Buzzer beaters are incredibly dramatic moments. Chicago gets its first of the game and takes a 5-goal lead to the final period. Hometown fans here on the south side enjoying the Union's 5-goal lead at 17-12. And Chicago will begin this fourth quarter on offense. Of course, we are required to remind you that last year's fourth quarter included a 5-0 run, so we know it's possible. But a steep hill to climb for Minnesota, especially after this back-breaking buzzer beater here to end the third.
Yeah, Minnesota's going to have to come out with a whole new mentality, coming out playing the game that they started with, able to capitalize on more break chances and create them to begin with.
Colin Berry just had the wind knocked out of him. He is back on the field here for Minnesota. Immediate apologies from Ian Hahn, barreling into Pavlianis, who will take the 10 free yards. No assists in the third quarter for Giannis, a period that Chicago won 7-4. Next assist for Pavel makes him the league's all-time leader.
Also shows the depth of Chicago. They don't need Pavel to do everything. Their D-line can do quite a lot.
Weiss with a floater, and Rutledge hangs on. Barker back to Weiss. Kaminsky bobbles and hangs on. You know what Minnesota talked about in the huddle? Talked about getting a break to begin the comeback. Minnesota on the verge of falling behind by 6 here. Scuba to the end zone, Arders to Barker, and Chicago takes its largest lead of the day.
Great field awareness from Ross Barker. Especially loved that the Union weren't willing to force the disc down that far sideline. Union bringing it back to the middle and then taking it back, gaining yards bit by bit, not falling to the plague of jamming it down the one side, using more of the field. Would have loved to see a swing, but can't be mad with a score.
Well, it's now a 6-1 run for Chicago since the Bevon score, the only Minnesota break of the game. Break chances are still just staggering. Chicago 7 of 18, Minnesota 1 for 2. Willie, you made the great point. Minnesota's got the better percentage break chance wise.
They sure do.
So they can feel good about that, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
If you need a boost to your soul, maybe.
Foul called there on Bruner. He called it on himself, and the officials were ready to blow the whistle too. Now Minnesota can't take 2-3 minutes to score here. They got a steep hill to climb. You need to start taking some chances.
Already doing a better job at using the space on the field.
And Bruner again, I make it Tornabene this time in Snyder's pocket. A little too much contact. We are under 10 minutes here in the fourth.
The frustration is clear from Minnesota.
Andrew Roy kept that disc alive. Josh Klain to the end zone. Wind chill within 5. 9:45 remaining.
The wind chill needed Andrew Roy to start making the plays that he is known for. Sometimes it happens from your own team on a tough throw, but we cannot undersell the importance of scoring that goal and getting a hold to get the D-line back out for the wind chill. That is the only way they will be able to march their way back into this game.
Minnesota only has gotten 2 turns from the Chicago O-line all game. They're going to need some sort of a mentality shift or Chicago collapse here as that blading roller pull drilled someone on the Minnesota sideline.
Trying a new tactic here. Didn't see this as much from them. Chicago immediately able to.
Easy reset for Rutledge. And there's the turn. Rutledge, a little too much sizzle through the hands of Shanahan. Can the wind chill punch this in? DeClerc for Vandy Mortel. Chicago's O-line hasn't had to play a ton of defense tonight, Willie. Krennic back for Vandy Mortel.
And have had a big break in the second half.
Vinoka to Hahn. Back to Bevon. Hammer. Mattis has it. There's a break for Minnesota. Under 9 minutes to go, it's back to a 4-goal game.
And very, very efficient offense from Minnesota's D-line, something we would have trademarked them to earlier in this season. Their D-line being very, very consistent in scoring after getting Ds. Haven't seen a ton of that here today, but let me tell you, their percentage just went up.
Less than a minute off the clock on that point. Just the second break of the game for Minnesota. Brandon Mattis catches his 92nd career goal, his 102nd career game. He's played every game for Minnesota since the start of the 2018 season.
That's almost a goal a game.
For a D-line guy.
It's incredible.
Has not played a ton of O points in those 102 games.
Oh.
Josh Cooper just tried to maybe catch the disc near the back of the end zone. He ended up inadvertently, I think, bopping it over the fence.
I think he was trying to prevent it from going over the fence.
Nonetheless, it's still out of bounds. And Giannis will march it forward, where he'll be met by the Minnesota double team. Adams and Thome Green.
Double teams in the middle of the field are great at slowing down set plays, slowing down offensive starts. So if you're wondering why that might be used in the middle of the field, there you go. Able to bring the Union out of pace.
Contact from Leonard, and Weiss saying no. So integrity rule. Leonard nodding his head appreciatively, and we resume. That's great stuff. Classy play from Weiss.
Absolutely. And I think he's saying, you know, I create contact too. Not all contact is bad contact. And Weiss owning up to his fair share, acknowledging others, maybe acknowledging he's created the contact in that place.
Back to Barker. Bergmeyer on the mark. Giannis to Ross. Those two guys have developed a great chemistry over these past few seasons playing together.
Oh, yeah. And for a while there, it was just those two back and forth.
Right. Some long, frustrating seasons when they put up big numbers, but not many wins. And now Chicago 7 minutes away from its second straight trip to championship weekend. Another score for Barker.
Giving another chance to the Chicago D-line. You know, Dennis made a great point earlier saying that the Chicago is using so much of its roster, and you won't see that being used on O-line, but on D-line it's constantly churning, and I do think we are able to see the fatigue and the wind chill being shown by more fresh legs being used throughout the D-line. Micah Glass with the pull.
Obviously an important hold there for Chicago to prevent really the break train from leaving the station. Minnesota gets one early in the fourth, but now they're back playing offense. Klain finding Snyder with a stall count rising. Chicago doing a nice job defensively, preventing Minnesota from really attacking with pace. Here's Vinoka. Hammer, Snyder had to leave his feet to keep it alive. Roy works it around. Jordan Taylor marked by Jace Bruner. Here's Paletto letting it rip. Brandt and Pappas. Pappas has another. What a game for the 21-year-old out of Mizzou.
MIZ. Looks like I just don't quite understand that throw. Minnesota didn't need to put it up then. The continuing to work maybe would have taken more time, but a more sure thing. That disc was put into space where the Union player already had an advantage. Not sure if it's just a mental error or rushing error.
I think it's feeling the sense of urgency and the pressure.
Great catch.
Glass gets it right back from Bruner. Chicago seeking its 8th break of the day, and Pappas. That might leave a mark. We'll have another chance for a block though here. Pappas has just had a fantastic game. He's put up really good numbers. I mean, he's got 3 blocks already today as the Huck
goes for Snyder this time, and Quinn makes the tumbling grab. Floating it to Taylor, but he wasn't ready for it, and he can't get there. The mistakes compounding for Minnesota. Chicago calls timeout. The Union with a 5-goal lead and less than 5 minutes separating themselves from another trip to the Final Four, this time in Madison. Chicago won 2 out of the 3 regular season matchups. Each team won on the road in the first 2, and then game of the week, July 16th. Jeff Weiss had a huge day. Both offenses did really, Willie. I mean, this was a very exciting back and forth game.
High scoring.
Yeah,
like so many goals.
A late greatest from Ross Barker was a huge play. John Jones had a layup block that helped to seal the deal as well. Charlie First with a crazy hustle. And because Chicago won this game, basically clinched home field for the playoffs. That's why this game is here and not in Minnesota. Chicago's a team that's been building all season long. They've kind of added different pieces throughout the season.
And been without others. You know, depends how you want to look at it, I guess. And finally able to have the ideal roster present and at a game which would continue into championship weekend. Classic Pavel Hammer fake out of a timeout. It's always the first one.
One of these times he's that can actually throw it and catch everybody off guard. Barker's all alone deep, but Jeff Weiss wants to take more time from the clock, gets it back in the hands of Rutledge. Assuming Chicago hangs on, it'll be the Union and the Summit. The first semifinal on Friday night. And then the rematch of last year's title game. And just an incredible semifinal showdown. New York and Carolina.
Seeing a lot of patience, a lot of throwing, a lot of side-to-side movement from the Union. Burning clock, but also throwing to open people. Which I think is the phrase of the day for the Chicago O-line. Throwing to open people.
They've done it well. Here's another example. Arders to Barker in what feels like the knockout punch. 20-14. Chicago by 6 with under 4 to play.
Assisted by Arders.
2 straight goals for Chicago. Arders to Barker.
I'm wondering what the coach is saying on the sideline for the wind chill right now. And the game isn't over till it's over. We've seen it again and again. We saw it here on this field last year. We saw it last night. We've seen it throughout the AUDL on constant occasion. The wind chill will have to be quick and precise to make that happen, but that is within their skill set.
Roy to Klain. Klain's going to launch deep, and Jurek is wide open. Warning track shot, though. Still work to do for Minnesota. Back to Brandt. Chicago getting back defensively to force Minnesota to take some more time off the clock. John Jones inches away on Paletto. Jurek for Snyder. But it could have been a 20-second point. Instead, it was a 43-second point. And we're down to 3:16 left.
Going back to percentage, that's when there's so little time left. That's a lot of percentage of the time left. Winchell needs their defense to get a D quickly and score quickly, which can be a high task when you have to kind of challenge the valuing of the disc, wanting to move quickly. The defense is, not going to have your best offensive set. That's why they're the D-line. They're in a complicated position, and I think, right now it's one step at a time, 1 point at a time, which is, how they will claw back into this game if they are able to.
Minnesota going to force Chicago to start from the sideline. Wonder if we'll see Pavlianis's record-breaking assist right here. Or perhaps they'll save it for championship weekend on the sport's biggest stage. Giannis looking for history, and it's out of reach. Not happening right here, as Jeff Weiss could not make the grab. That's Pavel's first turnover of the day. 47 completions before a turn for Pavlianis in this
That has to be a record.
Central Division final.
Minnesota got a quick D. They need quick offense.
Colin Berry shoots it. Hanging up for Hahn and Barker, who bump with one another, and Barker has the block.
Pass deflection, turnover, Union possession.
That was a weight room block right there for Ross Barker, just showcasing his strength, holding his ground, rising up athletically for the SWAT.
Even from behind, he wasn't in the front position, but he read the disc better, which I think is the theme.
2 minutes remaining in regulation. 2 minutes remaining.
Under 2 minutes here. Minnesota got its first playoff victory 8 days ago on their home field against Indianapolis, but it feels like they're going to have to wait at least another year for number 2. And this will be the second playoff win in Union history. And includes
on the same field.
Includes the time as the Chicago Wildfire before rebranding. Barker looking for Giannis going deep. Pavel in pursuit, and he comes up short. Quick timeout called from Ben Feldman to stop the clock and get the Minnesota O-line on the field, but a 5-goal deficit with a $1.22 remaining. Well, Emily, how much Colorado Summit Ultimate have you watched this year, and what are your initial thoughts on Chicago, Colorado getting championship weekend started on Friday in Madison?
I have loved the Colorado program. I have a very deep love for the women's club team out there, Molly Brown. One of my very best friends, Ari Nelson's on that team, and she has several good friends that I've gotten to know on Colorado Summit. The idea of this matchup is something I have been hoping for, and to be able to get to see it is going to be an absolute pleasure. The Summit is an incredible program, being so early, in their franchise, and yet performing so well. The talent pool in Colorado cannot be understated. I'm truly just kind of getting jitters thinking about it.
Well, one thing we'll still have to figure out post-game is who's going to be technically the 2 seed and who's going to be technically the 3 seed, because both teams finished the regular season, Chicago and Colorado, 11-1 with a plus 63 total point diff. So after the game today, assuming Chicago hangs on, which feels like a safe assumption, deep shot going up to Coffin, and he'll make the grab.
Great no contact by Joe White.
Coffin shooting it. Taylor on his horse to the end zone. And Minnesota's within 4 as they get their 3rd break of the game. But there's only 64 seconds remaining.
I don't think that was a break. Was it?
It was 20-14, I believe, and Jurek hit Snyder. 3:16 to go. Makes it 20-16.
Evan knows.
With 1:04 to go. I get a lot wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was a break, the 3rd of the game for the wind chill. They're now 3 for 5 on break chances, but it's just a quarter.
Looks like the Union gave their O-line a bit of a breather there.
Quarter of the break chances. Chicago's got 20 break chances in the game. Anyway, after the game, we're going to do a coin toss to determine who's the 2 seed, who's the 3 seed. Why does it matter?
Oh, we get to decide?
Well, we're going to get Quinn Snyder, not Quinn Snyder, Quinn Feiner, on the phone from the Colorado Summit, and have one of the Chicago Union captains, and we're going to create a little video for social, basically to decide which jerseys each team wears on Friday in Madison. Called a travel with the stall count getting high.
Pavel's got to get rid of this quickly.
Giannis, hammer for the record. It's there. Ross Barker has the goal. And Pavel Giannis is the AUDL's all-time assist king.
What a great throw, and so casual.
His 391st career assist. No one in AUDL history has had more than Pavel.
I really doubt that it will be seen again in such few games, too. His assist rate is unbelievable.
Well, Jonathan Goose Helton obviously had a bunch of great seasons playing here in Chicago. 2-time MVP, still going strong. He's played for every team in every division in the league.
Yeah, and I think his best achievement must be his wife, Kayla Helton, who just won gold with Team USA.
Yeah, there's a lot of gold in that family.
Yeah, without a doubt, alongside Nate Goff here on the Union.
So congrats to Pavel.
And Goose.
Quinn Snyder can't get it. Nick Pappas. Maybe an honor roll day for Nick Pappas. That's his 4th block.
We said this before, he is not the biggest guy in the field, but he can read a disc well. He gets up. Wow.
4 goals for Ross Barker here in the 4th quarter, Willie. And
he shows up when you need him.
Sure does. Mentioned early in the 3rd, he's had kind of a quiet game. He has come up big late to help put Minnesota away. Well, championship weekend is going to be an incredible showcase with the undefeated New York Empire and with 3 12-1 teams, all of them capable of winning the whole thing. Obviously, the Flyers won their first title last year. It looked like Chicago had them beaten that semifinal before a couple late mistakes. Flyers took advantage, won in overtime. Colorado, the newcomer, 11-1 in the regular season, their inaugural campaign. It's going to be fascinating. Starting Friday night, 6 p.m. Eastern. Again, the semis will be live on AUDL.tv, 6 p.m. Eastern and 8:30 p.m. Eastern, the approximate start time of game number 2. And game 1 will be Chicago and Colorado as the Union win their 2nd straight Central Division title. No late drama needed this year as they take care of business, winning it 21-16 over Minnesota.
What a progression of a program. You know, not able to hold on to games late last year, shown here in championship weekend, putting this game away early, staying locked in throughout. I think it's fair to say the better team won here tonight. Might be tough to hear, but the way this game was played, it's really well done for Chicago.
So the Final Four is set. Chicago and Colorado still to determine who's the 2 seed, who's the 3 seed, but doesn't matter in terms of matchup. And then get your popcorn ready for New York and Carolina. Empire Flyers, the last 2 champions of this league, with the Empire going for their 2nd perfect season and the Flyers looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly exciting. If you are somehow not planning to be tuned in or there in person in the capital of Ultimate, you need to change your plans. The Chicago Union will be there playing some of the best Frisbee we are going to see.
Wind chill applauding the fans here at the De La Salle Institute. Energized crowd with a victory as Chicago gets the 5-goal win. Again, look at the break chances disparity. 21 of them for Chicago, and the Union offense orchestrated throughout the day by Pavel Giannis, who becomes the league's all-time assist king. He has said he doesn't care about stats. Maybe it'll be meaningful one day. Right now he's got other things on his mind, including championship weekend. Let's go to Dennis Michelson with Pavel.
Down here on the sidelines with Pavel Giannis. Pavel, I know you're not a big statistic guy except for wins and losses and want that championship more than anything else. But to set the record and on a hammer to Ross Park, what is that?
It doesn't matter. We won the game. It was really frustrating the first half. It was the stupidest game of Ultimate I've ever played. But glad we got the win. I don't care about the record. I am going to say that it means like everything to me to break it in the Chicago uniform, but the record itself is meaningless.
Going up to the capital city of Ultimate, Madison, Wisconsin, and you get to play the Colorado Summit. You, of course, starting out there with Mama Bear. How cool is that you get a chance to take down the Summit? Awesome this year.
I just want to beat them. You know, there's nothing more that I want than to beat my friends and all the younger people that have gone through the University of Colorado program. I would love to teach them a lesson about how to play at Breeze Demons, and that's what we hope to do.
When this team is a roster playing its best game, is there anybody in the AUDL that can stay with you guys?
Probably not, but we haven't done it yet. You know, we have not shown that we could play 4 quarters of actual good defense and offense and defensive offense and offensive defense. Like, we have not done that yet, so I'm not too confident in our chances, but I hope we play a much better first half against the Summit.
When you first came to Chicago, you told me you wanted to build a great team that could win championships. Now we're going to be 2 games away. Friday, the semis. It's got to be really good feeling of how far this team has come.
No, it is, but I mean, it's a lot of people. It's mostly Ross Parker, CJ O'Brien, you of all people. I mean, it's a lot of people that go into this. It's not me. I was just happy to be the 2 to 3% of that growth, and I'll take that and I'll treasure it for the rest of my life. But yeah, it'll be really fun to continue the journey.
Pavel, thank you so much. Evan, back to you.
49 completions on 50 throws. He sets the AUDL all-time assist record, but as he said, Willie, it doesn't matter. We all know what matters.
Championships.
And I mean, he was at some early Colorado Summit tryouts and practices this spring as they were building that team. He was just getting work in, and now he goes against them in the semifinals. One of those 2 teams will be in the championship game next Saturday.
Oh, yeah, and I have to say the Union didn't use a lot of their greatest, most well-known players today. Nate Goff, pretty sleepy. We didn't see a ton of Ross Barker to the second half. Imagine what this team can do when their whole roster is out and balling out as much as possible. Pavel Giannis did his very best to push to championship weekend, but so did every member on this roster that was used.
Well, Minnesota scored to get within 1 with 5:31 to go in the third, and it was all Union the rest of the way. Minnesota comes up short in this game for the 2nd consecutive season, and it's the Chicago Union advancing to championship weekend. Willie, can't thank you enough for welcoming me to the crew. For our entire production team, for Emily Willingham and Dennis Michelson, Evan Lepler saying, we'll see you in Madison Friday night for championship weekend.